IP, submitted S. Please P. The instant matter on this file relates to conducting of inquiry regarding XCWC. Members in R. O. Honorable Delhi High Court Matter WPC 5331 2015. In the matter of Anuradha Vashisht and ANR versus GNCTD. In this connection, it is S that viewed this office letter dated the 16th of November 2017, page No. 520, C. A committee was constituted with Ms. Bardi Ali, member SLSC, and asked Director, CPU, for conducting inquiry into the allegation made against SMT, Anuradha Vashisht and SMT, Dr. Bardi Mehta, XCWC members. On dated the 12th of November 2017, Ms. Bardi Ali was again communicated to take up the aforementioned matter at the earliest and to submit the report before NDOHIE. The 19th of December 2017, page No. 524, C. Furthermore, it is informed that certain queries concerns were being raised by Ms. Bardi Ali through email, page No. 525, C. 527, C. In response to this department letter dated the 12th of November 2017 and the same were discussed with the additional standing counsel who informed in his email dated the 22nd of February 2018 that this inquiry can be held under JJ Act 2015 and also does not need to be by a multi-member committee, page No. 544, C. And the same was again communicated to Ms. Bardi Ali via this office letter dated the 23rd of February 2018, page No. 546, C. To go ahead with the inquiry process in this series, as per the suggestion of Govit Counsel again on the 22nd of June 2018, page No. 561, C. Ms. Bardi Ali was requested to continue the inquiry as the Honorable High Court has not granted stay on the same. Then on the 16th of August 2018 an email was received from Ms. Bardi Ali, page No. 598, C. Intimating about reply received from XCWC member SMT, Anuradha Vashisht, requesting to withdraw the show cause notice. In continuation to this, Govit Counsel through email, page No. 600, C. had given her version, advising that the inquiry officer should go ahead with the inquiry proceedings in this matter since non-completion of the inquiry can adversely affect the stand of the department in the instant matter. In view of above submissions, it is important to submit here that Ms. Bardi Ali, inquiring officer, is not getting ahead with the inquiry process, citing reasons that both SMT, Anuradha Vashisht, and SMT, Bardi Mehta have declined to participate in the inquiry process. As per telephonic conversion held with Govit Counsel, Ms. Viva Mahajan. Today, this inquiry process has to be concluded, otherwise it would affect the stand of the department, and the department should either change the inquiry officer or to give ex parte decision in the aforementioned matter. In this connection, as per the discussion held in the office of DI Director, CPU, along with AD CPU, the inquiry officer committee to be replaced with a new one consisting of following for conducting inquiry in the matter of XCWC members: Mrs. Manju Barshni, D.O. Northwest, I Chairperson Shish, Subhash Gautam, Superintendent DDO, Hoop CHB, Alipur, Member Shish, Avinash Kumar Singh, Senior Manager, Save the Children, India, Member, State Level Selection Committee, Member A draft order to this effect is placed alongside for perusal. In view of above submissions, if agreed and approved, we may apprise the Govit Counsel about the same for apprising the Honorable Court. A draft status report is also placed alongside for perusal. S for perusal. And approval of draft order and draft status report to be as before. Honorable Court, NDOH, the 21st of February 2019. May peruse the copy of the email placed at page No. 620, C, which was sent to Ms. Viva Mahajan, Advocate, Delhi High Court, for her comments in the matter WPC 5331 2015 titled Anuradha Vashisht and ANR versus GNCTD, listed for the 21st of February 2019 before the Honorable High Court of Delhi. In response to above stated email, may see page No. 621, C. She had replied through email stating that there is no need to file the status report. However, the Honorable Court may be orally informed about the constitution of new committee for conducting inquiry in the matter of XCWC members. S for perusal and information. P. May peruse the order of the Honorable High Court dated the 15th of February 2019. Placed at page No. 17, C18, C in the matter of CRL. Rev. P. 283 2016. Titled Delhi State Legal Services Authority versus State and ORS. The relevant part of the order dated the 15th of February 2019 is reproduced below for reference. 7. The Child Welfare Committee, respondent No. 2 is directed to cooperate with DCP in the conduct of inquiry and tracing these 11 children. CWC shall also file its report with regard to the status of the said 11 children. In this regard, it is asked that the matter directly concerns with the Child Welfare Committee. 2. Lajpat Nagar and Mr. Salam Khan, the officiating chairperson, is also aware about this case and is in touch with Mr. Amit Chadha, App for Government. In view of above submissions, if agreed and approved, we may forward the order the Honorable High Court dated the 15th of February 2019. To the officiating chairperson, CWC2, Lajpat Nagar for compliance. At his end in filing the status report directly in the Honorable High Court of Delhi before the next date of hearing, i.e., the 4th of October 2019. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed at page no. 19, C for perusal and approval P. As per direction at pre-page the present status in WP CRL 2805-2018 titled Farman versus the State. Covet of NCT of Delhi and ORS is given as under 1. On dated the 1st of September 2019 may see page no. 118, C 119, C. The Honorable High Court of Delhi had given directions for issuance of notifications for filling up of vacant posts of chairpersons and members child welfare committees and member social worker for JJB. The said vacant posts includes appointment of O2 chairpersons against O5 vacant posts and 12 members for the CWC and O1 member social worker for the JJB along with a panel of O5 members for CWC and O2 members for JJB. NDOH was fixed for the 22nd of January 2019. 2. Mr. Rahul Mehra Sr., Standing Counsel, CRL, apprised the Honorable Court on the next date, i.e., the 22nd of January 2019, page no. 121, C, that the notifications in the present case has been approved by the concerned Minister, WCD, and sent to Secretary, WCD on the 21st of January 2019 and the same shall be issued within 1 week. The Honorable Court directed to place the notification before the NDOH which was fixed as the 2nd of July 2019. 3. In compliance of the directions of the Honorable Court, a status report, along with copies of 2 separate notifications dated the 22nd of January 2019. May see page no. 108 C 109 C and 110 C 113 C was S before the court on the 2nd of June 2019 consisting notification of O1 member social worker for JJB and O1 chairperson and 12 members for CWCs. 4. On the next date of hearing, i.e., the 2nd of July 2019, order placed at page no. 122 C 123 C. The Honorable Court had given directions for Delhi complying with the previous directions as given in the order dated the 1st of September 2019 as mentioned in point no. 1. Well before the next date of hearing which has been fixed as the 26th of March 2019. 5. In this context, now it is S that the file is under submission with the competent authority seeking approval for notification of remaining O1 post of chairperson for CWC as a part of appointment of O2 chairpersons against O5 vacant posts. 6. Furthermore, the list consisting of panel of O5 members for CWC and O2 members for JJB as also desired by the Honorable Court beat order dated the 1st of September 2019 as approved by the State Level Selection Committee and the 17th of December 2019 is placed at page no. 125 C. 124 C for perusal and the same could be apprised to the Honorable Court before the next date of hearing along with notification of O1 remaining chairperson for CWC. S for perusal of status placed above. And further directions P. May peruse the order of the Honorable High Court dated the 21st of February 2019 placed at page no. 622 C in the matter of WPC 5331 2015 and CMAPPL 46283 2017 titled Anuradha Vashisht and ANR versus GNCT of Delhi and ORS. The order of the court is also reproduced below for reference in view of the reasons stated in the instant application. Delay in filing rejoinder is condoned. Consequently, rejoinder is taken on record at request of the petitioner, renotify on the 24th of April 2019. In this reference, it is S that the above said court hearing was attended by W. O. CPU, along with W. O. Litigation, and after the hearing Ms. Vibha Mahajan, advocate. Delhi High Court suggested to conclude the inquiry by the newly constituted inquiry committee of the department well before the next date of hearing in the instant matter, i.e., the 24th of April 2019. In view of above, as discussed and directed by DD CPU, we may inform the committee members about the same in order to conclude their inquiry and submit the findings by the end of March 2019 without any fail. Accordingly, a draft email to this effect is prepared and placed at page no. 623 C in a draft letter along with relevant enclosures addressed to the members of the inquiry committee is placed at page no. 624 C 629 C. S for perusal and approval of draft email and draft letter is stated above. SP may peruse the 2 PUCs placed at page no. 65 C and 66 C 68 C. The first PUC placed at page no. 65 C is a court order dated the 2nd of January 2019 passed by Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter WP CRL 2069-2005 titled Save the Childhood Foundation versus Union of India and ORS. The second PUC placed at page no. 66 C to 68 C is copy of minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd of July 2019 in the conference room of PR. Secretary, Revenue Cum Divisional Commissioner, Shamnath Marg, Delhi. The details of both the PUCs are given under PUC. I may peruse the Copy of the Honorable High Court order dated the 2nd of January 2019 placed at page no. 65C in the matter WP CRL 2069-2005 titled Save the Childhood Foundation versus Union of India and ORS. The copy of the same is reproduced as under CRL MA 35002-2018 a short affidavit on behalf of Government of NCT of Delhi indicating the action taken is being filed during the course of the day. Copy of the same is supplied to the counsel representing petitioner. He may go through the same and file his response. 2 weeks' time is granted to do so. List on the 3rd of July 2019. Puck 2 may peruse the copy of minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd of July 2019 in the conference room of PR. Secretary, Revenue Cum Divisional Commissioner, Shamnath Mark, Delhi. Wherein PR, Secretary, Revenue, directed all the DMs to conduct a meeting in coordination with Child Welfare Committee, Police and Labor Department and to reconcile the figures of action taken for the last 10 years since 2009. The report to also carry the data of challenge by Police Department. It was also directed in the meeting to that Labor Department to provide the data in our child labors to the concerned DM through email and the labor officers and representatives of child welfare committees to join the meeting on the 2nd of August 2019 in the meeting of District Task Force for reconciling the figures of child labor data in view of both the PUCs as detailed above and in light of court matter WP CRL 2069-2005 titled Save the Childhood Foundation versus Union of India and ORS. Fixed for the 3rd of July 2019 it is asked that the Labor Department is the main party to submit the reply before the Honorable High Court and on the part of Department CWCs have directly coordinated with the Labor Department as per the directions given by PR. Secretary Revenue in the meeting held on the 2nd of July 2019. As for perusal of both the PUCs and further directions P may peruse the copy of email along with enclosures placed at page no. 360 C to 402 C received from Ministry of Women and Child Development GOI. In this connection, it is S. that MWCD has sought action taken on the social audit reports conducted by NCPCR. In this context, it is S staff social audit report had detailed about various shortcomings in the working of child care institutions, observation homes, special homes, place of safety shelter homes, open shelter, special adoption agency. In view of above, if agreed, we may circulate the shortcomings mentioned in the social audit report to the concerned CCIs, SAS, OHBs, shelter homes, open shelters for submission of their action taken report within 2 days to the department for compiling of the same and thereafter for onward submission to MWCD, GOI and 2. Send an interim reply to the Undersecretary, CW2, MWCD about the same. Accordingly, a letter addressed to Undersecretary, CW2, MWCD and letters addressed to the SUPT in charges of CCIs, Shelter Home, Open Shelter and Special Adoption Agency, SAW, have been prepared and placed alongside and file for perusal and approval P. The matter on this file relates to submission of status report before the Honorable High Court of Delhi and WP CRL 2728-2018. Titled Suku Lal Sanar versus the State of NCT of Delhi and ORS. In this regard, it is asked that in light of the last court order, may see page no. 205C to 207C, a fresh status report is prepared and placed alongside in file for perusal and approval P. The next date in the instant matter is the 3rd of June 2019. May peruse the copy of email along with court orders dated the 1st of September 2019 and the 2nd of July 2019 placed at page no. 135C 139C. Received from Senior Standing Counsel CRL GNCTD Delhi High Court in the matter WP CRL 2805-2018 in the case titled Farman vs. the State NCT of Delhi and ORS. The Senior Standing Counsel CRL GNCTD through his email had asked for ensuring compliance of the court order dated the 1st of September 2019 and to submit the status report well before the next date of hearing be fixed on the 26th of March 2019. In this context, it is asked that as per the directions of the Honorable High Court dated the 1st of September 2019 with regard to issuance of notification for appointment of 02 chairpersons against the 05 vacant posts and 12 members for Child Welfare Committee and 01 member social worker for Juvenile Justice Board. The said vacant posts now have been filed up via 3 separate notifications as given under 1. F. No. 61, 869, CWC Excel. And JJB DD CPU DWCD 38244-284. Dated the 22nd of January 2019, Annexure 2. F. No. 61, 869, CWC Excel. And JJB DD CPU DWCD 38285-315 dated the 1st of February 2019, Annexure B. 3. F. No. 61, 869, CWC Excel. And JJB DD CPU DWCD 41674-702. Dated the 3rd of January 2019, Annexure C. Furthermore, it is also asked that as per Court order dated the 1st of September 2019, a panel consisting recommendations of 05 members for Child Welfare Committee and 02 member Social Worker for Juvenile Justice Board is also to be S before the Honorable Court. The same panel has been recommended by the state level Selection Committee on the 17th of December 2018. May see Annexure, deep page. No. 125 C 124 C. Accordingly, a draft status report is prepared, along with relevant annexures for submitting the same in the Honorable High Court of Delhi through Senior Standing Council CRL, GNCTD, S, for perusal and approval of draft status report along with annexures. May peruse the court order dated the 2nd of November 2019. Place it at page no. 507, C 509, C in the matter WPC 11187 2017 titled Court on its own. Motion versus Government of NCT of Delhi and ORS. WPC 2495 2018 and CM. APPL 6835 2019 and WPC 4689 2018 and CM APPL 47123 2018. The same order is also reproduced below. List after 3 weeks is prayed for by learned counsel for the parties, as most of the suggestions given by the learned amicus curiae have been accepted by the respondents, but with regard to certain issues they need further discussion, and it is indicated that the parties would discuss the same and come back to this court after 3 weeks. List on the 26th of March 2019. CMAPPL 6385 2019 for employment of Ms. Sampurna Bahura as intervener in this petition in WP C 2495 2018 issue notice. Ms. Avnish Alawat, learned standing counsel for GNCTD, accepts notice on behalf of the respondents. For the reasons stated in the application, the same is allowed. The applicant is permitted to assist this court with regard to compliance of the directions in Sampurna Bahura case and effective implementation of Juvenile Justice Act 2015, WP C 2495 2018. Respondents have not filed any status report with regard to the action taken after orders passed on the 15th of March 2018, particularly as to how the direction issued by the Supreme Court in WP C 473 2005 titled Sampurna Bahura v. Union of India and ORS has been complied with, and how the 16 directions as issued by the Supreme Court have been complied with, particularly with regard to filling up of vacancies and appointment of child welfare committees in various districts as are indicated by the applicant in CM No. 6385 2019 and various other deficiencies pointed out therein. All these be answered by way of an affidavit of a competent officer by the next date. Let a copy of the status report filed by the government of NCT of Delhi on the 25th of September 2018 available in the record of WP C 2495 2018 be served on the amicus curiae assisting us in the matter during the course of the day. Learned amicus curiae may go through the same and give his say by the next date. List on the 26th of March 2019. In view of above court order with regard to CMAPPL 6385 2019 and W PC 2495 2018 an affidavit has to be S in the Honorable High Court showing how the 16 directions issued by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in W PC 473 2005 titled Sampurna Bahura versus Union of India and ORS have been complied with, particularly with regard to filling up of vacancies and appointment of child welfare committees in various districts is pointed out. CM No. 6385 2019 may see page 492 C 503 C. It is also S here that the 16 directions passed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in W PC 473 2005 titled Sampurna Bahura versus Union of India and ORS and is mentioned in the CM No. 6385 of 2018 filed by the applicant's counsel Ms. Prabsahay Kaur and Kriti Narang in W PC 2495 2018 are mentioned at point No. 5 of the CMAPPL, which is placed at page No. 495 C 497 C at the correspondence side in the file for reference. In this context, it is S here that if agreed in, approve the point-wise reply on the 16 directions passed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India INW PC 473 2005 titled Sampurna Bahura versus Union of India and ORS may be S to the Standing Council in the form of an affidavit for apprising the Honorable High Court of Delhi by the next date. The draft affidavit is prepared and placed alongside at page No. 511 C 515 C, and the same is also reproduced below for perusal. Affidavit on behalf of Department of Women and Child Development GOVT of NCT of Delhi I. Shuchi Sagal Dai Director CPU ICPS aged about _YRS Department of Women and Child Development Government of NCT of Delhi 18 Canning Lane KG Marg, New Delhi 110001. Do hereby solemnly affirm and state as under 1. That I am the DI Director, CPU, in the above noted case and am well conversant with the facts of the case based on records available and competent to swear this affidavit. 2. That with regard to the 16 directions passed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in W. P. C. 473-205 titled Sampurna Barua versus Union of India and ORS. The point-wise information in tabular format is given under directions given by the Honorable Apex Court in its judgment in WPC 473-205. Titled Sampurna Barua versus Union of India and ORS. Status report in R.O. Department of Women and Child Development GNCT of Delhi. The Ministry of Women and Child Development in the Government of India and the state governments should ensure that all positions in the NCPCR and SCPCR are filled up well in time and adequate staff is provided to these statutory bodies so that they can function effectively and meaningfully for the benefit of children. At present, all the vacancies of chairperson and members are filled in Delhi. Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR, the grant in aid to DCPCR has also been enhanced from 2 crores to 5 crores per annum to enable the commission function effectively. The NCPCR and SCPCR should take their duties, functions, and responsibilities with great earnestness, keeping in mind the faith reposed in them by Parliament. A position in these statutory bodies is not sinecure. These bodies have a very significant and proactive role to play in improving the lives of children across the country. The state government provides adequate support to Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR for effective implementation of their objectives. The state-level child protection societies and the district-level child protection units have an enormous responsibility in ensuring that the JJ Act is effectively implemented and child care institutions are managed and maintained in a manner that is conducive to the well-being of children in all respects, including nutrition, education, medical benefits, skill development, and general living conditions. These 2 bodies would be well advised to take the assistance of NGOs and civil society to ensure that the JJ Act serves the purpose for which it is enacted by Parliament. The State Child Protection Society, SCPS, of Delhi provides grant and aid to 8 CCIs, shelter homes, 10 open shelters, and 3 special adoption agencies for implementation of Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and Integrated Child Protection Scheme, ICPS, through NGOs. The District Child Protection Units, DCPUs, conduct regular inspections and monitoring of the CCIs for effective implementation of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. The state governments must ensure that all positions in the JJBs and CWCs are filled up expeditiously and in accordance with the model rules are the rules framed by the state government. Any delay in filling up the positions might adversely impact on children, and this should be avoided. In the 10 Child Welfare Committees, CWCs, functional in Delhi, out of 50 positions, 46 are filled. Process has been initiated for filling up of remaining positions. In 6 Juvenile Justice Boards, JJBs, all positions of LD, principal magistrates, and member social workers are filled as on date. The JJBs and CWCs must appreciate that it is necessary to have sittings on a regular basis, so that a minimal number of inquiries are pending at any given point of time, and justice is given to all juveniles in conflict with law and social justice to children in need of care and protection. This is a constitutional obligation. The Child Welfare Committees, CWCs, function 5 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the Juvenile Justice Boards function 6 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The NCPCR and the SCPCRs must carry out time-bound studies on various issues as deemed appropriate under the JJ Act. Based on these studies, the state governments and the union territories must take remedial steps. The remedial actions based on recommendations of National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, and Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights, DCPCR, are undertaken by the Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD. In particular, the NCPCR and the SCPCRs must carry out a study for estimating the number of probation officers required for the effective implementation of the JJ Act. Based on this study, the state government must appoint the necessary number of probation officers. It must be emphasized that the role of a probation officer is critical for the rehabilitation and social reintegration of a juvenile in conflict with law, and due importance must be given to their duties as postulated in the model rules and rules, if any, framed by the state governments in the union territories. Relates to NCPCR and DCPCR. The MWCD must continue to make creative use of information and communication technology, not only for the purpose of collecting data and information, but also for other issues connected with the JJ Act, such as having a database of missing children, trafficked children, and for follow-up of adoption cases, etc. With the utilization of technology to the fullest extent, administrative efficiency will improve considerably, which in turn will have a positive impact on the lives of children. Relates to Ministry of WCD, Government of India. It is important for the police to appreciate their role as the first responder on issues pertaining to offenses allegedly committed by children, as well as offenses committed against children. There is therefore a need to set up meaningful special juvenile police units and appoint child welfare police officers in terms of the JJ Act at the earliest and not only on paper. In this context, it is necessary to clearly identify the duties and responsibilities of such units and officers and wherever necessary, guidance from the available expertise, either the National Police Academy or the Bureau of Police Research and Development or NGOs must be taken for the benefit of children relates to Delhi Police. The National Police Academy and state police academies must consider including child rights as a part of their curriculum on a regular basis and not as an isolated or sporadic event. Relates to National Police Academy and Delhi Police. The management of child care institutions is extremely important in state governments and union territories would be well advised to ensure that all such institutions are registered so that children can live a dignified life in these institutions and issues of missing children and trafficking are also addressed. At present there are 85 child care institutions, CCIs, in Delhi out of which 49 are registered, licensed under Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Model Rules 2016 and renewal of registration for 36 CCIs is under process. State governments and union territories would be well advised to appoint eminent persons from civil society as visitors to monitor and supervise the child care institutions in all the districts. This will ensure that the management and maintenance of these institutions are addressed. We have no doubt that the state legal service authorities and the district legal service authorities will extend full assistance and cooperation to the government authorities in this venture as well as to the visitors. District Inspection Committee, constituted by Department of Women and Child Development Govt. of NCT of Delhi under Rule 41 of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Model Rules 2016 have been notified, wherein eminent persons from NGOs, civil society are also a part of the said committee. The JJ Fund is a bit of an embarrassment with an absence of an effective response from the state governments and the union territories. If financial resources are not made available for the welfare of the children, we shudder to think what could be better utilization of the funds. The Department of Women and Child Development GNCT of Delhi had opened an account in State Bank of India, IP Estate Branch VDA, see no. 30,269,984,245 in the name of Delhi Child Welfare Fund. The Delhi Child Welfare Fund rules 2016 have also been notified by the Department of WCD, GNCT of Delhi via notification dated the 7th of August 2016. NALSA has done a remarkable job in collecting data and information relating to the JJ Act, as evidenced by the three-part report prepared by it. We request NALSA to carry forward the exercise and complete a similar report, preferably before the 30th of April 2018, to assist all the policy-making and decision-taking authorities to plan out their affairs. Relates to NALSA. The importance of training cannot be overemphasized. It is vital for understanding and appreciating child rights and for the effective implementation of the JJ Act. All authorities such as JJBs and CWC's probation officers, members of the Child Protection Societies and District Child Protection Units, Special Juvenile Police Units, Child Welfare Police Officers and managerial staff of child care institutions must be sensitized and given adequate training relating to their position. A very positive step has been taken in this regard by NALSA, and we expect the NCPCR with the assistance of the SCPCRs to carry forward this initiative so that there is meaningful implementation of the JJ Act. Regular trainings of JJBs, CWC's probation officers, district child protection officers, staff of child care institutions are conducted through NALSA, DSLSA, NIPCCD, Delhi Judicial Academy, NCPCR, DCPCR. Since the involvement of the state governments and the union territories is critical to child rights and the effective implementation of the JJ Act, it would be appropriate if each High Court and the Juvenile Justice Committee of each High Court continues its proactive role in the welfare of children in their state. To make the involvement and process more meaningful, we request the Chief Justice of every High Court to register proceedings on its own motion for the effective implementation of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 so that roadblocks, if any, encountered by statutory authorities and the Juvenile Justice Committee of the High Court are meaningfully addressed after hearing the concerned governmental authorities. Does not pertain to this department. As for perusal and approval of draft affidavit is placed above. Sub, regarding installation of video conferencing facilities is directed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the matter W. P. C. 749 2018 Sin Re, Speedy Trial of Under Trial. The matter on this file relates to installation of video conferencing facilities in Juvenile Justice Board's observation homes is directed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the court matter WPC 749 2018. In Re, Speedy Trial of Under Trial. In this regard, it is asked that in response to this office letter dated the 28th of December 2018 PG. No. 130 C. Regarding above cited subject matter, Department of Information Technology, Delhi Secretariat has replied by letter dated the 1st of August 2019. may see page no. 152. C. Informing the following requirements for installation of a video conferencing VC facility at any given location. 1. VC equipment along with necessary accessories including mic and camera. 2. Leased line connectivity. 3. Display screen 40 inches or above. 4. Suitable room for installing and conducting the video conferencing. In this connection, it is also asked that a proposal has been moved by SUPT. DDO, who have special home for boys place of safety, OHBNX after obtaining necessary preliminary budget estimates and technical specification of IT equipments required for installation of video conferencing facilities in the institution, the copies of preliminary budget estimates and technical specifications required for installation of video conferencing facilities at POS, SHB, OHBNX is provided by PWD Electrical Department are placed at page no. 198C to 200. C and file for perusal. Furthermore, as discussed with DD, CPU, and AD, CPU, a letter is required to be sent to SUPT. DDO, who? Juvenile Justice Boards, IP, Observation Home for Boys, IN2. Delhi Gate and Sewa Kudir Complex, SUPT. DDO, who POS, SHB, OHBNX and Observation Home for Girls, Nirmal Chayat 4. Taking necessary steps so that video conferencing facilities are installed in above-mentioned JJB's institutions at the earliest. Accordingly, a draft has been prepared and placed at page no. 201C. 202C for perusal and approval P. May peruse the draft minutes of the meeting placed at page no. 61C 68C which was held on the 3rd of August 2019 at 5 p.m. in the second floor bar room at Delhi High Court under the convenorship of Shish Rahul Mehra Sr., standing, Counsel Criminal in W. P. CRL. 1560-2017 titled, Sodenhalder vs. The State NCT of Delhi and Ors. In this connection, it is asked that as per Para X. No. 21 of the minutes it was decided that all the CWCs and WCD officials will have a meeting with Mr. Bhagat DCP. Crime Crow on the 16th of March 2019 at Delhi Police Headquarters for streamlining the internal process PG. No. 63C. In compliance of the directions as mentioned at Para 37 above, a meeting was attended by the CWC chairperson's member along with 2 officials from DWCD. Headquarter, CPU, ICPS branch, on the 16th of March 2019 at Delhi Police Headquarters, as discussed and decided in the meeting held on the 16th of March 2019 at Delhi Police Headquarters, Shish. K. C. Burmani. Chairperson CWC3 will prepare the minutes of the meeting. In this reference P find the draft of the minutes of the said meeting prepared by Chairperson CWC3 placed at page no. 69C to 75C for perusal. However, these minutes will be later on issued from the police department. Furthermore, it is as here that is discussed in the last meeting held on the 3rd of August 2019 at Bar Room Delhi High Court in the matter Sodenhalder versus the State NCT of Delhi and is reiterated by Shish Rahul Mehra Sr., Standing Counsel CRL. The next meeting, scheduled to be held on the 28th of March 2019 at 5 p.m. in the bar room at the 2nd floor, Delhi High Court has to be attended by a senior officer from the DEPT of WCD, GNCTD. S for perusal and information P. Welfare Officer AD, CPU, in the court matter, may kindly see the minutes of last meeting held on the 3rd of August 2019 as placed at page 61, C69, C. As per point no. 21 at page 63, C. CWC and WCD had a meeting with Mr. Bhagat on the 16th of March 2019. The draft minutes are placed at 69, C74, C. The next meeting in this matter is scheduled for the 28th of March 2019 at 5 p.m. as per point 21 at page 63, C. And 64, C. If agreed, we may request the Director, WCD, to be present in this meeting in view of earlier court directions, as senior officers from all other departments are present in the meetings of this court matter. This was also insisted by the senior Standing Counsel, Mr. Rahul Mehra. S for perusal and necessary directions in the matter P. AD. CPU, DD, CPU, may peruse the order dated the 25th of February 2019 placed at page no. 270, C 275, C of the Registrar's Court no. 1. Supreme Court of India, in W. P. C. 503 2018 titled Polami Pavini Shukla vs. Union of India and Ors. As per the directions of the Registrar's Court, last opportunity was granted to various respondents including the Respondent no. 39I. E. The Government of NCT of Delhi, page no. 273, C. In view of this order, an email was sent to the advocate on record, AOR, Shish Chirag M. Shroff on the 3rd of June 2019, copy placed at page no. 277, C. Requesting to guide the department in the above stated court matter so that compliances could be made before the Honorable Court. In this connection, again on the 18th of March 2019, W. O. Litigation, DWCDH. Q. Had a telephonic conversion with advocate Ms. Neha, Jr. of Shish Chirag M. Shroff requesting her to guide the Department in this matter is all the prayers made in the writ petition. Or for Government of India, page no. 155 C 160 C. After waiting for response from the Govt. Council, again on 22.03.19 Welfare Officer, CPU, had a telephonic conversation on the mobile of Ms. Neha I. E on 9,671,509,977 requesting her to give inputs on the prayer made by the petitioner, on which she informed that she will reply once she goes through the writ petition is the same as to obtained from the Supreme Court. It is further as here that in the evening of 23.03.19 Saturday, a call was received from Ms. Neha, Advocate O. Oshish, Chirag M. Shorf, wherein it was informed that it will take 2 to 3 more days to get the said writ petition due, holidays falling in between, and she also stated that as the present matter is next listed on the 4th of August 2019 in the Registrar's Court, so the counter affidavit can also be as after 8th of April 2019 as the matter is yet to be listed in the main court. S for perusal and further directions. P. Subject. Professional fees bills in R. O. Ms. Prabsahay Kaur, Advocate Govt. of NCT of Delhi. The matter on this file relates to payment of fee to Ms. Prabsahay Kaur, Advocate Govt. of NCT of Delhi in the matter of Anand Kumar Asthana versus Union of India and ANR. The details of the bills are placed at para 58 at page 16, N. Further in this context, it is S. that as per para 80 at page 21, N. Finance Department had stated that the Administrative Secretary of the Department has been delegated full powers to make payment of advocates, etc., subject to guiding principles and rates laid down by the Law Department. Hence, in the instant case, the Administrative Secretary of the Department is the competent authority for the proposed expenditure. The payment proposed to be made has been noted in FD. As per PR, Secretary, Finance, S. Order dated the 1st of May 2018. S. For approval of competent authority, may peruse the order of the Honorable High Court dated the 3rd of June 2019 placed at page no. 229, C 231, C in the matter W. P. CRL. 2728-2018 titled Sukul Lal Sanar versus the State, NCT of Delhi and ORS. The point no. 5. The said order on which action is required is reproduced under for ready reference. The present status report is not mention as to whether the inspections conducted in 25 child care institutions, women institutions showed any irregularities, and if so, the remedial steps taken in that regard. The next status report to be filed by the Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD, shall throw light on the above aspect, besides clarifying as to whether the office order dated the 19th of February 2019 has been implemented. In view of above directions, a draft status report along with relevant annexure has been prepared and placed alongside and filed for perusal and approval. P. May peruse the copy of the email along with enclosure placed at page no. 69, C70, C received from DI, Secretary, Litigation, Department of Law, Justice and LA, GNCTD, which is regarding providing list of defunct tribunals and Govt. of NCT of Delhi and the status of filling of the vacancies therein. In view of above, as directed by DD, CPU, a reply has been prepared addressed to DI, Secretary, Litigation, Department of Law, Justice and LA, GNCTD for further necessary action at their end. Status report on behalf of Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD. May peruse the copy of email DT 31.03.19 received from Senior Standing Counsel, CRL, GNCTD, Delhi High Court in the matter WP CRL 2805-2018 titled Farman versus the State, NCT of Delhi and ORS placed at 162 C. The court order DT 26.03.19 has also been received by email and is placed at 160 C to 161 C. The Senior Standing Counsel, CRL, GNCTD through his email had asked for ensuring compliance of the court order dated 26.03.19 and to file an affidavit and submit the status report well before the next date of hearing, i.e. fixed on the 16th of April 2019. In this context, it is asked that as per the directions of the Honorable High Court dated 26.03.19 as to whether any steps have been initiated to fill up the aforesaid 03 vacant posts. He states that he may be permitted to file an affidavit in this regard. Affidavit shall be filed within 2 weeks by the Principal Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD, indicating inter alia the steps taken to fill up the remaining 03 vacancies. In this regard, the following is S1. That in compliance to the Honorable High Court order dated the 26th of March 2019 with respect to steps taken to fill up the 03 vacant posts of chairpersons in child welfare committees. It is stated that advertisement in this regard will be published as in when clearance, no objection certificate is received from the Election Commission of India in order to invite applications for the said vacant posts. 2. In this regard, it is further stated that the Department has SA request letter to the Secretary Screening Committee for MCC Matter, General Administrative Department, Govt. of NCT of Delhi on the 4th of March 2019 so that a reference can go from They're to the Election Commission of India for obtaining NOC from them while the operation of the Model Code of Conduct is in vogue. The request has been S to obtain NOC for the following: I. Publication of advertisement for the post of chairperson in child welfare committees, E. To conduct the interviews for filling the post of chairpersons of child welfare committee and member social workers at juvenile justice boards, and E. Issuance of notification for appointment in child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards. 3. The Department of Women and Child Development will publish advertisement subject to the receipt of clearance NOC from the Election Commission of India to invite applications for the said vacant posts. Further efforts will be made to conduct interviews and subsequently notifications will be issued regarding appointment of chairpersons for various child welfare committee. 4. It is further stated that filling up the vacant posts is an ongoing process and in recent past an advertisement was published in January 2019 to invite applications for filling up the 2 posts of member social workers, Juvenile Justice Board. 3. In response to the said advertisement, the department has received 101 applications for the same. The screening of applications has already been completed by a sub-committee constituted by the Director, Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD. But for the Model Code of Conduct coming into operation, the interviews of the candidates earlier proposed to be held in the month of April 2019 have been put on hold until clearance from the Election Commission of India is received, for which reference is mentioned above in Para 2 has been made. 5. It is also stated that at present there are 10 child welfare committee operational in Delhi. Each child welfare committee comprises of 1 chairperson and 4 members. As stated above in Para 4, that filling up the vacant posts is an ongoing process and 7 chairpersons have already been appointed in various child welfare committees. The department assures the Honorable High Court to make best efforts for not keeping these vacancies unfilled. Accordingly, as per the directions of Director WCD, a draft status report is prepared for perusal, approval and signature for onward submission in the Honorable High Court of Delhi through Senior Standing Counsel, CRL, GNCTD. Status in the matter of W.P.C. 7340/2017. Titled Light Life Freedom vs. GNCTD. The matter on this file relates to W.P.C. 7340/2017, titled Light Life Freedom vs. GNCTD. Next. Listed for hearing on the 23rd of April 2019 in the High Court of Delhi. In this connection, it is asked that on the last 2 dates of hearing, i.e. the 25th of October 2018 and the 28th of January 2019, may see court orders on page 1048C and 1049C. The matter was not taken up by the Honorable Court. On the 9th of October 2018 in this matter, the status of department was given to Govt. Counsel Ms. Propsahay Kaur via email, May CPG. No. 1008C. Informing her that the NGO Light Life Freedom has not been complying with the provisions of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and the Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee. Delhi High Court has already filed a report with regard to the Light Life Freedom Home on the 15th of May 2018. Again on the 25th of January 2019, an email was sent to the Govt. Counsel, copy placed at page no. 1036C, informing her about the various deficiencies found during the inspection of Jyoti Home for Girls and Boys, C.O. Light Life Freedom, E-3/3, Malviya Nagar, New Delhi, conducted by the District Officer, South, on 17.12.18 and 18.01.19. Copy of inspection report placed at page no. 1015, C. 1033, C. In addition to the facts mentioned above, it is also as here that certificate registration of the home was valid up to the 28th of February 2017 and the same is lying pending for cancellation in view of deficiencies found from time to time. The cancellation of registration is still pending as the matter is sub judice before the Honorable High Court. In view of the submissions made above, the file is S for perusal and further directions P. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 23rd of April 2019. Payment of professional charges in R. O. Ms. Propsahay Kaur, Counsel, GNCTD. Matter is regarding payment of professional charges to Ms. Propsahay Kaur, Counsel, GNCTD, for amounting of Rs. 25,200. Rupees 25,200 only, in the case no. WPC 2600/2017, titled Salakshant Jain vs. Govt. of NCT of Delhi. And ANR. It is asked that as per the OM dated the 26th of June 2008 issued by the Law Department, GNCTD, Rs. 1,200 per day for appearance for effective hearing and Rs. 1,000 for drafting of written statement is fee is allowed to the ADL Public Counsel. In addition to this, 10% clerkage subject to maximum 2,400 is also allowed. Copy of the OM is placed at page no. 56C, Bill no. 2017-18-0391, GNCTD at page 93, C.S. No. Particulars amount 1. Professional fee for effective hearing on dated the 17th of July 28, the 17th of August 16, the 17th of September 13, the 17th of November 23. the 18th of January 17, the 18th of January 18, the 18th of February 20, the 18th of March 20, the 5th of September 18, the 8th of January 18, and 23 date. 2018-2002. Clerkage at 10% 2203. MISC. Expenses. Including typing, photocopying of judgments, courier, speed post. For service, postage, etc. On actual basis, 1,000, total 25,200 puck. IIDY. No. 264 DDCPU dated the 27th of November 2018, page no. 60 C. Subject. Payment of professional charges in R. O. Mr. Ashok Popley, Advocate. GNCTD. Matter is regarding payment of professional charges to Mr. Ashoki Popley, Advocate, GNCTD for amounting of Rs. 300 rupees 300 only, in the suit no. Appeal no. 32,018. Titled Shri Manas Mahajan versus Covet, of NCT of Delhi and others for obtaining the certified copy of the judgment. Keeping in view of above Puck I and 2, if agreed, the file may be routed through account. Functionaries DWCD for taking approval for payment of fees of Rs. 25,200 to Ms. Propsahay Court Counsel, GNCTD. SP. Sub. Submission of inquiry report in the matter OFW. PC 5331 2015 titled Honorata Bashist and ANR versus GNCTD and ORS. The matter on this file relates to submission of inquiry report in the Honorable High Court of Delhi and W. PC 5331 2015 titled Honorata Bashist and ANR versus GNCTD and ORS next listed for hearing on the 24th of April 2019 in the High Court of Delhi. In this connection, it is asked that with the approval of Director, WCD, an order was issued on the 15th of February 2019 constituting a new committee for conducting inquiry in the matter of XCWC. Members Ms. Anuradha Vashisht and Ms. Arti Mehta in view of the court matter pending before the Honorable High Court. It is further as here that the committee, after making their efforts, had concluded the inquiry, and the inquiry report being letter dated the 18th of April 2019 is received today through email in the above mentioned subject matter. In view of above, a draft status report is prepared and placed alongside it. Page _C for perusal. The same is also reproduced below for reference. Status report on behalf of Women and Child Development GOVT of NCT of Delhi that, in compliance to the Honorable High Court of Delhi orders dated a committee was constituted to conduct an inquiry in the matter of Ms. Anuradha Bashist and Dr. Arti Mehta, XCWC. Members. On the 16th of November 2017, Ms. Bharti Ali, Member State Level Selection Committee, Hawk Center for Child Rights, Delhi was appointed for the said inquiry. The inquiry process could not proceed, as both the XCWC members declined to participate in the inquiry. Despite repeated efforts by the inquiry officer, it is further stated that another committee was constituted via order dated the 15th of February 2019 for conducting inquiry in the matter of Ms. Anuradha Bashist and Dr. Arti Mehta, XCWC members. Copy of the order of committee, constituted as annexed as Annexure I, that the inquiry committee held its meeting and letters were sent to Ms. Anuradha Bashist and Dr. Arti Mehta on the 22nd of March 2019, providing them opportunity to furnish their explanation and to visit in person in the Office of District Officer, Northwest 2, Chairperson Inquiry Committee, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of NCT of Delhi on the 28th of March 2019. However, both the letters were returned back from the Postal Department with reasons mentioned as no receiver is present after repeated delivery attempts from Ms. Anuradha Bashist's address and no such person at Dr. Arti Mehta's address. That again on the 16th of April 2019, a meeting notice scheduled for the 18th of April 2019 at 11 a.m. to be held in the Office of the District Officer, Northwest 2, Chairperson Inquiry Committee, Department of Women and Child Development, Govt. of NCT of Delhi was issued to Ms. Anuradha Vashisht and Dr. Arti Mehta, mentioning that this would be considered a final opportunity for attending the meeting scheduled and furnishing their explanation, views, that the meeting notice, stated above in point no. 4 was sent through a special messenger. Through emails and telephonic calls were also made on their mobile numbers. In response, a reply via email was received from Ms. Anuradha Vashisht declining to take part in the inquiry, and Dr. Arti Mehta did not respond to the communications made to her. Copy of the email received from Ms. Anuradha Vashisht is annexed as Annexure 2, that the committee constituted for conducting inquiry in the matter of Ms. Anuradha Bashist and Dr. Arti Mehta, XCWC. Members had asked their inquiry report be letter dated the 18th of April 2019. Copy of the inquiry report is annexed as Annexure 3, if approved, and agreed the same may be S in the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Through Govt. Counsel Ms. Viva Mahajan, the matter is next listed for hearing on the 24th of April 2019. SP may peruse the 2 PUCs placed at page no. 286, C 289, C and 289, C 2290, C in the court matter W. P. C 503 2018 titled Polami Pavini Shukla versus UOI and ORS. Pending the before the Honorable Supreme Court of India. The next date in the Instant matter is the 5th of October 2019. 96. The first pup placed at page no. 286 C 289 C is received from OJT. Director DWCD, which is a copy of Office Report of Assistant Registrar dated the 4th of June 2019 in the above stated matter. 97. The second pup placed at page no. 290 C 291 C is copy of the court order dated the 4th of August 2019 of the Registrar Court 1, Honorable Supreme Court of India. The Registrar Court 1 order dated the 4th of August 2019 is also reproduced below for reference. Order respondent knows. 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 19, 22, 24, 29, 30, and 35 have filed counter affidavit. Respondent no. 1 is granted 4 weeks time as last opportunity for filing counter affidavit. Respondent knows. 9, 11, 21, 23, 27, 32, 33, 34, 39, and 40 have failed to file counter affidavit despite last opportunity having been granted. As such, further opportunity is declined. Respondent no. 16 is granted 2 weeks time for filing counter affidavit. Service is complete on the remaining respondents, but none has entered appearance. Registry to process the matter for listing before the Honorable Court after completion of period of 4 weeks. Whether counter affidavit is filed or not is further opportunity to file. Counter affidavit stands declined. 98. As per the above stated court order, respondent no. 1. Ministry of WCD has been granted 4 weeks time is last opportunity for filing counter affidavit in. Respondent no. 39. GNCT of Delhi, along with other 09 others have not been provided further opportunity to file counter affidavit. 99. In this regard, it is S that a short counter affidavit may see page no. 285. C was S on the 4th of May 2019, but it seems the same was not taken on record on the next date of hearing. I. E on the 4th of August 2019. 100. It is further S here that AD, CPU, and W. O, CPU are continuously trying to fix a meeting with the advocate on record. Chirag M. Croft, but the same has not been possible so far. 101. S4. Perusal of above facts and directions. P. May peruse the court order dated the 4th of November 2019 passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter WP, CRL, 2728-2018 titled Sukul Al Sunar versus the State NCT of Delhi, placed at page no. 272, C 274, C. 99. In this regard, it is S that the actionable point on the part of department is mentioned in the point no. 3 of the said court order. The point no. 3 of the order, dated the 4th of November 2018, is also reproduced below for reference. We have perused the compilation filed as ANNXURE1 and find that suggestions, shortcomings have been pointed out in respect of each of the institutions that need to be dealt with and deficiencies made good. Mr. Mehra states that there are several deficiencies in respect of work required to be undertaken by PWD that have been pointed out by Sanskar Ashram for boys, but no steps have been taken so far. The Principal Secretary PWD is directed to ensure that appropriate orders are passed that wherever the department is called upon to undertake repairs, additions, alterations, etc., in respect of any of the government-run child care homes, the said work is attended to within a reasonable time, preferably 1 week from the date of receiving such a complaint. 100. It is also S here that is directed on the puck. May see page 274. C. A letter has to be put up accordingly for concerned department I. EPWD for ensuring the compliance of the directions of the Honorable Court. 101. Accordingly, a draft letter addressed to PR Secretary PWD is prepared and placed in file at page no. 275 C for perusal and approval. Puck IDY no. 1306 DDCPU dated the 14th of February 2019, page no. 68C, subject, payment of professional charges in R. O. Ms. Propsahay Court Counsel, GNCTD. 36. The matter is regarding payment of professional charges to Ms. Propsahay Court Counsel, GNCTD, amounting to Rs. 14,200, rupees 14,200 only, in the case no. CM, M, no. 11/40/2018 titled Gitanali Dogra versus State of NCT of Delhi and Ors. 37. The details of Bill No. 2018-19-00405 GNCTD dated the 30th of January 2019 sent by Counsel Ms. Propsahay Kaur is placed at page no. 68C, and the same is also given below. S. No. Particulars amount 1. Professional fee 4. Effective hearing on dated 20.09.18 page 64. C. 10.10.18 page 61. C. 22.10.18 page 60. C. 20.11.18 page 59. C. 20.12.18 page 58C, and the 1st of September 2019, page 57. C. 12,002. Clerkage at 10%. 1,203. MISC. Expenses, including typing, photocopying of judgments, courier, speed post for service, postage, etc. On actual basis, 1,000. Total 14,238. Further, it is S that Department of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs, Govt. of NCT of Delhi has Issued dated the 12th of March 2015 regarding revision of terms and conditions and fees payable to Standing Counsel, Civil Criminal. Additional Standing Counsel, Civil Criminal Panel Advocates. Apps in the Delhi High Court. 39. As per the dated the 12th of March 2015, the revised remunerations fees details as is under. Nature of work revised remunerations fees hearing suit writ. Petition and appeals including oral application for leave to appeal in WP. Revision petition, special civil application in High Court Rs. 2,000 per case per day of effective hearing subject to a maximum of Rs. 10,000 per case. In case on non-effective hearing Rs. 500 per case per day subject to a maximum of 05 hearing. Drafting of writ. Petitions appeal, revision, pleading, suits, written statement, rejoinder, arbitration matter, etc. Rs. 2,000 per case drafting of MISC. Application, other petitions including interim motions, notices, leave application, arbitration company matter and other land. Acquisition references application for leave to appeal in writ petitions. Affidavits Rs. 1,000 per case per application max. Rs. 5,000 per case clerkage. Secretariat charges 10% of fees subject to maximum of Rs. 2,400 per case. 39. In view of above, if agreed the file may be forwarded to Accounts Branch DWCD for soliciting their opinion on the bill raised by the counsel Ms. Prabsahay Kaurand making payment of the same. 39. S for perusal P. May peruse the court. Order dated the 16th of April 2019 passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter WP, CRL, 2805-2018 titled Farman versus the State Government of NCT of Delhi and ORS placed at page no. 175 C 176 C 112. Ready reference order the 16th of April 2019 1. An affidavit has been filed. The order of the Honorable Court is also reproduced below for by the Department of Women and Child Development Government of NCT of Delhi stating inter alia that the department has approached the Election Commission of India through proper channel for obtaining a no objection certificate for taking steps to fill up 3 vacant posts of chairpersons in the child welfare committees. 2. Learned Standing Council CRL states that immediately after the permission is granted, steps will be taken to publish in WP CRL 2805-2018 page 1 of 2. Advertisement inviting applications for the subject post conducting interviews through a committee already in place and finally issuing a notification for the appointment. 3. List on the 17th of July 2019 to await the action taken report. 113. S for perusal and information P. May peruse the 2 PUCs placed at page no. 100 C 104 C and 105 C. 129 C received from DEPT of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs. GNCTD and DEPT of Social Welfare GNCTD. The details of both the PUCs are given under PUC I-91. The first PUC placed at page no. 100 C 104 C received from DEPT of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD is regarding verifying the 2 bills for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega Second R. K. Rathore, Advocate Honorable Supreme Court of India. 92. In this regard it is S that the advocate has appeared in W. P. C. No. 473 2005 titled Sampurna Barua versus UOI on dated the 29th of August 2016 and the 23rd of September 2016 for Department of WCD, GNCTD. PUC 293, the second PUC placed at page no. 105 C 129 C is a letter received from DEPT of Social Welfare GNCTD along with enclosures which is regarding verifying 2 bills as per the details given below. 1 bill of Ms. Pinky Anand ASG Honorable Supreme Court of India for appearing in W. P. C. 473 2005 titled Sampurna Barua versus UOI and ORS on the 22nd of March 2018 for DEPT of WCD GNCTD. 9 bills of Mr. Ajay Amrit Raj, Advocate, Honorable Supreme Court of India for appearing in W. P. C. 473 2005 on different dates 17.02.17, 504.17, 11.07.17, 18.08.17, 22.08.17, the 10th of November 2017, 15.11.17, 20.11.17, and 22.03.18. 94. In view of the both the PUCs as per detailed above, if agreed and approved, the bills in original may be returned back to DEPT of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD with a covering letter. 95. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed in file at page 130 C for perusal, approval and signature P. 47. May peruse the copy of email along with copy of the minutes placed at page no. 111 C 117 C of second meeting of steering Committee on Child Labor held on the 19th of March 2019 at 3 o'clock p.m. under the chairmanship of Divisional Commissioner Government of NCT of Delhi. 48. In this regard, it is S that the ATR on the points pertaining to this department is mentioned in the minutes of the Meeting dated the 19th of March 2019 have to be sent by the 30th of April 2019. 49. Reference point no. 7. The jurisdiction of CWCs are not aligned to. The points pertaining to this department are given under for the District Task Force DTF, and it would be better if the same are aligned. This matter need to be examined so that the jurisdiction of CWCs is aligned with the jurisdiction of DTF to avoid any difficulty in coordination and compilation of data. Point no. AWCD2. Endorse the copy of Order of Restoration, Repatriation of Child Labor rescued by DTF to the O respected DLC of districts of that labor. Department can verify the information such as addresses, parent details, etc. given by the child at the time of rescue operation by DTF and DWCD to ensure that the list of child labor rescued along with its address is provided to O resident commissioner of the concerned state for monitoring the rehabilitation, restoration by Labor Department. Point no. 9. The data pertaining to children rescued from child labor and later on repatriating them to the native states to be shared by CWC with local DM of the concerned state in order to ensure that the rehabilitation amount reached to the family of the child labor. 50. It is here that since the point no. 8 and 9 seem to be directly related to the CWCs and therefore, if agreed, we may forward the minutes of the meeting for compliance on the 2 points at their end. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter has been prepared and placed in file for perusal, approval and signature P. 51. S for signature of draft letter for CWCs. And for perusal and directions in R. 0.0. 7 of the minutes of the meeting. 52. SP. 47. May peruse the copy of email, along with copy of the minutes placed at page no. 111, C 117, C of second meeting of Steering Committee on Child Labor held on the 19th of March 2019 at 3 o'clock p.m. under the chairmanship of Divisional Commissioner Govett of NCT of Delhi. 48. In this regard, it is that the ATR on the points pertaining to this department is mentioned in the minutes of the meeting dated the 19th of March 2019 have to be sent by the 30th of April 2019. 49. The points pertaining to this department are given under for reference point no. 7. The jurisdiction of CWCs are not aligned to the District Task Force DTF, and it would be better if the same are aligned. This matter need to be examined so that the jurisdiction of CWCs is aligned with the jurisdiction of DTF to avoid any difficulty in coordination and compilation of data. Point no. 8. WCD to endorse the copy of Order of Restoration, Repatriation of Child Labor rescued by DTF to the O respected DLC of districts of that Labor Department can verify the information such as addresses, parent details, etc. given by the child at the time of rescue operation by DTF and DWCD to ensure that the list of child labor rescued, along with its address, is provided to O resident commissioner of the concerned state for monitoring the rehabilitation, restoration by Labor Department. Point no. 9. The data pertaining to children rescued from child labor and later on repatriating them to the native states to be shared by CWC with local DM of the concerned state in order to ensure that the rehabilitation amount reached to the family of the child labor. 50. It is here that since the point no. 8 and 9 seem to be directly related to the CWCs and therefore if agreed, we may forward the minutes of the meeting for compliance on the 2 points at their end. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter has been prepared and placed in file for perusal, approval and signature P. 51. S4. Signature of draft letter for CWCs and for perusal and directions in R. 0.0. 7 of the minutes of the meeting. 47. May peruse the court order dated the 26th of April 2019 passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter WP. CRL. 1560-2017 titled Soddenhelder versus the State NCT of Delhi and ORS placed at page no. 76, C82, C. 48, as per last para page no. 76, C, of the Honorable High Court order dated the 26th of April 2019 directions have been given to Outstanding Counsel, CRL, GNCTD, MWCD and BBA for making compliances. 49, S4, perusal and information P. 49, may peruse the puck placed at page no. 112, C 115, C received from Under Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Women and Child Development regarding providing information is on the 30th of April 2019 with respect to the number of cases of unnatural death of children, if any, in child care institutions. 50. In this regard, it is asked that the same information was earlier sent to MWCD on the 16th of March 2018, page no. 100C, wherein details of 2 cases of unnatural deaths were informed. Now, again, after collecting information from DCPOs and as per available office records, it is asked that one more case of unnatural death was reported on the 8th of February 2018 at Surakshit Bhakpan Open Shelter, Carol Bagh is informed through email by Ms. Bashida Singh, DCPO 11, May C. Page no. 123C. 51. In view of above, if approved and agreed, the information available is on the 30th of April 2019 may be sent to MWCD in the prescribed format. Accordingly, a draft letter has been prepared and placed in file for perusal and approval. 23. May peruse the copy of email dated the 29th of April 2019 along with enclosures placed at page no. 61C. 67C received from Ms. Meena Bardwaj, Deputy Registrar. Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee, which is regarding implementation of the judgment passed by Honorable Supreme Court of India on the 12th of November 2018 in WP. C. 565/2012 titled as Nippon Saxena versus UOI and ORS. 24. In this regard, it is asked that the Deputy Registrar, Honorable JJC, has forwarded the copy of Corrigendum No. F. 3 ed. BJ 105/2018 stated the 27th of February 2019 and judgment dated the 12th of November 2018 in the above mentioned writ petition, may see page no. 61C. 25. As directed by Director WCD on the PUC, the copy of Corrigendum had to be endorsed to Home Department GNCTD. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed in file for perusal and approval. P. May peruse the copy of email dated the 5th of August 2019 placed at page no. Slash. C. Received from Mr. Chaitanya Gosain, Advocate, Office of the Standing Counsel, CRO, Shish, Rahul Mehra, which is regarding attending a web meeting on the 5th of September 2019 at 3:30 p.m. at the telepresence facility, 3rd floor at Delhi High Court in WP. C. 1560/2017 titled as Soddenhelder versus State NCT of Delhi and ORS. In this regard, it is asked that as discussed yesterday with DD, CPU, and AD, CPU, since the CWCs are already attending the meetings in the above mentioned court matter, therefore, the chairpersons of all the child welfare committees have been informed to attend the today's meeting also. It is also as here that the undersigned had a telephonic conversation yesterday evening with Mr. Chaitanya Gosain, ADB, wherein he stated that Director WCD to also attend the today's meeting at Delhi High Court since the senior officers from MWCD will also be present in the said meeting. S for perusal and information. P. May peruse 2 PUCs placed at page no. 20C and 22C to 24C, which is regarding 2 different court matters. The details of both the PUCs are given under PUC I. The first PUC placed at page no. 20C is a court order dated the 4th of October 2019 in the matter CRL. Rev. P. 283/2016. Titled Delhi State Legal Services Authority versus State and ORS. In this regard, it is asked that this matter has been dealt by the chairperson, CWC2, and in the same matter in reference to court order dated the 15th of February 2019 PG 17 C18 C. A letter was sent to the chairperson officiating CWC2 page no. 19 C to comply with para no. 7 of the order dated the 15th of February 2019. In view of above, if agreed, the court order dated the 4th of October 2019 may be forwarded to chairperson officiating CWC2 for making compliance, if any, at his end. Accordingly, a draft letter is prepared and placed in file at page no. 25C for perusal. PUC 2, the second PUC placed at page no. 22C2. 24C is a copy of email along with court order dated the 29th of April 2019 in the matter WP, CRL, 1191/2019 titled Samadhi Orao and ORS versus Child Welfare Committee 7 and ANR. In this regard, it is asked that the said matter was disposed of on the 29th of April 2019 with directing that the applications made by the parents of the children to the Child Welfare Committee seeking their restoration are now scheduled for hearing at 4 p.m. today in the premises of the Child Welfare Committee. 8 at Kalkaji, New Delhi. Learned counsel appearing on behalf of petitioners does not press this petition at this stage. It is also asked that, as directed by worthy Director WCD, an updated status in the matter is to be sought from concerned CWCI, ECWC8. Accordingly, a draft letter is prepared and placed in file at page 26C for perusal. S. For perusal and approval of drafts placed at page no. 25C and 26C in view of PUC I and 2 respectively. May peruse the meeting notice placed at page no. 122C 125C received from Inspecting Officer HQ, Labor Department, GNCTD. The meeting notice is for 3rd meeting of State Level Steering Committee on Child Labor, scheduled to be held under the chairmanship of the Divisional Commissioner on the 15th of May 2019 at 3 o'clock p.m. in the conference room of O Divisional Commissioner at 5 Sham Nath Marg, New Delhi. It is mentioned in the meeting notice that a senior officer well conversant with the subject to attend the meeting along with the action taken report concerning to the department. In this regard, it is asked that an action taken report in our Honorable High Court judgment dated the 15th of July 2009 in the matter WP C 9767/2009 titled Court on its own motion versus Govett of NCT of Delhi had already been sent through email to Labor Department on the 3rd of December 2019 and the same was again sent on the 26th of April 2019. Copy of email placed at page no. 126C as per telephonic conversation held with Shish Manish Thakur, IO, HQ, Labor Department, GNCTD. It is also S here that an action taken. Report on the points pertaining to this department is mentioned in the minutes of the meeting held on the 19th of March 2019, second meeting of Steering Committee on Child Labor is also sent to Labor Department for further necessary action. PG. No. 121. C. S for perusal and information. P. May peruse 2 PUCs placed at page no. 92, C 94, C. And 95, C 99, C which are in the matter W. P. C 1560 2017 titled Soddenhelder versus the State NCT of Delhi and Ors. The details of both. The PUCs are given under Puck I. The first Puck placed at page no. 92, C 94, C is copy of letter issued by Ms. Suman Nalwat DCP. Specialized Training Center, New Delhi's regarding organizing workshops on missing children at STC Rajendra Nagar in compliance to the directions of the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter of Soddenhelder versus GNCTD. In this regard, it is S that ACP STC had a meeting with DI Director CPU on 605.19 on the issue of conducting training program of Delhi Police on missing children by faculty from CWC and DSLSA, and in continuation to the meeting held, nominations of 2 chairpersons and 1 member were sent through email for including them as instructor for the training program. Copy of email sent is placed at page no. 94 C. The second Puck placed at page no. 95 C 99 C is a court order dated the 5th of September 2019 in the matter Soddenhelder versus GNCT of Delhi. The Honorable High Court viewed. Point no. 12 had directed as under on the next date already fixed, i.e. on the 24th of May 2019, the court would require the presence of only the learned counsel for the petitioner and the learned standing counsel, CRL, for taking up the main matter. S for perusal and information. P. May peruse the letter along with enclosures placed at page no. 71 C. 74 C received from Special Secretary 3, Home, Department of Home, GNCTD, which is regarding compliance of the resolution passed in the meeting of Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee, Allahabad High Court held on the 2nd of May 2019. In this regard, it is S that one of the agenda of the meeting held on the 2nd of May 2019 at Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee, Allahabad High Court was to consider the matter for compliance of directions given in the judgment dated the 12th of November 2018 of the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the matter W. P. C. 565 2012 titled Nipun Saxena versus UOI and Ors. On the above mentioned agenda, the Honorable JJC Allahabad High Court had passed resolution on the above mentioned agenda as it is resolved that the copy of directions given in the judgment dated the 12th of November 2018 of Honorable Apex Court in the case of Nipun Saxena and another, etc., should be circulated to the Department of Home and Department of Women and Child Development for its compliance in the true spirit of POCSO Act 2012. Had already circulated the judgment dated the 12th of November 2018 of the Honorable. In this regard, it is asked that the Honorable JJC, Delhi High Court, Apex Court to all the LD, District and Sessions Judges, LD, Principal, Magistrates of JJB's IB and to other stakeholders. Judgment dated the 12th of November 2018 of Honorable Apex Court in the matter of. In view of above, if agreed, we may also circulate the Nipun Saxena versus UOI and Ors to all the child welfare committees for ensuring effective implementation of the judgment in the best interest of children in need of care and protection. Placed at page no. 75 C for perusal and approval. P. Accordingly, a draft to this effect has been prepared and may peruse 2 PUCs placed at page no. 100 C 101 C and 102 C. 103 C which are in the matter W. P. C. 1560 2017 titled Sodden Helder versus the State NCT of Delhi and Ors. The details of both the PUCs are given under Puck I. The first Puck placed at page no. 100 C 101 C is copy of email dated the 5th of July 2019 along with a letter dated the 5th of June 2019 received from Ministry of Women and Child Development. GOI is regarding furnishing information on the success rate of facial recognition software data provided on the Track Child portal and also the number of children matched and united with the family using FRS technology. In this regard, it is informed that on the above issue reply was sent to MWCD from ICPS Unit DWCD on the 5th of August 2019. Copy placed at page no. 91 C and as per directions of the Honorable High Court v. Point no. 7 of the order dated the 5th of September 2019. PG no. 95 C. Delhi Police had been directed for doing needful regarding providing password of the FRS to all the CWCs to enable them to upload photographs of the missing children found and housed in various shelter homes for restoring children to their parents. Further, as directed by Director WCD, information in R.O. success rate of FRS is required to be obtained from Home Dep. Delhi Police. Accordingly, a draft letter addressed to Home Dep. Delhi Police is prepared and placed in file for perusal. Puck 2. The second Puck placed at page no. 102. C. 103. C is copy of email. Received from O. Odhashish. Rahul Mehra, Standing Counsel, CRL. GNCTD, Delhi High Court is on the issue of appointment of para legal volunteers at each police station in the Delhi as per the directions of the Honorable High Court order dated the 26th of April 2019. In this regard, it is asked that the issue of appointment of paralegal volunteers directly pertains to Delhi State Legal Services Authority and Home Department GNCTD and the Home Department GNCTD had been directed v.no. 4 of the order dated the 5th of September 2019 of the Honorable High Court Delhi PG No. 97C to file a compliance report with respect to appointment of paralegal volunteers. S for perusal and approval of 2 drafts in light of PUC I and 4. Perusal and information of PUC 2. May peruse the court order dated the 17th of May 2019 placed at page no. 295. See wherein the Honorable Court had given the 7th of May 2019 as next date of hearing in the matter W. PC 5011-2017 titled Reena Jha and ANR versus UOI and ORS. His junior advocate in the court, in addition to the last affidavit S on in this regard, it is S that is discussed with Government Counsel in the 2nd of June 2019, May CPG No. 293 C. They need some clarifications in the matter before the next date of hearing. The advocate has given following points in writing needing clarification from the department. What are the discrepancies between the Model Guidelines 2013 and POCSO Act? What is the status of adoption of 2013 Model Guidelines? S for perusal and further directions P. Professional fees bills in R. O. Ms. Prabsahay Court, Advocate Government of NCT of Delhi. The matter on this file relates to payment of fee to Ms. Prabsahay Court, Advocate Government of NCT of Delhi in the matter of Gitanjali Dogra versus State of NCT of Delhi and ORS. The details of the bills are placed at para 37 at page 7N. Further in this context, it is S that as per para 47 at page 10N. Finance Department had stated that the Administrative Secretary of the Department has been delegated full powers to make payment of advocates, etc., subject to guiding principles and rates laid down by the Law Department. Hence, in the instant case, the Administrative Secretary of the Department is the competent authority for the proposed expenditure. The payment proposed to be made has been noted in FD, as per PR, Secretary Finance, S order dated the 1st of May 2018. In view of above, if agreed, we may send the file to the competent authority for according approval of ours. 12,000 towards payment of professional fee. Proposal for collaboration, life skills program Tim Tear. From Aparajita Foundations. Page no. 92, C104, C received from Senior Manager Implementation. May peruse the copy of email along with enclosures placed at and reach Aparajita Foundations, which is a proposal regarding collaboration, life skill program Tim Care. Arm of Aparajita Corporate Services dedicated to the cause of. In this regard, it is asked that Aparajita Foundation is the CSR. Transforming youth by imparting training for right attitude and greater awareness about their life. The foundation has offered their program for the Children Homes, CCIs of Delhi on a no-cost basis. Teachers and familiarization of program of Aparajita Foundation. The tentative sequences, methodology and steps for training is given under requirements from the department. Signing of MO. Issuance of circulars for teacher training by the department. Arranging for training place with audio, visual facility and public address system. Allocating 2 hours in the morning session in case their training is combined with any other departmental training. Preferably 2 teachers for training from each CCI school who will handle their project afterwards. The DCPOs and the block level officers to be present for the meeting and be the nodal officers. During training, arrangement for 25 to 30 students can be both boys and girls from 6th to 8th standard. This will enable them to have a representative live program for the teachers. What Aparajita will do: provide resource persons, trainers, distribution of 1. DVDs to each school. 2. A short note on life skills, its importance, need and benefits. 3. Feedback collection through mobile apps or in person. 4. Providing details of contact persons for any hand-holding is may be required. Goals, outcomes including short-term, mid-term and long-term. The proposal of Aparajita Foundation along with its specific methodology and approach, etc., is detailed in the enclosures placed at page may peruse the court order dated the 23rd of May 2019 placed at page no. 534, C to 537, C in the matter W. PC 11,187 2017 titled Court on its own motion versus Government of NCT of Delhi and ORS W. PC 2495 2018. Titled Court on its own motion versus Government of NCT of Delhi and ORS NW. PC 4689 2018 C. M 47123 2018 titled Court on its own motion versus State. The Honorable High Court of Delhi passed the following order. 1. At request of Mr. H.S. Fulka, Mr. Anand Kumar Asthana and Ms. Bharti Ali, for the reasons explained, we impled 1. Union of India, Ministry of Women and Child Development. 2. National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, through its Chairman, 3. Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights. DCPCR through its chairman. 4. Delhi Legal Services Authority. DLSA through its member secretary and 5 Delhi polices. Parties to the petitions. 2. Court notice be issued to the newly implemented respondents. Returnable on the 17th of July 2019. 3. Mr. Rahul Mehra, Standing Counsel for the State accepts notice on behalf of Delhi Police, Mr. Anurag Ahluwalia, Standing Counsel, accepts notice for UOI and Mr. A.K. Singh, Advocate accepts notice on behalf of NCPCR. 4. Mr. Fulka points out that in writ petition No. 2495-2018, the Court has taken note of 16 issues highlighted by the Supreme Court of India. He submits that pursuant to the directions issued, the Delhi government has filed their response on the 25th of March 2019. He submits that some of the issues are to be addressed by the Delhi police, for which Mr. Mehra submits that affidavit would be filed. Mr. Fulka further points out that parties implemented today may also be called to file their response on 16 issues highlighted by the Supreme Court of India in the judgment of Suparna Bahura versus UOI and others reported in 20183 SCC 433. The first page in para 94 of the said judgment be annexed along with the court notice to enable the parties to appreciate and to file a response before the next date of hearing. Mr. Mehra has pointed out that during the pendency of the writ petition, the Delhi government has taken various measures to ensure that all the children homes, 84 in all, including 21 government-run homes, are complying with the Act and the rules framed under the Juvenile Justice Act. He further submits that the Delhi government would be willing to address any other issue which is either incomplete or requires attention to ensure that all the homes run in conformity with the Act and rules framed thereunder. We request the learned amicus curiae who have been appointed in this matter to prepare a checklist of all the homes and supply an advance copy to Mr. Mehra. Mr. Mehra assures that in case of any shortfall, every endeavor would be made to address the same. 5. Attention of this court is drawn to the order dated the 31st of July 2018. More particularly, paragraphs 9 to 13, which we reproduce below, is an aspect of the failure of the respondents to conduct a cadre. 9. Another important issue flagged in WP. C. No. 11,187-2017. Review in the Department of Women and Child Development. Government of NCT of Delhi. Asthana LD. Amicus curiae to the absolutely vague and evasive. 10. In this regard, our attention is drawn by Mr. Anand Kumar. The verments made in paras 6 and 7 of the status report filed by Shish G.C. Lahani, Dai, Director, ADMN, Department of Women and Child Development, Govt. of NCT of Delhi under a cover of index dated the 27th of July 2018, pages 159 and 160. Passing of our order dated the 9th of April 2018, a committee was 11. A perusal of this status report would show that after constituted to suggest the suitable restructuring and creation of new posts in the department, it appears that despite the recommendation having been made by the committee, no action has been taken at all. Council, CRL. For GNCT of Delhi, the two departments would be 12. We are informed by Mr. Rahul Mehra, learned standing involved in carrying out the cadre review, one of which is the Department of Women and Child Development and another is the Department of Social Welfare. Secretary of Department of Social Welfare placing before this court. 13. Let an affidavit be filed under the signatures of the steps taken on the recommendations of the committee in the timeline within which the cadre review would be completed. Such affidavit shall be filed within a period of 4 weeks from today. 6. Mrs. Avnish Alawat, Standing Counsel appearing for Women in Child Welfare Department, submits that in compliance of this order, a status report was filed. Mr. Asthana contends that the cadre review is yet to take place and most of the officers are working in diverting capacity and in view thereof the work is suffering. 7. We direct that a specific affidavit be filed by the government of NCT of Delhi in compliance with paragraphs 9 to 13 of the order dated the 13th of July 2018, which we have reproduced herein above. In case, for any reason, this order is not complied, the concerned officer is directed to remain present in court with reasons for the same connected record be also called in court. 8. Attention of the court is also drawn to para 4 of the order dated the 15th of May 2018 pertaining to institutions not complying with requirements of the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. Mr. Nipun Malhotra, a physically challenged person who filed a writ petition with regard to disabled persons, was requested to conduct a disability audit of the child care institutions and submit a report to Mr. Satyakam. While we are informed that the audit has been completed but no report has been 9. Let a court notice be issued to Mr. Nipun Malhotra also returnable on the 17th of July 2019. Additionally, Mr. Satyakam, Standing Counsel for NCT of Delhi, shall also inform him and request him to submit the report by the 7th of March 2019. Upon receipt of the report, in case of any shortcomings, the Delhi government is requested to ensure compliance of the same. Reports of the inspections carried out in the last 1 year be supplied to the amicus curiae. 10. The Delhi government has very fairly offered that an honorarium be fixed for both the amicus curiae who have worked tirelessly in assisting the court. Accordingly, honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each is fixed for the amicus curiae appointed in the matter. Learned amicus curiae assure the court that guidelines for inspection would be finalized by the 29th of May 2019. Copies shall be supplied to Mr. Mariand, Deputy Director of Women and Child Department, GNCTD. 11. Copy of the order be given DASTI to all the parties under signatures of the court master. G. May peruse the copy of the third meeting minutes of steering Committee on Child Labor placed at page no. 127C to 135C. Received from Inspecting Officer H. Q. Labor Department, GNCTD. Chairmanship of Divisional Commissioner, Labor Department. The meeting was held on the 15th of May 2019 under the point no. 8 of the minutes PG no. 132C is reproduced below. The jurisdiction of CWC is aligned with the jurisdiction of DTF, so the chair asked the representative of WCD to ensure that there is no overlap in coordination and compilation of data. The representative from WCD informed that majority of CWC are in alignment with the revenue district. Only in few cases there is overlapping. The chair directed representative of WCD to give information regarding CWC jurisdiction-wise, that before the next meeting all departments should send ATR in. It was also directed by the chairman, steering committee. Respective decision taken in the third steering committee meeting is, well as previous meeting and on their role and responsibilities, prescribed by the Honorable High Court through its judgment dated the 15th of July 2009. 7 PG 132C. Responsibilities prescribed by the Honorable High Court through its. In this regard, it is asked that comments on the role and judgment dated the 15th of July 2009 in R. O. Dept. of WCD, GNCTD had already been sent through email to Labor Dept. on the 26th of April 2019 and ATR on the minutes of second steering committee meeting was also sent to Labor Department on the 14th of May 2019. May seek status from all CWCs on point no. 8 of the third meeting. In view of above submissions, if agreed and approved minutes of steering committee on child labor. Accordingly, a draft letter to this effect is prepared and placed in file at page no. 136C4. Perusal and approval P. Subject, payment of professional fees bills in R. O. Ms. Propsahe. Core, Advocate Govett, of NCT of Delhi. The matter on this file relates to payment of fee to Ms. Propsahe. Core, Advocate Govett, of NCT of Delhi in the matter CM, M, no. 11/40/2018 titled Geetanjali Dogra versus State of NCT of Delhi and ORS. The details of the bills are placed at para 37 at page 7, N. In this regard, it is asked that as per para 47 at page 10, N. Finance. Expenditure, B. Department had already noted the payment proposed to be made towards Government Council and had stated that the Administrative Secretary of the Department has been delegated full powers to make payment of advocates, etc., subject to guiding principles and rates laid down by the law. Department. Hence, in the instant case, the Administrative Secretary of the Department is the competent authority for the proposed expenditure. The payment proposed to be made has been noted in FD, as per PR. Secretary Finance, S. Order dated the 1st of May 2018. In view of above, if agreed, we may send the file to the competent authority I. P. Worthy Secretary WCD for according approval of Rs. 12,000 towards payment of professional fee to Ms. Propsahe. Core. May peruse the court order dated the 29th of May 2019 placed at page no. 1C. Passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter W. P. CRL. 1639-2019 titled Abhilashad Dwivedi v. S. Department of Women and Child Development, NCT of Delhi and ANR. The next date in the instant matter is the 12th of July 2019. In this regard, it is asked that DI. Director, WEC, DWCD has forwarded the above-mentioned court order with remarks as Ms. Abhilasha was working in MHU, OHB, Kingsway Camp, hence the matter pertains to CPU. As mentioned in the court order, a reply affidavit to the petition is to be filed, but till date the copy of petition has not been received and it is not clear by going through the court order dated the 29th of May 2019 as to what are the concerns, subject of the writ petition to which reply has to be filed. In view of above, if agreed and approved, we may forward the file to litigation branch for providing the copy of petition, details of the case, so that further necessary action in the matter could be done. May peruse the copy of email dated the 20th of June 2019 along with enclosures placed at page no. 370, C 372, C received from Under Secretary to Govett of India, Ministry of WCD, GOI seeking information in R.O. data of CWC's JJBs and CCIs up to the 19th of June 2019 on the enclosed. Performa latest by the 21st of June 2019. In this regard, it is asked that the reply required to be sent to the Under Secretary to GOI, MWCD has been prepared on the basis of available information in CPU and ICPS units and placed at page no. 373, C for perusal and approval P. Submission of counter affidavit in the matter W. P. C. 503 2018 titled Before the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Polami Pavini Shukla versus Union of India and or pending. As per the instructions from the LD. Standing Council, the draft. Comments to be incorporated in the counter affidavit were sent to the Office of Government Counsel after the same were approved by the Director, WCD Vid Para 111 at page 22, N. It is as here that, in continuation to the approved draft comments sent to the Office of Shish. Chirag M. Shroff Government Council on the 7th of May, 2019, the draft counter affidavit to be filed in the Honorable Supreme Court of India has been received back from the Council wherein the comments of the Department have been incorporated in the draft counter affidavit. The same is placed at page no. 341, C 347, C4. Perusal. It is also as here that the counter affidavit received back from the Council were without index to be placed above the affidavit. The index required has been prepared and attached with the counter affidavit. The fair copy of the final counter affidavit is placed alongside in file. For perusal, approval and signature P. The next date in the instant. Matter is tentatively fixed for the 15th of July 2019. May peruse the puck placed at page no. 120, C 121, C received from Shish, S. C. Sinha, Head Bhakpan Bachao Andolan and Global Policy Institute for Children, which is regarding pending rehabilitation of rescued bonded laborers due to delay in issuance of release certificate for issuance of release certificates by the concerned district. In this regard, it is asked that through his letter he has requested magistrates from which the child laborers were rescued by the Bhakpan Bachao Andolan during the period October 2017 to September 2018. The Labor Department as the subject matter pertains to them. Further, as directed on the PUC, the letter has to be forwarded. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter has been prepared and placed at page no. 122, C for perusal and approval P. Sub, regarding contract extension WEF the 4th of May 2019 to the 31st of March 2020. Contractual welfare officers working in CPU branch along with other. The matter on this file relates to the 4 days gap given to the contractual employees. F. 648 DWCD, ADMN, JJ Act 2013 6067-77 dated the 24th of June 2019 had. In this regard, it is asked that the Department vete Order No. Issued Extension Order WEF the 4th of May 2019 to the 31st of March 2020 in R.O. Contractual employees working in the Department of WCD, GNCTD. With a gap of 4 days. Information regarding this gap of 4 days in their extension order and welfare officers posted in CPU branch have given the remarks given by the ADMN branch that they are given compensatory leaves from the 1st of July to the 4th of July 2019 to set off the 4 days gap period. May kindly refer the order issued by ADMN branch placed in file from 43C to 48C along with letters from 2 welfare officers posted in Child Protection Unit 2019, i.e. on 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 9th July 2019 the meetings of state. It is important to mention here that in the first week of July, level selection committee have been convened to select candidates for the post of member social worker, juvenile justice board. This matter is being dealt by the undersigned along with Ms. Fatima W.O. Services of Ms. Fatima will be required as she has been handling all the correspondences related to the meetings of SLSC. Resume. It is further informed that Mr. Vineet W.O. is looking after. It is also informed that WEF the 1st of July 2019 the court matters and various meetings with Government councils have to be attended for the cases coming in the first week of July. Services of Mr. Vineet will also be required to coordinate with Government council as well attending High Court for the matters listed during first week of July 2019 as the undersigned and I. Director will be busy in the meeting of SLSC. Request the Director WCD competent authority to exempt above. In view of submissions made above, if agreed, we may mention 2 welfare officers from availing their compensatory leaves during the period the 1st of July to the 4th of July 2019. Both the above mentioned welfare officers are privy of all files and records related to SLSC and court matters respectively. First week of July 2019 in the Child Protection Unit they may be. It is thus asked that considering the urgency of work during the allowed to avail compensatory leaves during some other time, may peruse the letter along with copy of writ petition placed at page S for perusal and approval P. No. 1 C2 129 received from DI. Director, Litigation, Branch Department of Social Welfare, GNCTD in the matter W. P. CRL 1165-2019 titled Nirmal Gurana versus State of NCT of Delhi and ANR. The instant matter is fixed for hearing in the Honorable High Court of Delhi on the 16th of July 2019. Respondents in depth of social welfare, GNCTD is respondent no. In this regard, it is asked that in this petition there are total 10. 8. It is further informed that Child Welfare Committee, Lajpat Nagar, through its chairperson is respondent no. 9. May CPG. No. 121C. 122C. After going through the prayers made in the petition which is placed at page no. 71, C72C, it is observed that the present case has been filed for proper implementation of the provisions of Central Sector Scheme for Rehabilitation of Bonded Laborer, 2016 and Prayer No. 3 PG. 71C states for providing adequate rehabilitation of the 3 rescued minor girls in accordance with the provisions of the said scheme. Is the main party in the present writ petition as Labor Department is. In view of the prayers made, it seems that Labor Department, the Nodal Department for Implementation of Bonded Labor System, Abolition, Act 1976. Hearing on the 16th of July 2019 along with already pending W.P.C.R.L. It is also as here that the present writ petition is listed for 10/11/2018 titled Nirmal Gurana vs. Govett, of NCT of Delhi and Ors. May see court order dated the 29th of April 2019 placed at page no. 131C. Attached along with file of W.P.C.R.L. 11/65/2019 is both the matters. The court matter file of W.P.C.R.L. 10/11/2018 is being are related to bonded laborers and both are jointly listed for hearing on the 16th of July 2019. As per para 48 to 49 at page 8 and in the court. Matter file of W.P.C.R.L. 10/11/2018 the Govett Council had informed that the case pertains to labor debt, and if required the Govett Council will contact Department of WCD, GNCTD. May peruse the copy of writ petition along with Hon'ble High Court. S for perusal and information P. Of Delhi order dated the 25th of February 2019 placed at page no. 1 C2 163 C in. The matter W. P.C. 1950-2019 titled Shri Salak Chand Jain vs. Union of India and Ors. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 31st of July 2019. Respondents in depth of Women and Child Development GNCTD. In this regard, it is asked that in this petition there are total 09. Is respondent no. 5. Placed at page no. 145 C 147 C. It is observed that the petition, after going through the prayers made in the petition which is mainly pertains to implementation of RTE Act 2009 and the prayer at SL, no. E pertains to this department as it points out about making proper infrastructure like shelter homes, rehabilitation center, orphanage, women and children protection center so that the children and women cannot be bullied by the unwanted and unsocial elements and criminals, women and children in accordance with the law. If agreed in, the department is already running various shelter homes for approved. We may forward the details of our institutions being run for women and children to the Director, Education, Directorate of Education, GNCT of Delhi to incorporate this information in their reply to be filed in the Hon'ble High Court of Delhi and also to watch the interest of this department. WEC branch for providing the details of services related to women. The draft U.O. is prepared and placed in file at page 164 C4 so that the same could be forwarded to the Director, Education, Directorate of Education along with the details of services pertaining to this branch. S for perusal and approval P. Undersigned today at 3:30 p.m. from Vigilance Branch DWCD. The file with detailed affidavit has been received by the affidavit placed in file seems to be drafted hurriedly as it contains factual, typographical errors and some of the same errors, mistakes could be easily seen at page no. 13, para not in chronology, and 17. Dates in R.O. suspension of woes needs to be checked. Hearing on tomorrow I.e. the 7th of December 2019 and the time for filing of. It is also pertinent to mention here that the matter is fixed for. Counter affidavit had already lapsed. This matter may be directed to attend the court proceedings tomorrow. Hence, it is requested that the officers already dealing with, and the undersigned is ready to provide help to the concerned officers as and when required in the instant court matter. May peruse the court order dated the 16th of April 2019 placed at page no. 175, C 176, C passed in the matter W. P. CRL. 2805-2018 titled Farman versus the State Govett of NCT of Delhi and Ors, as per the directions of the Hon'ble Court at point no. 3 of the said order and action taken. Report is to be filed in R.O. filling up of 3 vacant posts of chairpersons. In Child Welfare Committee, Analyst I.T. Branch DWCD had been instructed to prepare online. In this regard, it is asked that the Mr. Anirudh Soni system form so that applications for the said vacant posts could be invited through online mode. It is also added here that for selection of O2 member social workers for Juvenile Justice Board 3 Sewa Kudir meetings of the State Level Selection Committee were held on the 7th of February 2019, the 7th of March 2019, the 7th of April 2019 and the 7th of September 2019 to interact with the candidates shortlisted. The minutes of the meetings have been issued on the 7th of December 2019. Hon'ble High Court of Delhi is prepared and placed alongside in file. Accordingly, a draft action taken report to be filed in the for perusal and approval. The next date in the instant matter is the 17th of July 2019. May peruse copy of email placed alongside received from Child Welfare Section 2, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Govett of India, which is regarding providing comments in the matter. W.P.C. No. 503-2018 titled Polami Pavini Shukla versus Union of India and Ors. Matter had been S on the 7th of February 2019 in the office of Shish Chirag M. In this regard, it is asked that a counter affidavit in this court. Shroff Govett. Counsel to be filed before the Honorable Supreme Court of India before the next date of hearing. Counter affidavit filed in the Honorable Supreme Court of India may be, in view of above, if approved and agreed, the copy of the forwarded to Child Welfare Section 2 MWCD for information, alongside and filed for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter is prepared and placed. Sub, regarding providing honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each to the amicus curiae, page 63, N.No. 10 in R.O. providing honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs. Reference to the query raised by Additional Director WCD it. Each to the amicus curiae by the Delhi government. The 23rd of May 2019 in the matter W. PC 11,187-2017 titled Court on its. In this regard, it is asked that during the course of hearing on Motion versus Govett of NCT of Delhi and ORS, the above stated subject matter aroused in the court wherein firstly it was suggested by one of the advocates to fix Rs. 5 lakhs each for the amicus curiae, but finally the honorarium was decided as Rs. 2 lakhs each by the Honorable Court itself to be provided by the Delhi government to the amicus curiae, namely Mr. Anand Kumar Asthana and Ms. Bharti Ali, filed to litigation branch for examining this matter and further. In view of the above, if agreed and approved, we may send the processing the issue of payment of honorarium to be provided to the amicus curiae, Puck IDY, No. 358 DDCPU dated the 12th of May 18, page No. 93, C. Subject, payment of professional charges in R. O. Ms. Propsahay. Court Counsel, GNCTD. Propsahay Court Counsel, GNCTD for amounting of Rs. 25,200. Matter is regarding payment of professional charges to Ms. Rupees 25,200 only, in the case No. W. PC 2600-2017 titled Salak Chand Jain vs. Govett of NCT of Delhi and ANR, issued by the Law Department, GNCTD, Rs. 2,000 per case per day. In this regard, it is asked that, as per the O. M dated the 12th of March 2015, had been fixed for panel advocates for appearance of effective hearing. In addition to this 10% clerkage charge subject to maximum 2,400 is also allowed. Copy of the O. M is placed at page No. 16, C20, C. Bill No. 2017-18-0391 GNCTD at page 93, C. S. No. Particulars. Amount. 1. Professional fee for effective hearing on dated the 17th of July 28, the 17th of August 16, the 17th of September 13, the 17th of November 23, the 18th of January 17, the 18th of January 18, the 18th of February 20, the 18th of March 20, the 5th of September 18, the 8th of January 18, and the 23rd of August 2018. 22,000. 2. Clerkage at 10%. 2,200. 3. MISC. Expenses, including typing, photocopying of judgments, courier, speed post, for service, postage, etc. On actual basis, 1,000. Total, 25,200. Puck IIDY. No. 264 DDCPU dated the 27th of November 2018, page No. 60, C. Subject, payment of professional charges in R. O. Mr. Ashok Popley. Advocate, GNCTD. Ashoki Popley, Advocate, GNCTD amounting to Rs. 300 rupees. Matter is regarding payment of professional charges to Mr. 300 only, in the suit No. Appeal No. 32,018 titled Shri Manas Mahajan vs. Govett of NCT of Delhi and others for obtaining the certified copy of the judgment. The file may be routed through account functionaries DWCD 4. Keeping in view of above mentioned Puck I and 2, if agreed. Taking approval for payment of fees of Rs. 25,200 to Ms. Propsahay Kaur and Rs. 300 to Mr. Ashok Popley, Advocate, GNCT of Delhi. Submission of counter affidavit in the matter W. P. CRL. 1639-2019. Titled Abhilashad Dwivedi vs. Department of Women and Child Development, NCT of Delhi and ANR. The above mentioned subject matter. The draft affidavit had already. The matter on this file relates to filing of counter affidavit in. Been received from Govett. Counsel with para-wise comments, and the comments of this branch have also been incorporated in para 14 and 22, 11, N in file F. 32, 68 W. P. CRL. 1639-2019 H. C. Lit. DWCD 2019. In this regard, Additional Director WCD V'd his note at page. Had directed to provide the counter affidavit to Govett. Counsel for filing the same before the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Copy of note is placed at page No. Prepared and placed alongside and filed for perusal and approval. The final draft of counter affidavit along with 4 annexures is. Next date in the instant matter is the 19th of November 2019, but the counter affidavit is to provided to Govett. Counsel at the earliest for filing the same in the Honorable High Court of Delhi. No. 195C passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter. May peruse the court order dated the 17th of July 2019 placed at page W. P. CRL. 2805-2018 titled Farman versus the State Govt. of NCT of Delhi and ORS. The directions of the Honorable Court are also reproduced under for reference. Department of Women and Child Development Govt. of NCT of keeping in view the said action taken report the Delhi is directed to complete the process of appointment of 3 chairpersons to the Child Welfare Committee within 3 months. However, list the present matter for compliance on the 30th of October. With the aforesaid direction, present writ petition is closed. 2019. Appointed before the next date of hearing, the Secretary, Department. It is made clear that in the event the 3 chairpersons are not of Women and Child Development Govt. of NCT of Delhi shall be personally present in court on the 30th of October 2019. May peruse the court order dated the 17th of July 2019 placed at page no. Underscore. S for perusal and information P. CETA underscore C and letter received from CEO NIPMAN Foundation. Placed at page no. Underscore CETA underscore C in the matter W. PC 11187 2017. Titled Court on its motion versus GNCTD in ORS. The 17th of July 2019 had directed the NIPMAN Foundation to conduct the. In this regard, it is asked that the Honorable Court vete order dated audit at the places wherein audits could not be conducted on previous occasions and had further directed the concerned authorities to allow the organization to complete the audit process be done at JJB2 Delegate and CWC IV Mayor Vihar. As per the letter of CEO, NIPMAN Foundation audits have to concern to extend cooperation to NIPMAN Foundation in order to. In view of this, if agreed, we may inform the officers. Complete the audit process. IV and SUPT, DD, who JJB2 have been prepared and placed. Accordingly, draft letters addressed to Chairperson, CWC, alongside and filed for perusal and approval P. May peruse the PUC placed at page no. 156, C to 164, C received. From member, Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Regarding providing action taken report on the compliance of order of Honorable High Court of Delhi and W. P. C. No. 9767 2009 in the matter of court on its own motion versus Govt. of NCT of Delhi. Taken report along with relevant enclosures on the points pertaining to in this regard, it is informed that on the same issue in action. This department had been sent through email on the 3rd of December 2019 to O. Divisional Commissioner, Revenue Department, GNCTD. The same is placed at page no. 90, C to 96, C. Same information to member DCPCR for information and further. In view of above, if agreed and approved, we may forward the necessary action. Accordingly, a forwarding letter is prepared and placed alongside and filed for perusal. May peruse the PUC placed at page no. 129, C 130, C which is a copy of the letter addressed to the DDO, Superintendent CWC 8. Kasturba Niketan, Lajpat Nagar under the signatures of Chairperson, CWC 8. 8 had requested for providing 4 megapixels camera for. In this regard, it is asked that through his letter Chairperson, CWC, capturing photographs of missing and found children in light of the directions of Honorable High Court of Delhi passed in the matter of W. P. CRL 1560-2017 titled Sodhan Helder versus the State NCT of Delhi and ORS. Regarding timelines for completing the selection process for appointment of chairpersons in child welfare committees. Fixed for completing the selection process for appointment of 3. As directed by worthy Secretary WCD, a timeline had to be chairpersons in child welfare committees. Entire selection process needs be divided in following 4 parts. In this regard, it is asked that as discussed with AD CPU, the along with a timeline for each bifurcated part, publication of advertisement and calling of applications 15 days WEF the 20th of August 2019. The 9th of April 2019. Scrutiny of applications 15 days WEF the 9th of May 2019. The 20th of September 2019. Selection process 15 days WEF the 21st of September 2019. The 10th of May 2019. Issuance of notification 2nd week of October 2019. Appointment of chairpersons 3rd week of October 2019. Be conveyed to Shish Rahul Mehra Sr., Standing Counsel GNCTD 4. If agreed and approved, the above mentioned timelines may. Information. May peruse the PUC placed at page no. Underscore CETA underscore C received. From the Registrar General, Delhi High Court, New Delhi, which is regarding writ petition, civil, no. 11,382 2017 and CM no. 4,873 2018. 23,585 2019 titled Foundation for Social Empowerment versus Union of India and ORS. For directions passed by the Honorable High Court vete order dated. In this regard, it is asked that as directed by Director WCD and is the 15th of July 2019 action taken report as per para 17 of the order dated. The 4th of December 2019 has to be S in the Honorable Court. The para 17 of the court. Order dated the 4th of December 2019 is reproduced below for reference. Government of NCT of Delhi through the Chief Secretary calling. In these circumstances, we issue notice to Respondent No. 2. Upon the said Respondent to address the court on the following queries. of whether there is any law, rule, or regulation that governs institutions that are operating privately in Delhi providing lodging and boarding on indiscriminate basis, styled as paying guests, accommodations, hostels, lodging houses, etc. B. If answer to above query is in the affirmative, whether the paying guest accommodations, hostels and lodging houses, etc., operating privately at an informal level from residential buildings or otherwise are registered and or licensed under such law, rule, or regulation, and the number of such establishments in Delhi that are so registered and or licensed. Department is not having any law, rule, or regulation governing. As per above mentioned point no. It is asked that this institutions which are operating privately in Delhi and providing lodging and boarding on indiscriminate basis, styled as paying guests, accommodations, hostels, lodging houses, etc. Standing Council, Govt. of NCT of Delhi for apprising the same. If agreed, the same reply may be conveyed to the additional before the Honorable High Court of Delhi. SP. Has been S by Chairperson, CWC3, Sewa Kudir Complex through. May peruse the copy of the affidavit placed alongside which. Shish. Rahul Mehra Sr. Standing Counsel, CRL. GNCTD in the matter. W. P. CRL. 1560-2017 titled Soddenhelder versus the State NCT of Delhi and Ors. The said affidavit had been filed in compliance to the directions passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi v. Order. Dated the 25th of July 2019. Smooth and beneficial use of facial recognition software, FRS. As per para no. 8 of the above mentioned affidavit 4. There is a need of 2 colored high-pixel web cameras and 2. Overcome the problem of internet, 1 Android tablet mobile phone. With 4G connection is also required in all the 10 child welfare committees. The 13th of August 2019 all the DDO, who of the 10 CWCs have been directed to. In this connection, it is stated that this office order dated. Make arrangements for availability of 1 web camera along with high-speed internet if not done already, may CPG. No. 138 C 139. C. It is also S here that since there is demand for 2 colored high-pixel web camera and 1 Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connection in all the 10 child welfare committees, if agreed we may send the file to competent authority for obtaining approval of colored high-pixel web camera and Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connection, 1 each for all the 10 child welfare committees in order to ensure effective use of facial recognition software, FRS. May peruse the copy of email placed at page no. 215, C 225 C. Received from the O. Gautam Narayan, additional Saint Nading Council. GNCTD in the matter W. PC 466 2012 titled Bhakpan Bachao. Andolan versus UOI and ORS next listed for hearing on the 6th of September 2019 at High Court of Delhi. Instructions from this department on SL. No. 5 and 6 PG. No. 216 C of. In this connection, the Govt. Council has sought written. The attachment, a note handed over by the petitioner to the Council, raising various issues of trial, investigation and compensation in POCSO cases, attached with the email which is in relation to the responsibilities of Child Welfare Committee and Support Person, falling under the purview of POCSO Act and rules. To all the Child Welfare Committee seeking their comments on the in view of above, if agreed we may forward these 2 points. Same so that the same may be conveyed to the Govt. Council for apprising the Honorable Court, alongside and file for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed. The instant matter on this file relates to putting in place an expected timelines in our completion of selection process of 3 chairpersons in child welfare committees. The file seeking approval for publication of advertisement for selection of 3 chairpersons is under submission to the competent authority and same is likely to be approved within 2 to 3 days. Completed as per following timelines. Thus, it is asked that the entire selection process is expected to be publication of advertisement and calling of applications 12 days WEFO4, the 9th of May 2019. 1617.09.2019. Scrutiny of applications 10 days WEF the 16th of September 2019. The 27th of September 2019. Selection process 12 days WEF the 30th of September 2019. The 10th of November 2019. Issuance of notification 3RD week of October 2019. Appointment of chairpersons 4th week of October 2019. Be conveyed to Shish. Rahul Mehra Sr. Standing Counsel GNCTD4. If agreed and approved, the above mentioned timelines may. Information regarding providing honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each to the amicus curiae. Rs. 2 lakhs each to the amicus curiae by the Delhi government is. The matter on this file relates to payment of honorarium of mentioned in the Honorable High Court of Delhi order dated the 23rd of May 2019. May see para 10 of the court order placed at PG. No. 8C. In this regard, it is asked that the above stated matter was put up in the main court matter file on the 22nd of July 2019 and the same was sent to litigation branch for examination and further processing. Copy of the note sheet placed at PG. No. 13C. The 26th of July 2019 from litigation branch from which it is observed that the it is further as that, in this context a note was put up on Matter to be forwarded to Law Department seeking their views in R.O. Payment of amicus curiae, namely Ms. Bardi Ali and Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana. The file was then finally sent to Accounts Branch. Through proper channel on the 18th of August 2019, copy of the note sheet is placed at page no. 12th C14C. The 28th of August 2019, and this being a serious court matter, the main file was, as the next date of hearing in the instant matter was, withdrawn from Accounts Branch on the 26th of August 2019 for want of documents required to be taken to Hon'ble High Court. A part file of this court matter on the issue of payment of Rs. 2 lakhs. In view of submissions made above, if agreed, we may create each to amicus curiae, namely Ms. Bardi Ali and Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, and send the file to Accounts Branch for further processing it. Their end and the main file to be kept in this branch in R.O. Compliances to be made further. Relevant note sheet from main file and relevant court orders have. Accordingly, a part file is being created wherein copies have been put in place, and at the correspondence side, the main file to be kept in branch in R.O. Compliances to be made further. May peruse the copy of the letter placed at page no. 227, C230, C. S for perusal and approval P. Received from Chairperson, Child Welfare Committee 2-8 Ixn. X in response to this office letter dated the 29th of August 2019 in respect of providing comments required to be forwarded to Govt. Council in the matter W. PC 466 2016 titled Bhakpan Bachao Andolan versus Union of India and ORS of CWC and support persons in cases falling under POCSO Act. In this regard, it is S that on the 2 points I. E responsibilities. Following comments have been received. S. No. Name of the CWC. Comments of Child Welfare Committee. 1. CWC 2, 8 Lajpat Nagar and Kalkaji. Chairperson has informed the Directorate of Education, School, Branch, Old Secretariat, Delhi Bead Circular No. De. 23-363, SCH. BR. 2018-2151 stated the 29th of March 2019 for non-plan. Admission in classes V2X for the year 2019-20 has taken. Following decision. All the HODs of Govt. School under DO have been directed to consider all the admission cases forwarded by CWC at the school level and to forward the admission cases recommended by other committees to the school branch DO for timely processing. It has also been informed by the chairperson that as per new rules notified now, schools are bound to admit the child declared child in need of care and protection be the CWC irrespective of age. 2. CWCX goal market. On the issue of support persons, it has been informed by CWC that CWCX is assigning all the cases to Hawk Center for Child Rights, Malviya Nagar, Delhi, as their experience with other support person has not been satisfactory, and to further get comments from support person for effective implementation. On the issue of responsibilities of CWC, the Child Welfare Committee X agrees to most of the points and had further given suggestions on following points. 3. The time limit to be extended from 72 hours to 5 days for taking first report from support person. 3. B. Report should be fortnightly in place of weekly. 3. C. After 3 months, monthly report is feasible. 3. D. Report to specifically address health and education of child. 8. CWC is ready to forward letter to DSLSA provided the application for interim compensation is moved by the victim or her dependent or the show of the case concerned. 3. CWC X Alipur. The responsibilities of CWC and support person are agreeable is mentioned in the note, but without payment of any expenses to the support person, they are not able to work effectively in multi. Support person should be removed. E. First support person, appointed by CWC and trial court POCSO court also recognizes those advocates who are appointed by Delhi Commission for Women, DCW, as support person in the Children's Court POCSO court, and DCW appointed advocate posted in each POCSO court in Delhi are not having grassroots information of the child or its case. In R. 0.6 need of the child to be shifted from school, it is informed that if the child feels uncomfortable from her existing school among other children or teaching staff, in such circumstances, the CWC may pass an order of transfer of the child from the school, and the same order to be considered by the DI, Director, Education, Principal of the school concerned, in R. 0.8 to find out if the child has received compensation and to write to DSLSA. CWC has informed that writing to DSLSA for interim compensation will be a lengthy process, as DSLSA will appoint advocate who will then move an application before trial court as the compensation is decided by the judge of the trial court. Hence, it would be better that CWC may direct its legal service advocate being appointed by DSLSA in each CWC to work on the issue of providing compensation to the child victim. In R. 0.9, not to assign more than 10 support persons. It has been informed by CWC that each district child protection officer, DCPO, is the nodal officer of each district, and he may maintain a list of support persons and to share copy of list to CWC for bifurcation of assigning of cases. The above table, if agreed, we may forward the same to Govit Council. In view of the comments provided by CWC as mentioned in. For apprising the Honorable High Court of Delhi on the next date of hearing I, E the 9th of June 2019. S for perusal and approval P. As received from Child Welfare Committee, May CPG. No. 227 C. As per the directions of DD CPU, the final draft comments. 230 C on the issue of responsibilities of CWC and support persons is given below for perusal. Responsibilities of CWC. The Child Welfare Committee agrees to most of the points in its responsibilities in cases of POCSO cases. However, CWC had also given few suggestions as mentioned under. Point no. 3. Time limit to be extended from 72 hours to 5 days for taking first report from support person. For first 2 weeks, report should be weekly and then fortnightly. For a month and then after 3 months. Report to specifically address health and education of child. Point no. 6. If the child feels uncomfortable from his/her existing school, among other children or teaching staff, in such circumstances the CWC may pass an order of transfer of the child from the school and the same order to be considered by the Director, Education, Principal of the school concerned. Point no. 8. CWC is ready to forward letter to DSLSA provided the application for interim compensation is moved by the victim or his/her dependent or the show of the case concerned. CWC has informed that writing to DSLSA for interim compensation will be a lengthy process as DSLSA will appoint advocate who will then move an application before trial court as the compensation is decided by the judge of the trial court. Hence, it would be better that CWC may direct its legal service advocate being appointed by DSLSA in each CWC to work on the issue of providing compensation to the child victim. Point no. 9. It has been informed by CWC that each district child protection officer, DCPO, is the nodal officer of each district and he may maintain a list of support persons and to share copy of list to CWC for bifurcation of assigning of cases, and it is also suggested that Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR could also provide a list of support persons to all the CWC support person. Multi-support persons should not be allowed, i.e. first support person appointed by CWC and trial court POCSO. Court also recognizes those advocates who are appointed by Delhi Commission for Women, DCW, as support person in the Children's Court POCSO court and DCW appointed advocate posted in each POCSO court in Delhi are not having grassroots information of the child or its case. Support persons should be given some payment as without it they will not be able to work effectively. The legal service advocate present in CWC could also help in facilitating the matter with DSLSA on the directions of concerned CWC in respect of compensation, interim relief to be given to the victims falling under POCSO Act for filing the same in the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Accordingly, if agreed, we may forward this information to Govit Council. A draft forwarding letter is prepared along with enclosure comments to be sent to the Govit Council at page no. 178 C 179 C in the matter CMAPPL. No. 35,002/2018 Sin. May peruse the copy of court order dated the 23rd of August 2019 placed. W. P. CRL. 2069-2005 titled Save the Childhood Foundation vs. UOI. And ORS. The next date in the instant matter is the 20th of September 2019. That this matter will be disposed of finally on the next date of hearing. The Honorable Court on the last date of hearing has mentioned, i.e., the 20th of September 2019. In this connection, a telephonic message was received yesterday from O. Senior Standing Counsel, GNCTD to provide comments on the work done by the department in this matter. We have already provided our comments to O. Divisional. In this regard, it is asked that in connection with this court matter, Commissioner, Revenue Dept, and Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR, after receiving correspondences from their office PG. No. 96 C and 172 C. Same comments to the O. Senior Standing Counsel, GNCTD for. In view of above, if agreed and approved, we may forward the apprising the Honorable Court and placed in file for perusal and approval. Accordingly, a draft letter, along with enclosures, is prepared. SP F 61-1065W PC 3269-2014 DD CPU DWCD 2017 PT File I 19N to Delhi Development Authority in response to their letter dated. As per the directions given by AD CPU, a letter is to be sent. The 7th of May 2019, May CPG. No. 115 C intimating them to provide this department the plot measuring 940 SQM available in Sec 28 Brahini for the purpose of construction of an observation home for boys, along with a juvenile justice board. Page no. 118 C for perusal and approval. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed at. May peruse the puck placed at page no. 50 C 60 C received from Superintendent CHGI Nirmal Chaya Complex in the matter W. P. CRL 2454-2019 titled Rekha Devi and ANR versus State and Ors, pending before the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Matter on the 9th of May 2019 has appointed Shish Arvind Jain as amicus curiae. In this regard, it is asked that the Honorable Court, while hearing in the matter and permitted him to visit the institution, Nirmal Chaya, in order to assist the court in formulating guidelines for securing the rights, interests, and welfare of minors who are victims in alleged criminal offenses in relation to their care and protection. I, the pregnant victim, shall be taken for regular checkups to the court had directed the official respondents as under head of DEPT, Gynecology and Obstetrics, DDU Hospital. E, the Nirmal Chaya Shelter Home shall immediately engage services of an experienced full-time nurses to ensure that requisite medical assistance is provided to the pregnant girl and others similarly situated as her round the clock. E, the GNCT of Delhi shall ensure that the special diet as may be prescribed by an expert dietitian, as well as necessities such as proper and clean clothes, requirements for the maintenance of proper hygiene, medicines, recommended physical exercise, and facilities for counseling, meditation are provided to the pregnant minors housed in the Nirmal Chaya Shelter Home, as well as other homes charged with the statutory responsibility of affording care and protection to minor children. Complex had requested to provide below-mentioned staff to comply. It is further as here that SUPT, CHGI, Nirmal Chaya, with the directions of Honorable High Court dated the 9th of May 2019. 1. An experienced full-time nurses for providing requisite medical assistance to the pregnant girl and other similarly situated as her round the clock. 2. An expert dietitian for ensuring balanced diet, special diet. 3. Round the clock caretakers for ensuring maintenance of proper hygiene and providing recommended physical exercises to the pregnant minors housed in CHG. The posting of staff on emergent basis to admin branch is the same. In view of above, if agreed, we may forward the matter pertains to them. Accordingly, a draft U.O. is prepared and placed in file for perusal and approval. P. The next date in the instant matter is the 24th of September 2019. May peruse the copy of the email along with enclosures placed at page no _C with remarks of the worthy director. WCD in relation to the status regarding procurement of Android tablet mobile phone with 4 grams connectivity to be provided in all the 10 child welfare committees. Honorable Court was apprised that all the CWCs have web cameras. In this regard, it is asked that on the last date of hearing along with internet facility for the purpose of FRS, information in relation to availability of web camera and high. Today, after receipt of above-mentioned Pucka Fresh speed internet was sowed from O SUPT, DDO respective child welfare committees wherein information received from 3 SUPT / D doses given under. 1 camera is already working and the other one will be installed today. A letter has been sent to MTNL for providing high-speed internet, which will be done by tomorrow. 2. Shish Praveen Kumar, CWC 3 Sewa Kudir, V. Avantika, and X. Alipur. In all the 3 CWCs, 2 web cameras have been installed and high speed internet connection is functional. 3. Shish Purple, CWC B. Web camera is installed and internet is also properly working. Availability of web cameras and internet connection is still awaited. Information from rest of the SUPT DDOs in respective facility of web cameras and internet for uploading of photographs of. It is also as here that since the CWCs are already using the children on FRS, then the need of Android tablet mobile phone for the same purpose is not properly justified. Sub proposal regarding providing Android tablet mobile phone in all the 10 child welfare committees. Ref W. P. CRL 1560-2017 titled Soddenhelder versus the State NCT of Delhi and Ors. Tablet mobile phone in all the 10 child welfare committees is per. The matter on this file relates to providing Android. The directions of the Honorable High Court of Delhi contained in the order dated the 23rd of August 2019. PG. No. 177C. While hearing the above-mentioned court matter on the 23rd of August 2019 had. In this regard, it is asked that the Honorable High Court of Delhi directed to provide an Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connectivity in all the 10 child welfare committees to overcome the problem of internet. The file was moved to Accounts Branch on this matter and is for the comments of Accounts Branch at page 22 and a proposal in this regard is required specifying the technical specifications, estimated cost to be forwarded to Finance Department towards according approval for procurement of Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connection. May send the file to IT Branch for providing technical. In view of the comments of the Accounts Branch, if agreed, we specifications, estimated cost, etc. in our O procurement of 10 Android tablet mobile phones with 4G connection to be provided in all the 10 child welfare committees for complying the directions of Honorable High Court of Delhi. Android tablet mobile phone in all the 10 child welfare. S for perusal and approval. P. Proposal regarding providing committees. Ref W. P. CRL 1560-2017 titled Soddenhelder versus the State NCT of Delhi and Ors. Tablet mobile phone in all the 10 child welfare committees is per. The matter on this file relates to providing Android. the directions of the Honorable High Court of Delhi contained in the order dated the 23rd of August 2019, PG, No. 177C, while hearing the above-mentioned court matter on the 23rd of August 2019 had. In this regard, it is asked that the Honorable High Court of Delhi directed to provide an Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connectivity in all the 10 child welfare committees to overcome the problem of internet. The file was moved to Accounts Branch on this matter and is, per the comments of Accounts Branch at page 22, and a proposal in this regard is required specifying the technical specifications, estimated cost to be forwarded to Finance Department for according approval. For procurement of Android tablet mobile phone with 4G connection, it is to further inform that some smart tabs are available between approximately Rs. 7,999 to Rs. 15,499 on internet websites. Details of tabs are placed opposite it. C. It is also informed that 4G internet cost for 3 months is approximately Rs. 500, Rs. 2000 p. A. The tablet by Samsung has 8 megapixel cameras, which would be able to take clear picture for facilitating face recognition. The cost of the same is Rs. 11,990. Hence, 10 tablets and 4G internet connection as mentioned above will cost around Rs. 119,900 for tablets and Rs. 20,000 for 4G connection. Finance Department may concurrence the proposal for Rs. 139,900 for tablets and 4G connection. May peruse the copy of vetted affidavit received back from OO Standing Counsel in response to this office email dated the 10th of April 2019, through which draft affidavit was sent for his perusal. Duly signed affidavit for onward submission before the Honorable. The Standing Counsel has desired to send 5 copies of the High Court of Delhi file for perusal, approval and signature of worthy director, WCD. The 2 sets of affidavit in original are placed alongside in. May peruse the letter along with enclosures placed at page no. C received from PR. Secretary, Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD in the matter suo moto writ petition. Criminal, No. 1 2019 pending before the Honorable Supreme Court of India on the issue of alarming rise in the number of reported child rape incidents. Forwarded the copy of court orders dated the 25th of July 2019 and the 10th of January 2019. PR. Secretary, Law, Justice and L. And through his letter had passed by the Honorable Apex Court in the aforementioned court. Matter along with D. O letter dated the 9th of May 2019 of Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice, Dept. of Justice, GOI regarding formulation of a scheme for setting up a fast-track special courts for expeditious trial and disposal of rape and POCSO Act pending cases. States and Registrar Generals of all high courts have been directed, as per the order of Honorable Apex Court dated the 10th of January 2019, to file affidavits on or before the 11th of July 2019 including following information. 1. Number of districts in the state. 2. Number of districts in which POCSO cases are more than 100. 3. Number of districts where POCSO cases are more than 200 or multiples of 200, i.e. 400, 600, 800, etc. 4. Number of exclusive POCSO courts already functioning, if any. 5. Number of POCSO courts actually notified. 6. Number of special public prosecutors, if any, exclusively assigned for POCSO courts. GNCTD has requested to provide the information pertaining to this. In this connection, PR. Secretary, Law, Justice and L. A. Department in order to enable them to file the compliance affidavit in the Honorable Apex Court. It is also as here that another D. O letter dated 18.09.2019 inches. The same court matter is received from Secretary, Ministry of WCD. GOI with request to comply with the directions of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, PG. No. 614C. Information pertaining to this department to Dept. of Law, Justice. In view of above, if agreed and approved, we may provide the NL. A. GNCTD to enable them file the compliance affidavit. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed alongside in file for perusal and approval. P. May peruse the letter along with enclosures placed at page no. 672C. 678C received from District Officer, NW2 DWCD which regarding ex-party decision given by the Enquiry Committee in the matter of ex-CWC members namely Ms. Anuradha Vishisht and Dr. R.D. Mehta, on the last date of hearing i.e. the 19th of August 2019, the final report of the. In this regard, it is asked that as instructed by the Government Council, Enquiry Committee is required so that the same could be apprised before the Honorable High Court as the earlier report as by the committee was not final. Members were given opportunities to appear before the enquiry. In this connection, it is informed that both the ex-CWC committee to present their matter but both of them refused to take part in the enquiry process. Therefore, the enquiry committee could not proceed further with its enquiry in this matter. Placed at page no. 677C has taken a view that both the petitioners, the department in view of the report of the committee copy, have nothing to say against the respondent in this matter as they did not turn up to take part in the inquiry process despite being given sufficient opportunities. Fact for apprising the same to the Honorable High Court. The next date. Thus, if approved, the Govt. Council may be briefed with this. The hearing in the instant matter is the 22nd of October 2019. May peruse the copy of email meeting notice received from OO. S for perusal and approval P. Standing Council GNCTD regarding meeting to be held today at 5 p.m. in the Chamber No. 422, Lawyers Chamber Block I, Delhi High Court to discuss the issues and compliance pertaining to W. P. C. 1480-2015, 1481-2015 and 1482-2015 titled Court on its own motion versus Union of India and ORS. The undersigned inquired about this matter from OO Chief Probation. In this regard, it is asked that as per the directions of AD CPU Officer, Dept. of Social Welfare, GNCTD, wherein it was informed by the CPO himself that last year an affidavit has been filed by the Dept. of Social Welfare indicating various points. The affidavit S included following points. Reason behind not extending the benefit of the said scheme to those who does not belong to Delhi. Reason behind not extending the benefit to people, spouse of the under trial or the convict, his aged or infirm parents or any other person who may have been maintained under his care like a handicapped relative or a foster child other than children. Last meeting held at DSLSA, it was also suggested to transfer this. In addition to this, it was also informed by CPO that in the scheme of financial assistance, education and welfare of children of incarcerated parents to Home Department, F. 61, 1145 P of Standing Council, DD, CPU, DWCD, 2018-19. S for perusal and information P. 25N. And 157, C 174, C received from Dept. of Law Justice N. May peruse the two PUCs placed at page No. 131, C 156, C. Legislative Affairs, GNCTD. The details of both the PUCs are given under PUC I from Dept. of Law Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD is the first PUC placed at page No. 131, C 156, C received regarding verifying the 13 bills for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega Second Rashmi Malhotra, Advocate Honorable Supreme Court of India, W. P. CRL, No. 102/2007 titled Exploitation of Children in the. In this regard, it is asked that the advocate has appeared in Orphanage of Tamil Nadu versus UOI and ORS, and SMW CRL, No. 3/2015, in W. P. C. No. 3/2015 in Prajwala letter dated the 18th of February 2015 videos of sexual violence and recommendations for Department of WCD, GNCTD, PUC 2, received from Dept. of Law Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD. The second PUC placed at page No. 157, C 174, C is the letter, which is regarding verifying 07 bills for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega Second Rashmi Malhotra, Advocate Honorable Supreme Court of India, CRL, No. 102/2007 titled Exploitation of Children in the Orphanage. In this regard, it is asked that the advocate has appeared in W. P. of Tamil Nadu versus UOI and ORS and SMW CRL, No. 3/2015 in Prajwala. Letter dated the 18th of February 2015 videos of sexual violence and recommendations for Department of WCD, GNCTD. Approve the bills in original may be returned back to Dept. of Law. In view of both the PUCs mentioned above, if agreed in Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD with a covering letter alongside and file for perusal, approval and signature P. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed as per the directions given at pre-page in continuation to this office. Letter dated the 18th of September 2019, a draft letter is prepared requesting DDA to conduct a joint inspection of the available 940 SQM land in Sec 28 Rahini for the purpose of child care institution land in the area of Karkarduma for construction of an observation. Through this letter, it has also been requested to provide a home for boys as there are 3 juvenile justice boards already functional in that area from Vishwas Nagar while the OHBs are located at Sewa Kudir Complex and Delhi Gate. Placed alongside and file. S for perusal and approval of above-mentioned draft letter. May peruse the copy of the email along with enclosures placed at page No. 102, C 106, C received from O. Souped. CHG, Nirmal. Chaya, which is regarding the visit report of Shish. Arving Jain. Amicus curiae appointed in the matter W. P. CRL. 2454-2019 titled Rekha Devi versus State, NCT of Delhi and ORS. Along with the remarks of the Director, WCD directing action to be taken on point No. 4-7, and 8 of the said report. It is also as here that the Honorable Court on the last date of hearing, i.e., the 14th of October 2019, had directed Shish Rahul Mehra Sr., Standing Counsel, GNCTD to file a response, if any, within a period of 10 days on the interim report of LD. Amicus curiae, court order placed at page No. 107, C. Response of LD. Amicus curiae has been received from Souped. In this connection, a compliance report on the preliminary Children Home for Girls, Nirmal Chaya Complex, which is placed at page no. 109, C 111, C. Respect to the provision of separate room for mother and child after. In respect of point no. 4 of the report of amicus curiae with delivery in order to avoid any infection or complication, it has been informed by the supt that there is already a provision in place for separate room for newborn child and mother after delivery, but in the case referred by amicus curiae, the in-house doctor had advised that the child should be kept in non-AC room for few days due to medical reasons. The amicus curiae in his report has been kept in children home for. In relation to point no. 6, it is state that the girl mentioned by girls by the orders of Rahini Court and the visiting counsel Ms. Zainab from DSLSA had moved an application in the concerned court for her restoration, which is pending in court for issuance of orders for the same services available for the inmates in the institution. They are also, with regard to point no. 7, it is S that besides the in-house referred to GovEd, hospitals and IHBAS for ensuring that they are given proper treatment and care. As short stay home for women is concerned, the women housed in relation to point no. 8 of the report of amicus curiae is far. There are basically destitute, homeless, having mental adjustment problems, or even run away from their home due to domestic violence, etc. It is the prime duty of the superintendent concerned to make efforts for identification of their native place and send them back to their native states after having counseling through mental health units set up in the complex. Were previously transferred to halfway homes run by department. With regards to females who are suffering from mental illness, of social welfare, GNCTD. However, at present the strength is full in the said institution, hence the mentally ill patients are living in short stay home. These females are being regularly given treatment through IHBAS, and if required, get them admitted after seeking court order. Has been posted in short stay home for taking care of the basic. It is also informed that one paramedic staff, i.e., female nurse, medical issues related to women, minor ailments are treated from the government dispensary within the complex and are also referred to PT, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Hospital for treatment, tests, medical examination, etc. Chaya complex to attend the emergencies related to women in. Previously, CAT ambulance was situated in the Nirmal Children. However, recently due to some strike of workers of CAT ambulance, the services became irregular. Children home for girls are made involved in various activities. In addition to above, it is also added here that the inmates of, which includes classes of music, stitching and tailoring, computer, art, and craft, non-formal education, beauty culture. The inmates are also provided football coaching by trained coaches coming from Delhi Football Academy. Send the above status to the Standing Council, GNCTD, for apprising. In view of the submissions made above, if approved, we may. The Honorable Court. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed in file at page no. 108 C 109 C for perusal and approval. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 11th of January 2019. As per directions at para 60 on pre-page, the undersigned today met the Chief Probation Officer, Dept. of Social Welfare in his office, wherein he informed that as per the discussions held in the meetings at DSLSA and Chamber of Shish, Rahul Mehra, Standing Counsel, GNCTD, it has been decided that the scheme of financial assistance, education and welfare of children of incarcerated parents along with another scheme of social welfare debt, is to be transferred to Home Department, GNCTD, for effective implementation and wide coverage of the scheme. It is also informed that file in this connection will also be moved for approval of competent authority from O Chief Probation Officer, DSW, so that the schemes are transferred to Home Department. S for IPP. The joint inspection report of the visit conducted by SCPSN. Officials from Delhi Development Authority of the land at Sec 28. Rahini is placed at page no. 121, C. The court order dated the 21st of October 2019 in the instant matter is placed at page no. 122, C 123, C for perusal. Points about supplying a detailed plan for accommodation of 11. In this regard, it is S that the court order dated the 21st of October 2019. CWCs, 6 JJBs and 21 GovEd. Run CCIs. The department is already running these offices, institutions from various places, and the requirement is actually of constructing a child care institution, observation home for boys in the areas of Rahini and Karkarduma respectively. ODD, CPU, a letter is required to be sent to DDA informing about the in this connection, as discussed along with AD, CPU, in the O requirements of the department. Accordingly, a draft addressed to DI Director, IL DDA, is prepared and placed alongside in file for perusal and approval. P. The matter on this file relates to discussion on the final guidelines for state and district inspection committees received from Shish, Anant, Kumar Asthana and Ms. Bardi Ali, Amikai Curiae in the matter W. P. C. 11187 2017 titled Court on its own motion versus GNCTD and ORS. DD, CPU, a meeting is required to be fixed with both the Amikai. In this regard, as discussed along with AD, CPU, in the O. Curii to have a final round of discussion on the guidelines for state and district inspection committees so that the same could be apprised before the Honorable Court on the next date of hearing I, the 20th of November 2019. Time for the proposed meeting with the Maikai Curii so that a formal. In view of above, it is requested to provide a suitable date and meeting notice could be issued for the same purpose. May peruse the copy of email dated the 9th of July 2019 received from S for perusal P. Additional Standing Counsel GNCTD informing that the matter was listed for hearing on the 9th of June 2019 and was subsequently adjourned to the 24th of September 2019 by the Honorable Court. 133. Prior to last date of hearing i.e. the 9th of June 2019 as desired by the Covet Council, the Department has already provided its comments on the note of the petitioner in relation to the responsibilities of the Child Welfare Committees and support person falling under the purview of POCSO Act and rules to enable the Council to apprise the Honorable Court accordingly. 134. The matter was again heard by the Honorable Court on the 24th of September 2019. May see court order placed at page no. 237 C and following orders were passed. We have heard counsels for both the parties at length. The 12th of December 2019 for final hearing. List in the category of after notice MISC. Matters on 135. In this regard, as discussed, we may confirm from OO. Additional Standing Counsel whether any action is pending on the part of this department in continuation to the comments already provided to him. Accordingly, an email has been sent to OO. Additional Standing Counsel for the same. Copy of email placed alongside and filed for perusal. Transfer of scheme titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014. Titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of. The matter on this file relates to transferring of the scheme. Incarcerated Parents 2014 notified by Department of Women and Child Development GNCTD to Department of Home GNCTD. Stated scheme are handled by this department whereas the in this regard, it is asked that the budget provisions for the above Department of Social Welfare GNCTD is implementing this scheme along with its one another scheme, namely the Delhi Rehabilitation Grant to Released Prisoners Rules 2012 Welfare. GNCTD has already moved a proposal for transferring both. In this connection, it is informed that Department of Social the above mentioned schemes which are implemented by them. Copy of the proposal note is placed at page no. Underscore to underscore for kind. Reference. Add DSLSA, the 22nd of October 2019 and the 30th of October 2019 and O Standing Counsel. It is also added here that, in the meetings held on the 18th of October 2019, GNCTD it has already been deliberated upon by the participants that, for effective implementation and wide coverage of beneficiaries both, these schemes could be transferred to Home Department GNCTD. Account head no. 22,350,210,250,042 making budgetary allocation for. It is to also submit here that this department has opened an implementation of the scheme titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014, wherein budget on yearly basis is provided to Department of Social Welfare GNCTD for implementing the scheme. Already moved by Department of Social Welfare for transferring both. Thus, in view of the above facts and in R.O. the proposal, the schemes implemented by them to Home Department GNCTD. Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014 and the Delhi Rehabilitation Grant to Released Prisoners Rules 2012. If agreed, we may also request the competent authority for according approval on transferring of budgetary provisions made by this department to Home Department GNCTD. Ex post facto approval towards purchasing of 10 no's of Samsung S for perusal P. AT295N model Android tablet amounting to Rs. 124,400. Approval towards purchasing of 10 no's of Samsung AT295N model. The matter on this file relates to according ex post facto Android tablet which has been distributed among 10 child welfare committees as per the orders of the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Dated the 23rd of August 2019. Branch on the above subject wherein it was informed that a proposal. In this regard, it is asked that earlier the file was sent to accounts to be put up for Finance Department along with full justification in R.O. Buying of Android tablet, its technical specifications, etc. Matter and for ensuring compliance of the directions of the Honorable. It is also as here that, considering the urgency of the court before the 27th of September 2019, matter was next fixed for hearing on the 27th of September 2019. Following advice was received from Accounts Branch. Bidding process for amount for Rs. 124,400, cost of total 10. Samsung tablets is a long process and will require 10 days time for procurement of tablets. NO. M of Finance Department V. No. F. The 20th of August 2017. AC. JS. FINA 718 to 724 DT. The 24th of August 2017 has been given by Accounts Branch. Wherein as per para E, it is stated that if dept face any problem for procurement of items available on GEM, the standard method of procurement as per Rule 155 of GFR 2017 may be undertaken. Accounts Branch had also advised to constitute a committee to Procure tablets from open market. The constitution of the committee is given under 1. Die, Director, CPU. 2. Die, Director, CTV, and 3. DDO, all, Accounts Branch. Samsung Tab T295N amounting to Rs. 12,440 each, including the Purchase Committee recommended purchase of 10 no's of GST and delivery charges from M.S. Solution Venture G-162nd first. Floor, Sector 16, Rahini, Delhi 89. The 26th of September 2019, page no. 212C. The total amount incurred on the order for purchasing the Samsung tablet was placed on purchasing 10 no's. If Samsung tablet was Rs. 12,440 asterisk 10 equals Rs. 1. 24,400 copy of bill placed at page no. 213, C 214, C. The Android tablets have already been distributed among all the 10 Child Welfare Committees. Director, WCD for according ex post facto approval towards. In view of above, if agreed we may send the file to worthy. Purchase of 10 no's. If Samsung tablet amounting towards 1. 24,400. Rupees 1,24,400 only. May peruse the court order dated the 31st of July 2019 downloaded from S for perusal and approval P. Website of High Court of Delhi wherein Honorable Court has granted 8 weeks time to file the counter affidavit to the respondents. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 20th of November 2019. 147C. It has been observed that the petition is regarding, as per the prayers made in the petition, page no. 145C. Implementation of RTE Act 2009 and the prayer at SL. No. E. Pertains to this department which speaks about making proper infrastructure like shelter homes, rehabilitation center, orphanage, women and children protection center in order to ensure that children and women cannot be bullied by the unwanted and unsocial elements and criminals. Homes, institutions being run for women had been obtained from the prayer made at SL. No. E. In the petition a list of WEC branch DWCD copy placed at page no. 165C 167C. In addition to this a list of government run child care institutions under this department is also placed at page no. Underscore C to underscore C for perusal. Prayers made in the petition if agreed and approved we may forward. In view of the submissions made above and in light of the details of homes, institutions for women and children to respondent no. 6I. E Director, State Project, Office of the UEE. Mission, Lucknow Road, Delhi with a request to watch the interest of this department as most of the prayers made in the petition pertains to them, alongside and file for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter is prepared and placed. May peruse the PUC along with order dated the 25th of July 2019 passed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India placed at page no. 20 C 25C. Received from Principal Secretary, Law, Justice and L. A. Depth of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD which is in the matter. Suo moto writ petition, CRL. No. 1 2019 before the Honorable Supreme Court of India regarding alarming rise in the number of reported child rape incidents, marked as A, B, and C in the court order dated the 25th of July 2019 demands. As directed by worthy Director, WCD on the PUC para. Action and letters have to be sent to Law Department, Secretary. Education, Delhi Metro, Delhi Transport Corporation and ADL. Chief Secretary, Home. File at page no. 25C, 26C, and 27C for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, 3 draft letters have been prepared and placed in sub-payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae appointed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi and W. P.C. 11,187 2017 titled Court on its motion versus GNCTD and Rs. 2 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae appointed by the Honorable. The matter on this file relates to payment of honorarium of High Court of Delhi and W. P.C. 11,187 2017 titled Court on its motion versus GNCTD and Rs is evident from para 65 at page 14 N. Received in this unit on the query raised by worthy Director. This file originally belongs to litigation branch and was WCD, wherein status about finalization of guidelines for inspection committees has been sought para 97 at page no. 2221 N. Director, WCD, was provided wherein it was informed that on 19th. In this regard, it is asked that the information is sought by worthy. November 2019 a meeting with amicus curiae was held in each and every para of the draft guidelines were discussed. The draft guidelines as discussed on the 19th of November 2019 are also placed in file at page 93 C to 107 C. Post discussion, as above a fair draft will be given soon by amicus Delhi on the 20th of November 2019 when the matter was listed. Thus, as per above, the same was being apprised to the Honorable High Court of stated facts. Finalization of guidelines will be done as draft received from amicus. Agreed the file may be returned back to litigation branch so that the it is important to mention here that, in the meanwhile, if original proposal of payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae could be processed with Finance Department, S for perusal and approval P. Filing of application for early hearing in the matter W. PC 7342-2017 titled Light Life Freedom vs. GNCTD pending before the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Covet. Counsel in the Honorable High Court of Delhi seeking an early. The matter on this file relates to filing of application through hearing on the court matter mentioned above. Freedom vs. GNCTD is pending before the Honorable High Court of in this regard, it is S that W. PC 7342-2017 titled Light Life. Delhi since 2017 and on most of the dates of hearing adjournment has been sought by the petitioner citing various grounds. On the last two dates also i.e. the 30th of August 2019 and the 13th of September 2019 adjournment was sought by the counsel for the petitioner. Organization has not been renewed on receipt of various non. It is important to mention here that the license of the satisfactory inspection reports from Child Welfare Committee, District Officer. The matter is sub judice and the CCI is still housing the children, boys and girls, in the same premises. It would be also worthwhile to mention here that whenever the department has initiated any action for cancellation of registration and shifting of children, either the NGO files a CMAPPL in W. PC 7342-2017 to take stay or does not appear before the Honorable Court seeks adjournment. Simply adjourned the matter for the 2nd of December 2020. This long date will lead on the last date of hearing, i.e. the 13th of September 2019, the Honorable Court to delay the process of cancellation of registration and shifting of children from NGO in the best interest of children. Director in one of the meetings wherein he had instructed to seek in the above mentioned matter was also pointed out by Worthy. Early hearing in the instant matter so that the children residing in the institution could be shifted from the keeping in view their best interest in the process of cancellation of registration can also be completed. Send the file to litigation branch for doing the needful so that in view of the submissions made above, if agreed we may. Early hearing in the instant matter is provided by the Honorable High Court of Delhi. May peruse the bill placed at page no. 93, C received back from OO. S for perusal and approval P. Covet. Counsel, Ms. Propsahe Kaur. The bill has been raised by the counsel towards her appearance in case no. W. P. C. 2600-2017. Titled Shish. Salat Chand Jain vs. Govett. Of NCT of Delhi and ANR. Branch at pre-page para 94. The bill was returned to Ms. Propsahe. In this regard, it is S that as per the comments of accounts Court for providing copy of BTF issued towards her. The said bill is now received back again, which has been verified by Shish Ramesh Singh, Standing Counsel, Civil, GNCTD, may see page no. 93, C, as BTF is not issued in the name of Ms. Propsahe Kaur. Court of Delhi order dated the 12th of December 2013 passed in the matter W. P. It is also important to submit here that as per Honorable High CRL 1549-2009 titled Court on its own motion versus state copy placed in file at page no. 95 C 97 C, the cases where the BTFs have not been issued by the law department, the payment shall be made by these departments on the certification of the concerned standing counsel on the bills. Accounts branch for clearance of the verified bill received back from. Thus, in view of above, if agreed, the file may be res to Ms. Propsahe Kaur, Govett. Counsel, no. 85 C passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter. May peruse the court order dated the 27th of August 2019 placed at page CRL, Rev. P. 283-2016 titled Delhi State Legal Services Authority vs. State and ORS. A communication was sent from this office to the concerned child. In this regard, it is S that in connection with this court matter, Welfare Committee i.e. CWC2, Lajpat Nagar through which court order dated 10.04.20109 was forwarded for doing the needful, if any, and to apprise the Honorable Court accordingly before the next date of hearing being the 27th of August 2019, may see page no. 26C, has granted some more time to LD, apt to place on record the status on the last date of hearing i.e. the 27th of August 2019, the Honorable Court report in terms of the last order dated the 4th of October 2019. S for perusal and information P. 229 C to 231 C received from Adel. Secretary, Law of Justice in LA. May peruse the PUC along with enclosures placed at page no. Dept. Of Law of Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCT of Delhi. Has forwarded the copy of letter dated the 23rd of September 2019 of Registrar Delhi. Through the above mentioned letter Adel. Sessi, Law Dept. High Court along with copy of extract of the minutes of the meeting of Honorable the Information Technology Committee held on 28th August 2019 at larger conference room, Delhi High Court. Point 3 of agenda. Any other matter of the extract of the minutes of the letter of Adel. Sessi, Law Dept. Draws attention towards the meeting dated the 28th of August 2019 which mentioned is under Committee, District Court, informs the committee that a request is Mr. V. K. Bansal, Chairman, Centralized Computer. Pending before Govett, of NT of Delhi since long for allocation of funds for installation of studio-based video conferencing systems in juvenile justice boards and observation homes set up by Delhi government. Funds as mentioned above is pending in this unit for establishment of. In this regard, it is S that no proposal regarding allocation of video-based conferencing systems in JJBs and observing homes, but it is important to mention here that the department has already issued necessary directions to the concerned SUPT DDO who to establish video conferencing systems in their respective JJBs, observation homes PG, no, 209C and 222C, and the same is under process. S for perusal and further directions P, no, 146C to 147C passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi in the may peruse the court order dated the 12th of May 2019 placed at page Matter Rekha Devi and ANR versus State NCT of Delhi and ORS. Order of competent authority in R.O. release of young lady namely Ms. As per the directions of Honorable Court dated the 12th of May 2019, the Simran from Nirmal Chaya Complex has to be placed on record on the next date of hearing, the 12th of May 2019, a copy of proposed guidelines prepared by LD Amicus. In this regard, it is S here that on the last date of hearing, i.e. Curiae for care and protection of minor victims housed in state-run shelter homes were handed over to department for examination. The same is placed at page no. 136C to 145C in file for perusal. On the 12th of May 2019 during the court proceedings a draft status report is, in view of the last court order and as per the discussions held, prepared and placed alongside in file at page 148C to 151C for perusal and approval P. In the matter WP 13118-2019 titled Dr. K. C. Brahmani and ORS versus may peruse copy of petition placed at page no. 1C 129C. Department of WCD and ORS listed next for hearing on the 18th of December 2019. The case has been filed by the chairperson, members of the Child Welfare Committee being aggrieved by the transfer posting order, dated the 12th of May 2019. 106C 119C and the prayer of the petition is mentioned at page no. The facts of the case and the grounds are placed at page no. 104C 105C for perusal. Didn't pass any stay order and further impressed upon the fact that, on the last date of hearing i.e. the 12th of December 2019 the Honorable Court, a dialogue be made with the petitioners in order to resolve the issue, and gave the 18th of December 2019 as next date of hearing. Petitioners on the 12th of December 2019 and they attended the meeting under the. Subsequently, a meeting order was issued for all the chairmanship of Director, WCD, GNCTD on the 13th of December 2019 copy of meeting notice and attendance sheet are placed at page no. 130C and 132C subsequently. Draft status report along with relevant annexures is prepared in. In this regard, it is S that as per directions of DD, CPU, placed alongside and filed for perusal and approval P. Received from O Additional Standing Counsel, GNCTD informing. May peruse the copy of email placed at page no. 141C. The directions given by the Honorable High Court on the 18th of December 2019 after hearing both the parties. The office order dated the 12th of May 2019 through which transfer posting. In this regard, it is S that the Honorable Court had put stay on. Among chairperson, members of CWCs was done. Now the department need to resolve certain issues is till the next date of hearing the chairperson, members who were transferred will have to go back to their initial place of appointment ultimately leading to creating conflicts between them. DD, CPU, comments of the litigation branch may be sought in. As per the discussion held along with AD, CPU, in the O. Order to resolve following issues arising out after the stay on transfer. Orders. There is a complaint in CWCI under Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act made by one of the members against a male member and now with the stay on transfer order the complainant and the alleged will have to work again together from the same committee. Copy of the complaint is placed at page no. 142. C 147C and thus the complainant is unable to discharge her duties at her designated workplace. There is again now no women member in CWCX Alipore. The chairperson appointed for CWCX Alipore has a conflict of interest as it has been learned that he was closely associated with a NGO in the same district. Miscellaneous application is required to be filed in the Honorable Court. Accordingly to resolve above mentioned issues, seeking an early hearing in the instant matter and also to go into appeal in the double bench against the stay given by the court branch for their comments on the above issues. The next date of, in view of above, if agreed we may send the file to litigation. Hearing in the instant matter is the 2nd of June 2020. Page no. 238C 240C received from Under Secretary to Govt. Of. May peruse the copy of email along with enclosures placed at India, Ministry of WCD in relation to W. PC 749-2018 titled Speedy Trial of Under Trial Pending Before the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Current status of the video conferencing facilities available in the MWCD through email has requested to provide the Juvenile Justice Boards and observation homes on the enclosed. Performa latest by the 31st of December 2019. On Move. Conferencing facilities in JJBs, OHBs, OHG, and special home place. In this regard, it is asked that the installation of video, if safety is under process and in this connection a state branch, DWCD has also communicated copy placed at page no. 237C with the concerned SUPT DDO to obtain preliminary estimates from PWD at the earliest in order to obtain approval of the same from competent authority for installation of EC facilities. Chairmanship of Special Director along with officials of a state. It is also as here that a meeting was held under the branch and concerned SUPT DDO in R.O. installation of video-based conferencing facilities. Furthermore, in this connection on the 31st of December 2019 information WRT no of institutions from where preliminary budget estimates have been received in a state branch was also obtained may see note placed at page 242 C. MWCD that the installation process of EC facilities in juvenile. Accordingly, in view of above if agreed we may inform Justice Boards and Observation Homes is under process and is being taken up on top priority basis. S for perusal and approval of DFA placed at page no. 243 C. Pre-page following is SWRT to the opinion of litigation branch at. In reference to the comments of SPL, Director at para 34 on para 32 and 33, placed at page no. 1 C to 3 C passed by the Honorable High of Delhi Inn. May peruse the copy of the court order dated the 25th of July 2019. The matter W. PC 8036 2019 titled Judithama versus GNCT of Delhi. Through Secretary Anors, the present case has been filed by the Ms. Judithama, in charge of organization Padre Payo Bhavan, Divya Karuna Charitable Trust, Karakurd, New Delhi after the license of that child care institution was cancelled as per the provisions of Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 by the Department of WCD, GNCTD V'd order dated the 16th of July 2019. The 25th of July 2019 is also reproduced below for reference. The directions of Honorable High Court V'd order dated. They have been residing since birth may be traumatic to them. 8. Undeniably, removing the children from a shelter where, although this court is of the view that CWC would be the appropriate body to take an informed decision, it would be opposite. If the CWC examines the matter regarding the deficiencies and recommends the course to be taken in the interest of the children, the petitioner is directed to appear before the CWC to present its contentions. The CWC shall consider the same and submit a report before this court within a period of 2 weeks from today. Produce children before the CWC. As stated above, CWC can depute. 9. In the meanwhile, there would be no requirement to a team to carry out the visit to the home and interview the children, and to make such further inquiries as considered necessary. The 8th of January 2019 of ICPS unit through which the court order dated. In this regard, it is asked that, in response to the email dated the 25th of July 2019 was forwarded to CWCX for doing the needful as per the directions of Honorable Court. The CWC on the very same day passed an order thereby constituting a team which included members from NGO Hawk, mental health expert, child psychologist from IHBAS Hospital, DCP Outer North District, CCI Bal Sayagan, DCPO of DCPUB, and sought their report on or before the 8th of September 2019. Original and also through email on ICPS. CPUDel@gmail. Commenta. It is also asked that on the 16th of August 2019 the CWC access its report in copy to Additional Standing Counsel, ASC, on email id. sanjoychambers@gmail.com and irvamohan@gmail.com. The same report in hard copies was asked to Govit Council on the 17th of August 2019 being the 19th of August, the next date of hearing. The copy of report of CWC is also placed at page no. 4C to 26C. The 14th of January 2020 was given as the next date of hearing. Copy of court. On the 19th of August 2019, the Honorable Court did not assemble then. Order placed at page no. 27C. Dated the 23rd of August 2019 placed at page no. 28C to 29C. The Child Welfare. It is further asked that V'd letter no. CWC, Alaport 2019-2360th. Committee has also requested to provide them the copy of writ petition in order to know whether they are party, respondent or not is. During the telephonic conversation held with the Govit Council on the 16th of August 2019 around 5 p.m. it was informed to them that CWC is respondent no. The copy of writ petition is yet to be received from the Additional Standing Counsel. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 14th of January 2020. S for perusal and further directions in the matter P. Placed at page no. 1. C passed by the Honorable High of Delhi in the may peruse the copy of the court order dated the 16th of December 2019. Matter W. PC 12843 2019 and CM 52441 2019 titled Prayas Jack. Society versus Union of India and ANR. The order of Honorable Court is also reproduced below for reference. On behalf of Respondent No. 1 and Ms. Shobana Takir, Advocate on issue notice. Notice is accepted by Mr. Nikhil Goel, CGSC. Behalf of respondent no. 2. They pray for and are granted 4 weeks to file counter affidavit. Rejoinder, if any, be filed within a period of 3 weeks thereafter. List on the 29th of April 2020. Shobana Takir, Govit. Counsel, in the late evening of the 15th of December 2019. In this regard, it is asked that a message was received from Ms. wherein she informed that a fresh case filed by Prayas Jack Society is listed for hearing on the 16th of December 2019 in the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Govit. Counsel to seek time on the 16th of December 2019 before the Honorable High. Accordingly, as the time was too short, it was requested to Court of Delhi in order to let the government file a response to the petition. The department is yet to receive the writ petition. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 29th of April 2020. S for perusal and information P. Placed at page no. 1, C to 3, C in the matter W. P. CRL. 2551-2019 Sin. May peruse the letter along with court order dated the 11th of January 2019. CRL. M. At 3587-2019 titled Terra Home for Boys on Via Trust versus State. And ORS. The court order dated the 11th of January 2019 is also reproduced below. For reference. Master A. Aged about 10 years and Master B. Aged about 9. Present writ of habeas corpus had been filed for release of years from the illegal custody of respondent no. For biological mother. And to hand over their lawful custody to the petitioner, a registered Children's Home Trust to whom lawful long-term custody of the aforesaid 2 minor boys had been granted by the Child Welfare Committee vide orders dated the 30th of January 2019 and the 20th of February 2019 for a period of 1 year. Of both the minors to the biological mother for 3 days only on the Child Welfare Committee had granted temporary custody. Occasion of Eid. However, the 2 minor children were not returned by the biological mother and she was not traceable. Investigation to Crime Branch and Infer was directed to be. On the 12th of September 2019, this court has transferred the registered forthwith. The maternal uncle and parents of the 2 minors produced the. On the 14th of October 2019, the maternal grandfather as well as missing children before the Crime Branch. Statements under section 164 CR. P. C of both the minor children have already been recorded. Minor children are now in the custody of the petitioner under the Learned counsel for the petitioner trust admits that the 2 orders of Child Welfare Committee. He, however, prays that certain directions be passed to facilitate recovery of the missing children, whose custody is not returned to the child care institutions in pursuance to the orders passed by the Child Welfare Committee. Treated as a representation to be considered by the principal. The directions sought by the petitioner are directed to be Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Govit, of NCT of Delhi. The principal secretary is directed to pass a speaking order on the said suggestions within a period of 4 weeks. 2. N. Department of Women and Child Development, Govit, of NCT of. Let a compliance report be filed by the Principal Secretary, Delhi within a period of 6 weeks from today. In view of the above, present writ petition and pending application are disposed of. List the matter for compliance on the 13th of January 2020. Disposed of the matter but a compliance report is required to be filed. In this regard, it is asked that although the Honorable Court has, by the worthy Secretary, WCD before the next date of hearing i.e. the 13th of January 2020 and also a speaking order is to be passed to on the following directions sought by the petitioner. Missing children whose custody is not returned to the child care. Certain directions be passed to facilitate recovery of the institutions in pursuance to the orders passed by the Child Welfare Committee. Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 provides for leave of. In this regard, it is asked that Section 98 of the Juvenile Justice absence to a child placed in an institution. The contents of Section 98 are also reproduced below for ready reference. The committee or the board, as the case may be, may permit leave of. 98. Leave of absence to a child placed in an institution. 1. Absence to any child to allow him, on special occasions like examination, marriage of relatives, death of kith or kin or accident or serious illness of parent or any emergency of like nature, under supervision, for a period generally not exceeding 7 days in one instance, excluding the time taken in journey, where he is placed, in pursuance of such permission granted under. 2. The time during which a child is absent from an institution. This section shall be deemed to be part of the time for which he is liable to be kept in the children's home or special home, as the case may be, on the leave period. 3. If a child refuses or has failed to return to the children's being exhausted or permission being revoked or forfeited, the board or committee may, if necessary, cause him to be taken charge of and to be taken back to the concerned home. 3. N. Affairs GOI has also issued an office memorandum dated 31.01.202. In connection with this subject matter, Ministry of Home, which is placed at page no. 4 C to 8 C for perusal. It is also observed that, in some cases, the child on being granted leave of absence do not return back to the child care institution within the stipulated time period granted by the concerned child welfare committees. Court in the matter W. P. CRL. 2551 2019 titled Terra Home for Boys. Thus, as per the observations and directions of Honville High, Onvia Trust versus State and ORS dated 111.209, all the child care institutions, CCIs coming under the purview of Department of Women and Child Development, GNCT of Delhi may be directed to report all the cases pertaining to missing children in the concerned police station, including the cases of those children also whose charge is not handed back over to the concerned CCIs. Court a draft compliance report along with a draft order is prepared. Accordingly, in view of the directions passed by the Honville and placed in file for perusal and approval, SP, received from Central Administrative Tribunal in the matter, may peruse the petition placed at page no. 1, C44, C. O. A. 103,648, 2019 titled Sudha Sharma vs. Gubbet. Of NCT of Delhi. And ORS. In the said court matter there are 3 respondents given as under 1. GNCTD through the Chief Secretary, Respondent No. 1. 2. Secretary, WCD and SW, GNCTD. 3. DI, Director, ADMN. DWCD, GNCTD. Respondent No. 2. Respondent No. 3. House Mother on contract basis in December 2012 by Dept. Of. In this regard, it is asked that Ms. Sudha Sharma was appointed as WCD, GNCTD. It is pertinent to mention here that Ms. Sudha Sharma was posted at Sanskar Ashram for Girls, Dilshad Garden, Delhi, and on the intervening night of 1st and the 2nd of December 2018 an incident of escape of inmates took place wherein 9 female residents managed to escape from the institution. Branch DWCD v'd order dated the 12th of May 2018, a fact-finding inquiry. Subsequently, on the directions of Administration, Vigilance was assigned to Ms. Kiran Gandhi, District Officer, East and North East, along with Ms. Humra Khalid, AST, Director, WEC and Estate, and they asked their report on the 18th of December 2019 to the worthy Director, WCD, which was marked by the then Joint Director, Admin, WCD, directly to Senior, AST, Vigilance Branch of DWCD, HQ, AST, Vigilance Branch, DWCD v'd file notings dated the 1st of February 2019. Subsequently, draft termination orders were put up by Senior, and the same was approved by the then worthy Secretary, WCD, dated the 1st of March 2019 with specific direction as the termination must go from DD, Admin, working on contract basis was terminated v'd office order dated. Accordingly, the services of Ms. Sudha, House Mother, the 1st of March 2019 issued under the signatures of DI, Director, Admin, Branch bearing no. F. 61 1255 W. P. CRL. 2728 2018. In view of above, it is asked that only the court matter file of CPU. DD, CPU, DWCD, 2018 titled Suku Lal Sunar vs. State was involved in the process till termination of contractual employee, namely Ms. Sudha Sharma, House Mother, may be sent to Admin Branch, DWCD for defending the matter in. If agreed and approved being totally a service matter the file. Honville Central Administrative Tribunal, NDOH is the 17th of January 2020. The 1st of September 2020 along with enclosure placed at page no. 13, C14, C. S for perusal and approval P. May peruse the U.O. letter dated. Received from O.O. the worthy Chief Secretary wherein it has been informed that as per copy of news item dated the 1st of September 2020 published in Rashtriya Sahara, the Honville Supreme Court of India has issued notices to the Delhi Government, Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR, and South Delhi Municipal Corporation SDMC on the petition regarding policy on children's sports activities in parks of Delhi, obtained from the website of Honville Supreme Court of India, May. In this regard, it is asked that as per the status report of this case, see page no. 11, C pending there are total 11 respondents which includes South Delhi Municipal Corporation, SDMC, Delhi Development Authority, DDA, NCPCR, DCPCR, Delhi Police, Delhi Parks and Garden Society, DP and GS Defense Colony, Welfare Association, DCWA, Ministry Housing and Urban Affairs, MHUA, Gubbet, of NCT of Delhi, GNCTD through Chief Secretary, Ministry of WCD, MWCD, and Ministry of Labor and Employment, Supreme Court of India in SLP, C 28795 2019, arising out of the court order dated the 1st of August 2020 passed by the Honville. Impugned final judgment and order dated the 20th of September 2019 in WPC No. 5021 2018 passed by the Honville High Court of Delhi titled Rajiv Suri vs. South Delhi Municipal Corporation, SDMC, and ORS is also placed at page no. 12th C for perusal. Honville High Court of Delhi and W. P. C. No. 5021 2018 is also the final judgment and order dated the 20th of September 2019 passed by the placed at page no. 1 C10 C for ready reference. The Honville High Court of Delhi while disposing of the case has stated as under PG. No. 1 C second para are already developed by the respondents for children. If they can, the respondents shall continue to maintain the parks which A lot more play areas for children, they should evolve a policy and execute that policy at the earliest. That the matter regarding policy on children's sports activities in view of the above facts and submissions, it is understood. Parks of Delhi and its development maintenance does not fall under the purview of Department of WCD, GCNTD. Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights DCPCR 4. Thus, if agreed and approved, we may forward the matter to looking into this matter and taking appropriate action as deemed fit. In light of the directions of the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the matter SLP C 28795-2019 titled Rajiv Suri versus South Delhi Municipal Corporation, SDMC, and ORS. And also in reference to the note received from Worthy Chief Secretary, GNCTD. Forwarding letter is prepared for Chairperson, DCPCR for ensuring accordingly, a draft compliance of the directions of the Honorable Apex Court. S for perusal and approval P. Opinion of litigation branch given Vede para 32 and 33 with reference to para 35 at page 6 and following is S on the of Women at Workplace Act 2013. It is S that the same is already with regard to conducting inquiry under sexual harassment under process and WEC branch. The desired notification may be seen at page 169, C 170, C and 173, C 174, C. The selection committee as it could not find a suitable woman. It is S here that the male chairperson was recommended by candidate while making selections to the 3 vacant posts of chairpersons and thus subsequently Shish Sanjay Joshi was appointed as chairperson, CWCX. Documents is also prepared and placed alongside for perusal and furthermore, a draft affidavit along with supporting approval is the same had to filed in the Honorable Court through the LD. Additional Standing Counsel, NDOH in the instant matter is the 2nd of June 2020. SP. Draft affidavit in the matter of WPC, No. 13,118-2019. Prepared and placed alongside for perusal and approval is the same. A draft affidavit along with supporting documents had to be filed in the Honorable Court through the LD. Additional Standing Counsel, NDOH in the instant matter is the 2nd of June 2020. May peruse the query raised by Worthy Director, WCD at page 32. 33, and with regard to the matter regarding payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae in the matter W. PC 11,187 2017 W. PC 2,495 2018 W. PC 46,889 2018 case titled Court on its own motion versus Govett of NCT of Delhi and ORS. Standing counsel by the department with regard to payment of. In this regard, it is S that no instructions were given to the honorarium to both the amicus curiae, Shish H. S. Fulka, amicus curiae, senior counsel present in the court for during the course of court proceedings itself on the 23rd of May 2019. NGO Bhakpan Bachao Andolan proposed before the Honorable Court to award honorarium of Rs. 5 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae. However, Mr. Rahul Mehra, standing counsel, GNCTD on being asked by THE Honorable Court asked that the same amount may be reduced. After which the Honorable Division Bench fixed the amount of Rs. 2 lakhs each for the amicus curiae. Committees have already been discussed at length in the ODI. The draft guidelines of state and district inspection. Director, CPU, along with both the amicus curiae. In light of the observations, examinations made by Assistant Director, Litigation, DWCD at pages 24 and 28, and with regard to draft guidelines placed at page 93, C 107, C, the same is now required to be discussed. Further with amicus curiae considering the detailed observations made by AD, Litigation, payment of professional charges in R. O. Ms. Propsahay Kaur and Mr. S. for perusal P. Ashok Popley, Rs. 12,000 to Ms. Propsahay Kaur and Rs. 300 to Mr. Ashok. The matter is regarding payment of professional charges of Popley. In this regard, it is S that the proposal of payment was sent from Accounts Branch, DWCDH. Q to Finance Department through Honorable Dai. Chief Minister, Minister in charge seeking administrative approval and expenditure sanction of the same. Page 23 N. The Finance Expenditure V Department had returned back the file after making following observations at page 24 N with regard to payment of professional charges to Govett Council, Honorable Dai. Chief Minister in the matter, the administrative. In view of the directions dated the 20th of October 2019 issued by Department may be advised to take appropriate action with regard to release of payment. Dated the 21st of October 2019 after approval of the Council of Ministers and its. As per the directions issued by Honorable Dai. Chief Minister. Meeting dated the 16th of October 2019. Copy placed at page 99. C. The payment of fees of councils be released with the approval of Minister in charge and no file related to engagement of AOR Council, Senior Counsel for appearance in High Court, Supreme Court whether empaneled or not empaneled with the GNCT of Delhi need to be S. To the Finance Department for its concurrence. Routed through Accounts Branch seeking approval of competent. In view of submissions made above, if agreed the file may be authority for payment of professional charges of Rs. 12,000. towards Ms. Prabsahay Kaur for appearing in W.P.C. 2600-2017. Titled Salak Chand Jain vs. GNCT of Delhi and ANR and Rs. 300. Towards Shish. Ashok Popley in the suit no. Appeal no. 32,018 titled Shish. Manas Mahajan vs. GNCT of Delhi and Ors for obtaining certified copy of the judgment. Payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakh each to both the amicus. S for perusal and approval P. Curia namely Shish. Anand Kumar Asthana and Ms. Bardi Ali. The issues flagged in New Delhi edition of Times of India which the Honorable Delhi High Court took suo motu cognizance of. Referred to an inspection of the Prayas Children's Home for Boys in Jahangir Puri and registered the writ petition W.P.C. 11,187-2017. Titled Court on its motion versus GNCTD in Ors. On the 12th of November 2017, the next date of hearing was fixed as the 1st of April 2018 by the Honorable Court. Honorable Court appointed Shish. Anand Kumar Asthana, advocate in. Simultaneously, Veed Para 8 of the order dated the 12th of November 2017 the Ms. Bardi Ali from NGO Hawk is a Maikai Curiae in the instant matter. And permitted them to visit the Prayas Children's Home, Jahangir Puri. And to submit a report thereafter. Prayas Children Home for Boys, Jahangir Puri was S in the Honorable. Then Veed order dated the 1st of April 2018, a report with regard to court by the Amaikai Curiae which was taken on record. Veed Para 6. And 7 of the same order, the Honorable Court directed the engineer in Chief PWD to ensure that physical inspection is carried out at observation homes in place of safety in order to verify the status of the facilities and infrastructure available in these homes and also directed that the same inspection would be accompanied by both the amicus curiae. NDOH was fixed as the 30th of January 2018. Pass along with the copy of 3 reports filed by the LD. Principal. On the 30th of January 2018, the inspection note WRT to 2 OHBs and 1 magistrates of JJBI 2 and 3 was being handed over to both the amicus curiae with directions of the Honorable Court to examine the same. The NDOH was fixed as the 3rd of January 2018. Wherein the Honorable Court Veed Para 5 and 6 directed that the Govt. The matter was then taken up for hearing on the 22nd of March 2018. Counsel and both the amicus curiae to jointly and severally visit the child care centers and inform the court about the status of deficiencies noted by them in their report and also Veed Para 10 of the order dated the 22nd of March 2018 appreciate the assistance given by both the amicus curiae to the court in the instant writ petition. NDOH was the 4th of September 2018 that Mr. A. K. Aston, amicus curiae has visited the premises of drug. Then, Veed Para 9 of the order dated the 4th of September 2018, it is learned. The addiction center functional at Sewa Kudir complex pursuant to last directions of the Honorable Court and informed about the status of infrastructure available there. NDOH was the 15th of May 2018. Curiae to draft guidelines on the issue regarding manner of. On the 31st of July 2018, the Honorable Court directed both the amicus functioning of the inspection committee for inspecting the child care institutions and also directed them to visit the CCIs in Delhi so as to ensure that the repaired work in the CCIs is being undertaken. NDOH was the 27th of September 2018. Committees were received in the department from the Amaikai Curiae. The draft guidelines for state and district inspection. As per the directions of the Honorable Court dated the 31st of July 2018 and same was also discussed during the court proceedings on the 27th of September 2018. NDOH was fixed as the 13th of November 2018. Department had forwarded the same to Govt. Counsel for. After receiving draft guidelines from the Amaikai Curiae, the examination and simultaneously the 36N. Department had also examined the draft guidelines. Later on, after discussing the draft guidelines with Govt. Counsel on the 2nd of August 2019, the department forwarded its comments in tabular format to Counsel. For further examination, discussed the guidelines with the Amaikai Curiae on the points which still. On the 2nd of November 2019, the Honorable Court directed the parties to need acceptance, correction, justification and to inform the Honorable Court after 3 weeks. NDOH was fixed as the 26th of March 2019. Committees a meeting was held with both the amicus curiae and the in relation to formulation of guidelines for inspection. ODI, Director, CPU, on the 22nd of March 2019 wherein the draft guidelines were discussed at length and it was decided that LD, Amaikai Curiae, will give their suggestions on the comments given on draft guidelines by the department. On the 7th of October 2019, the department through email had received the revised and finalized draft guidelines for inspection. Committees from the Amaikai Curiae. Kumar Asthana, advocate with regard to finalization of guidelines. A meeting was again held on the 19th of November 2019 with Shish. Anand. For inspection committees and subsequently on the 20th of November 2019 through email guidelines as discussed in the meeting on the 19th of November 2019 was received from the LD. Amicus Curiae, Shish, H. S. Fulka, Amicus Curiae, Senior. Counsel present in the court. During the course of court proceedings itself on the 23rd of May 2019. For NGO Bhakpan Bachao Andolan proposed before the Honorable Court to award honorarium of Rs. 5 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae for their tireless work. However, Mr. Rahul Mehra, standing counsel, GNCTD, on being asked by THE Honorable Court, asked that the same amount may be reduced, after which the Honorable Division bench fixed the amount of Rs. 2 lakhs each for the amicus curiae. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 4th of January 2020. Payment of professional charges in R. Oshish. Naushad Ahmad Khan. S. for perusal P. Additional standing counsel, Govit. Of NCT of Delhi. Charges to Shish. Naushad Ahmad Khan. Additional standing. The matter on this file is regarding payment of professional counsel, Govit. Of NCT of Delhi, amounting to Rs. 75,400 rupees. 75,400 only, in case no. W. P. C. 3,269 of 2014, titled R. K. Kapoor, Advocate versus High Court of Delhi, and ORS. Issued by the Law Department, GNCTD, Rs. 8,000 per effective. In this regard, it is S that, as per the O. M dated the 12th of March 2015. Hearing in Rs. 2,000 per non-effective hearing, up to 5 hearings, had been fixed for additional standing counsel for appearance in the Honorable Court. In addition to this, 10% clerkage charge subject to maximum Rs. 5,000 is also allowed. Copy of the O. M is placed at page no. 31, C 35, C. Bill placed at page 192, C. S. No. Particulars. Amount. 1. Professional fee for effective hearing, up to 5 hearings, on dated the 28th of August 2017, the 24th of November 2017, the 1st of December 2018, the 3rd of January 2018, the 22nd of March 2018, and the 5th of September 2018. 40,000. 2. Clerkage at 10%. 4,000. 3. Professional fee for non-effective hearing, up to 5 hearings, on dated the 15th of September 2017, the 22nd of September 2017, the 11th of October 2017, the 15th of December 2017, the 17th of April 2018, and the 7th of May 2018. 10,000. 4. Clerkage at 10%. 1,000. 5. Drafting of writ petition, status report 7. 14,000. 6. Clerkage at 10%. 1,400. 3. MISC. Expenses, including typing, photocopying of judgments, courier, speed post, for service, postage, etc. On actual basis. 5,000. Total. 75,400. BTF, which has now been verified by Shish Ramesh Singh, standing. In this regard, it is also asked that the bill was received without counsel, civil, Govit. Of NCT of Delhi, as BTF is not available for making payment of professional charges to the additional standing counsel. Court of Delhi order dated the 12th of December 2013 passed in the matter W. P. It is also important to submit here that as per Honorable High CRL 1549/2009, titled Court on its own motion versus state, the cases where the BTFs have not been issued by the Law Department, the payment shall be made by these departments on the certification of the concerned standing counsel on the bills. 27 N. File may be routed through account functionaries DWCDH. Q4. Keeping in view the submissions made above, if agreed, the examining the bill and taking approval for payment of fees of Rs. 75,400 to Shish Naushad Ahmad Khan, additional standing counsel, GNCT of Delhi. SMWPC 1 2020 contagion of COVID-19 virus in prisons. S for perusal and approval P. The 16th of March 2020 passed in the matter SMWPC 1 2020 contagion of. May peruse the Honorable Supreme Court of India order dated COVID-19 virus in prisons placed at page no. 1 C to 6 C, wherein the Honorable Apex Court had taken suo motu cognizance regarding spread of COVID-19 virus in prisons. The Honorable Court on the above mentioned issue had issued notices to all the states, UTs, to show cause as to why directions should not be issued for dealing with the present health crisis arising out coronavirus, and to suggest immediate measures which should be adopted for medical assistance to the prisoners in all jails, juveniles lodged in the remand homes. Development Govit. Of NCT of Delhi under the Juvenile Justice. In this regard, it is asked that Department of Women and Child Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 provides services to the children in need of conflict with law who are being kept at Observation Home, Place of Safety, Special Home, Observation Home for Boys, Sewa Kutir, Delhi, in place of, as on date, in these above mentioned 2 juvenile homes, i.e. Safety, Special Home for Boys, Majnu Katila, Delhi. The actual strength is high, i.e. against a total sanctioned strength of 150 juveniles respectively, a total number of 126 and 75 juveniles respectively are residing. GNCTD on the 3rd of April 2020 and the 17th of March 2020 had issued guidelines for the Department of Women and Child Development, child care institutions for prevention and control of coronavirus, wherein various measures to reduce the risk of novel coronavirus, COVID-19, had been detailed. Page no. _C_C. Juvenile Justice Boards, after taking into account the present number of this department, had also communicated with all the 6 inmates residing in Observation Home for Boys, Sewa Kutir, Delhi, and Place of Safety, Special Home for Boys, Majnu Katila, Delhi, with a request to pass appropriate orders, directions as per law to expedite release of children on bail, which will help in reducing the present high strength of children from above-mentioned institutions. Page no. _C. Agreed and approved. A reply may be sent to Shish Balram Das, AOR. In view of the above-mentioned facts and circumstances, if Central Agency Section, Honorable Supreme Court of India with a request to apprise the same to Honorable Court. Accordingly, a draft letter is prepared and placed at page no. _C to _C for perusal. And approval P. May peruse the Honorable Supreme Court of India order dated the 3rd of June 2020 placed at page no. 67, C 71, C passed in the matter suo. Motu writ petition, CRL. 1 of 2019 in Ray, alarming rise in the number of reported child rape incidents. Court the matter is regarding setting up of exclusive POCSO courts. In this regard, it is asked that as per the directions of the Honorable, an issue of payment of compensation to victims of offenses under the POCSO Act. Scheme on fast-track special courts, FTCs for expeditious disposal. The Ministry of Law and Justice, GOI, has already issued the of cases of rape and protection of children against the Sexual Offenses Act 2012. As per second para of point no. 9 of the said scheme, it has been stated that at the state UT level, the Registrar General of High Courts and Law Secretaries shall be responsible for the implementation of the scheme and achievement of targets. A nodal officer from the High Court as well as the Law Department will be appointed who will assist the High Courts and states, UTs, respectively in different tasks under the scheme such as identification of premises for FTCs, preparation of contracts for staff compilation, and submission of reports, etc., notification, and the issue of providing compensation to the victims. The setting up of exclusive POCSO courts, except only for, does not fall under the purview of this department as the same are being covered by Department of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs, GNCTD and Delhi State Legal Services Authority respectively. Action on part of this department is required to be taken in the instant. In view of the submissions made above, it is observed that no matter status in the matter suo motu writ petition C 1 of 2020. S for perusal and further directions P. Contagion of COVID-19 virus in prisons. The 16th of March 2020 passed in the aforementioned matter had directed all the Honorable Supreme Court of India vide order dated states, union territories to file their reply with regard to the dealing the present health crisis arising out of coronavirus and also to suggest various measures to be adopted for medical assistance to the prisoners in jails and juveniles lodged in remand homes in the country. Development Govt. of NCT of Delhi under the Juvenile Justice. In this regard, it is asked that Department of Women and Child Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 is providing services to the children in need of conflict with law who are being kept at Observation Home, Place of Safety, Special Home of Delhi vide letter dated the 19th of March 2020 page no. 24C to 25C has the Department of Women and Child Development GNCT sent its reply through email on the same day, i.e., the 19th of March 2020 to Shish B. Balram Das, Additional Govt. Advocate GNCTD, Central Agency Section, Supreme Court of India requesting him to apprise the Honorable Apex Court accordingly. Herself present in the Supreme Court on the next date of hearing, i.e., the Deputy Director, Child Protection Unit GNCTD was the 23rd of March 2020, wherein she handed over the hard copies of the reply dated the 19th of March 2020, earlier sent through email to Ms. Swati, Advocate Oshish B. Balram Das, Adil Govt. Advocate GNCTD, and afterwards she was in continuous touch with the Oshish B. Balram Das, but later on it was learnt that the reply sent by this department was not brought on record of the Honorable Court. Email was made to ADB Swati Oshish B. Balram Das, Adil Govt. Then on the 4th of January 2020 PG No. 67 C. A communication through Advocate GNCTD through which affidavit to be filed in the instant matter was sent again with a request to file the same so that it could be brought on record of the Honorable Court. Mentioned affidavit was also sent through email on the 4th of June 2020 to Shish. It is important to mention here that the copy of above Tushar Mehta, LD, Solicitor General, Union of India, PG, No. 68C, for perusal and record, and on the very same day, i.e. the 4th of June 2020, the signed copy of affidavit was again sent through email to Shish B. Balram Das, Adil Govt. Advocate GNCTD, Supreme Court of India, PG, No. 69C, with a request to file the affidavit and to ensure that it is brought on record. Email communication to Shish B. Balram Das, Adil Govt. Advocate. Thereafter, this department on the 4th of September 2020 has sent in another GNCTD, Supreme Court of India, PG, No. 70C, requesting him to provide the updated status WRT to the filing of affidavit and also to inform whether the filed affidavit was brought on record of the Honorable Court, the 13th of April 2020, wherein no specific directions with regard to department. The last date of hearing in the instant court matter was of WCD, GNCTD were found and no information about next date of Hearing is found on the website of Supreme Court of India. As above in relation to SMWPC 10F 2020 and directions of the. Thus, in view of the above mentioned facts and circumstances, worthy Director, WCD at para 48 on page 9, and, if agreed in, approved, the file may be sent to Law Department, GNCT of Delhi. For their perusal, comments and further directions WRT to the handling of this court matter by the Adil Covet, Advocate GNCTD, Central Agency Section, Honorable Supreme Court of India. S for perusal and approval P. Sub, urgent requirement of staff, office fixtures, daily essentials, and funds. Director, ADMN. DWCD, GNCTD joined OHBI Prayas JJB2 do. The undersigned Veed order dated the 24th of April 2020 issued by DI Central on the 25th of April 2020. Phase of novel coronavirus emphasis is much required towards. It is very important to mention here that due to this ongoing ensuring availability of all the daily essentials, office fixtures, staff, and sufficient amount of funds to run and manage any office or institution, sensitive nature catering to children in conflict with law under the. It is also worth mentioning that institution OHBI is a very Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. Presently, there is lack of PWD, civil and electrical staff, and also the staff of NGO Price are not available as per their strength. Following the lockdown imposed in the country, care following is required of urgent basis. Thus, in order to smoothly manage this institution of utmost staff, 1. Welfare Officer 01. 2. LDC, Junior Ast. 01. 3. Peon 01. Office Fixtures Funds. 1. Computer with Printer 01. 2. Photocopier 01. 3. High-speed Internet, other than MTNL. 4. Contingent Fund, Emergency Fund. S for perusal and approval on urgent basis P. Sub, regarding allocation of budget in R, OOHBI praise for the financial year 2020-21. Order dated the 4th of July 2020 had allocated budget estimates for the Accounts Branch, Department of WCD, GNCTD VDITS. Financial year 2020-21. The Observation Home for Boys I Prayas. Delhi Gate is being run and managed by the NGO Prayas, and the Department of WCD, GNCTD provides 100% grant for running the said observation home. Undersigned has been assigned the charge of OHBI Prayas, and presently, as per the directions of competent authority, therefore, budget is required on urgent basis for running in managing the day-to-day expenses of the observation home, managing the institution budget of Rs. 2 locks under O, E and Rs. 5. Thus, it is requested that for purchasing different items in locks under material supply may be allotted at the earliest for smooth functioning of the institution. Undersigned to presently manage the day-to-day affairs of the. It is also asked that the above demanded budget will help the institution and simultaneously later on, as per need detailed requirement of budget will also be asked to the department seeking approval and sanction. O. E and material supply on urgent basis P. S for perusal and approval of above demanded budget under Bill of Ms. Vibha Mahajan Seth, Advocate page no. 108C. Subject, payment of professional charges in R. O. Ms. Vibha Mahajan Seth Council, GNCTD. Ms. Vibha Mahajan Seth Council, GNCTD amounting to Rs. 16. The matter is regarding payment of professional charges to 600 rupees 16,600 only in the case no. W. P. C. 5331 2015 titled Honorata Vishish Tenors versus Covet of NCT of Delhi and Ors. Department GNCTD Rs. 2000 per case per day had been fixed for. It is asked that as per the OM dated the 12th of March 2015 issued by the law panel advocates for appearance of effective hearing in Rs. 504 non-effective hearings. In addition to this 10% clerkage charge, subject to maximum 2,400 is also allowed. Copy of the OM is placed at page no. 16, C20, C. Details of bill, S. No. Particulars. Amount, 1. Professional fee for effective appearances on dated the 18th of May 2018. The 27th of July 2018, the 9th of December 2018, the 21st of February 2019, the 19th of August 2019 at 2,000 per appearance. 10,000. 2. Professional fee for non-effective appearance on dated the 24th of April 2019. At 500 per appearance. 500. 3. Counter affidavit of the amended writ petition. 2000. 4. Status report on behalf of Women and Child Development Dept. GNCT of Delhi. 1000. 5. Clerkage at 10%. 1350. 6. MISC. Expenses. Including typing, photocopying of judgments, courier, speed post. For service, postage, etc. On actual basis. 1750. Total. 16,600. Up to, bill no. SG, 19-2012 So 36 of Shish. Sanjoy goes, Adil. Standing Council page no. 115, C. Subject, payment of professional charges in R. Oshish. Sanjoy goes. Additional Saint Nading Council, GNCTD. Shish. Sanjoy goes, Additional Saint Nading Council, Nadamounting. The matter is regarding payment of professional charges to 2 Rs. 11,000 rupees 11,000 only in the case no. W. P. C. 8036 2019 titled Judith Amma vs. Covet. Of NCT of Delian. Ors. Department GNCTD. Rs. 8,000 per case per day had been fixed for. It is S that as per the OM dated the 12th of March 2015 issued by the law. Additional standing counsels for appearance of effective hearing. And Rs. 2,000 for non-effective hearings. In addition to this 10%. Clerkage charge subject to maximum 5,000 is also allowed. Copy of the OM is placed at page no. 16, C20, C. Details of bill, S. No. Particulars. Amount. 1. Professional fee for effective appearances on dated the 25th of July 2019 at 8,000 per appearance. 8,000. 2. Professional fee for non-effective appearance on dated the 19th of August 2019 at 2,000 per appearance. 2,000. 3. Clerkage at 10%. 1,000. Total. 11,000. 30 N. Be routed through account functionaries DWCD for taking approval. Keeping in view of above PUC I and 2, if agreed, the file may. For payment of professional fees of Rs. 16,600 to Ms. Viva. Mahajan Seth Council GNCTD and Rs. 11,000 to Shish. Sanjoy. Goes ASC GNCTD. May peruse the copy of petition along with annexures placed at page. No. 1 C38 C received today afternoon from litigation branch. DWCD in the matter W. PC no. Underscore of 2020 titled Harpal Singh. Rana versus Union of India and Ors likely to be listed tomorrow in any other day. In the said court matter the petitioner has made following. 4 respondents as parties. 1. Union of India, Rashtrapati Bhawan, New Delhi through its Secretary, New Delhi. 2. GNCT of Delhi through Chief Secretary, Delhi Secretariat, New Delhi. 3. Ministry of WCD through Secretary, Shankar Market. Connaught Lane, Barakamba, New Delhi. 4. Dept. of Social Welfare, GNCTD through Secretary, Valmiki. Basti, Vikram Nagar, New Delhi. The petitioner informs that, after seeking information from various. In this regard, it is S that as per the synopsis of the petition. Districts of Delhi through RTI Act for the welfare schemes. Launched, introduced by respondents for the welfare, education, living. Arrangement of the orphan children. Tay information received by him. Through RTI Act has some variations. PG, no. 30, C. The petition are given under for reference. The prayers PG, no. 21, C22, C, made by the petitioner in. I. Writ of mandamus may P be allowed directing the respondents to submit detailed scheme provision for the education, living in, other prospects of life for orphans. E. Quota should be given to orphan kids while applying for admission in schools under the EWS quota. E. There should be a provision for the financial assistance to be given to the persons who are looking after the orphans. IV. Any further order, S that the Honorable High Court may deem fit and proper in the facts and circumstances of the present case. In the copy of the petition for IP which reflects reply received by the annexures P1 to P5 are placed at page no. 2, C to 11, C. Petitioner under RTI Act from the Dept. of Social Welfare and Dept. of WCD, GNCTD on the schemes provisions related to orphan child. May request litigation branch to follow up the matter with Govit. In view of the facts mentioned above, if agreed, at present we counsel and seek time, orders, directions of the court for complying with orders, directions, if any, in due course of time. May peruse the copy of order dated the 6th of November 2020 along with annexures. S for perusal and further directions in the instant matter P. Passed by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the matter W. P. C. For 2020 in Ray contagion of COVID-19 in children protection. Homes. Provided a performa on which updated information WRTCWCs. The Honorable Supreme Court while passing the order has. JJB's, CCI's, DCPUs have to be prepared latest by the 30th of June 2020. Concerned for providing their reports, data as desired by the Honorable. Accordingly, the said performa was circulated among all. Supreme Court on the prescribed performa. Now, the information had been received from all district child protection units wherein information in R.O. children placed under different facilities in their respective districts has been gathered PG. No. Underscore, C to underscore, C. Been received through SUPT. JJB2, delegate PG. No. Underscore, C2. Among 6 JJBs functional and Delhi information has only. Underscore, C, whereas as per information received from concerned DCPO. The Honorable JJBI and 3 have stated that it will take time to provide the desired information. Information is also awaited from SUPT. JJB, IV, V and V. May peruse the copy of email along with court order dated the 19th of June 2020 placed at page no. 42, C44, C received from Ms. Hichu. Aurora Sadie, Adel, Standing Counsel, GNCTD, Delhi High Court in. The matter W. P. C. No. 3622 2020 it's titled Harpal Singh Rana versus Union of India and Ors. BLD. Counsel the respondents have to file reply as to what schemes. As per the court order dated the 19th of June 2020 and is informed by. Are available for orphans, how they can be taken care of and why. There is a different stand of districts with regard to the schemes. The said reply has been filed before the next date of hearing, i.e. the 7th of February 2020, through email on the 19th of June 2020 to the concerned district offices with a. Accordingly, as discussed and directed, a letter was sent. Request to provide their comments on the RTI reply provided by them. To the petitioner, copy of letter placed at page no. 40, C. Replies received from concerned district offices in our ORTI reply. In response to the above-mentioned communication, the provided to the petitioner are placed at page no. C4. Perusal. District offices and accordingly inform the court that this department thus, if agreed, we may compile the reply received from all. Is not running any scheme specifically meant for orphan children in. The reply obtained by the petitioner through RTI was prior to the bifurcation of Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare Department, GNCT of Delhi, and the records pertaining to the RTI reply are not available with this department. Alongside at page no. C and file for perusal and approval. In view of above, draft status has been prepared and placed. P. May peruse the copy of email along with court order, petition, and annexures placed at page no. 1. C74. C received from Assistant Registrar Pill, Writ Supreme Court of India in the matter W. P. C. No. 483 2020. It's titled Bhopal Bachao Andolan versus National Disaster Management Authority and ORS. The NCT of Delhi is respondent no. 11 inches. The instant petition of India order dated the 9th of May 2017. PG no. 33 C to 38 C passed in the petitioner has annexed a copy of Honorable Supreme Court matter Bhopal Bachao Andolan versus Union of India and ORS. The said court order directs the Ministry of WCD GOI to inform all state Commissions for Protection of Child Rights SCPCRs to monitor the standard operating procedure on missing children issued by Ministry of WCD, wherein the persons who suffer the most are children. Since the order dated the 9th of May 2017 further speaks about disaster. National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, was not a party in that petition. The Honorable Apex Court requested NDMA to look into this issue and to give special attention to the children in the event of disaster, which is also given below for reference. The prayers of the petition are placed in file at page no. 49 C. To issue an appropriate writ, order, or direction in the nature of mandamus directing the respondent no. 1. NDMA to frame an appropriate policy, guidelines on prevention of trafficking in children, and their rescue and rehabilitation in the wake of COVID-19 at the earliest. Issue an appropriate writ, order, or direction directing the respondent no. 1 to 3. NDMA, MHA, Ministry of Labor and Employment to circulate the policy so prepared under I to the Chief Secretaries of all states and governors of all UTS for action and mandatory implementation. Direct the respondent no. 2. MHA to mandatorily direct all states to activate their anti-human trafficking units to prevent and take appropriate action on child trafficking, including but not limited to identifying known and potential traffickers, monitoring and sharing information and intel with the respondent no. 2. MHA as part of coordinated response and action, and pass such other order or orders as deem fit in the facts and circumstances of the case. Public interest for enforcement of fundamental rights of children under. It is also asked that the petitioner has filed the instant petition in Articles 14, 19 and 21, 23, 24, 39, 43 in order to prevent them from becoming victims of human trafficking in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and extended lockdown. May peruse the copy of email along with court order dated S for perusal and further necessary directions in the matter P. The 7th of February 2020 placed at page no. 96 C100 C received from LD. Covet. Council, GNCTD, Honorable High Court of Delhi in the matter W. P. C 3622 2020. It's titled Harpal Singh Rana versus UOI and ORS. The relevant portion of the said court order dated the 7th of February 2020 are also reproduced herein below for ready reference. Shall furnish further data in a tabular form for various districts as to 6. Nonetheless, learned counsel for the respondents no. 2 to 4. How many orphan children have been given admission in the nearby schools and name and other details of at least 25 such students. Respondents no. 2 to 4 will also point out in a tabular form for at least. Similarly, learned counsel for WP. C 3622 2020. It's the 25 orphan children specifying therein the names, the nature of employment and the names of the institutions in which these orphans have been given employment. The schemes which are pointed out by respondent no. 3 in its report. This data will be supplied, if possible, for few districts so that can be verified as to whether the schemes have been implemented or not in its true letter and spirit. Weeks time to file the additional affidavit report. 7. Learned counsel for the respondents no. 2 to 4 seeks 2. Also seeks time to file the affidavit report. 8. Learned counsel for the respondent no. 1. Union of India. Hearing. 10. List on the 17th of July 2020. 9. Let the affidavit report be filed before the next date of the status to her by the 10th of July 2020 so as to make any. In this regard, it is S that the LD Council has desired to send addition, correction in the same within the stipulated period of time. The next date of hearing in the instant matter is the 7th of October 2020. May peruse the reply received from DD, FAS, and ICPS branch. S for perusal and further necessary directions in the matter P. Placed at page C respectively. The said reply has been received in response to this office U. O letters placed at pages C. C respectively. Dated the 7th of February 2020 PG. No. 105 C 106 C. A draft status report has, as per the directions of Honorable High Court of Delhi order, been attempted and placed in file at page C to B. Sent to LD. Gov. Council for onward filing of the same in the Honorable Court before the next date of hearing, i.e., the 17th of July 2020. S for perusal and approval of draft status report placed alongside. May peruse the copy of petition placed at page 1 C 161 C. Received from Mr. Satyakam, Adil. Standing Counsel, GNCTD in the matter titled Prayas Jack Society versus GNCT of Delhi likely to be listed this week. The petitioners have filed the instant writ petition challenging the orders of this department dated the 22nd of April 2020, the 23rd of April 2020, and the 27th of May 2020 being aggrieved by the following decisions taken by the Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD. Posting Mr. Anil Kumar, DDO of OHBI as Superintendent. OHBI. Dispensing the services of MD. Arif, Superintendent of the Prayas Observation Home for Boys, I delegate in. Taking over the management of the Observation Home for Boys. Delegated from the NGO Prayas. Run and managed at Feroz Shah Delegate is entirely a Govt. In this regard, it is that the Observation Home being recognized institution under the J Act and this department had only handed over the management of the said Govt. Institution. OHBI to the NGO Prayas way back in 1997 for running in. Managing it for welfare and well-being of children in difficult circumstances. The said management was initially handed over to the NGO for a period of 3 years. Placed in file at page 115 C 117 C for perusal. The prayers, the grounds and prayers of the instant petition are made by the petitioner are also given below for reference. A for a writ order or direction to quash the 3 orders of the respondent dated the 22nd of April 2020 PG. No. 42 C, the 23rd of April 2020 PG. No. 41 C, and the 27th of May 2020 PG. No. 7 C, B pending hearing of the writ petition for the order staying orders of the respondent dated the 22nd of April 2020, the 23rd of April 2020, and the 27th of May 2020. C. Any other such orders as the Honorable Court may deem fit. May peruse the copy email along with writ petition placed at page S for perusal and further necessary directions in the matter P. C received from litigation branch WCD, which is regarding a public interest litigation filed in the Honorable High Court of Delhi by the NGO Bachpan Bachao Andolan against GNCT of Delhi and others. There are a total of 5 respondents which are as under. As per the memo of parties placed at page 154 C to 155 C. 1. GNCT of Delhi, Delhi Secretariat, New Delhi. 2. Commissioner of Police, Police Headquarters, New Delhi. 3. Child Welfare Committee, Mayor Vihar, New Delhi. 4. Subdivisional Magistrate Vivek Vihar, New Delhi. 5. SHOP. S. Gandhi Nagar, New Delhi. As per the synopsis of the writ petition placed at page 151 C2. 153 C, it is found that the present bill has been filed by the petitioner, being aggrieved by the actions on the part of respondents, especially at the first place Delhi Police, who physically took out 5 out of a total 10 rescued child laborers for recording their statement under section 164 before the LD Metropolitan Magistrate, which ultimately exposed the children to be at high risk getting infected with corona virus. The said children were placed at petitioner's child care institution, namely Mukti Ashram. The child labor rescue operation was conducted on the 7th of September 2020 by SDM, Vivek Vihar, in coordination with Labor Department, DCPCR, Police, and the petitioner. As per the orders of SDM, Vivek Vihar, all the 10 children were kept at CCI Mukti Ashram on the 7th of September 2020, and on the next day, i.e., the 7th of October 2020, their production before Child Welfare Committee, Mayor Vihar, was ensured through video conferencing, wherein CWC directed the I.O. to get the statements of children recorded under Section 164 in the Court of LD Metropolitan Magistrate Karkarduma Courts, and also to get the COVID-19 test conducted for all children from a government hospital. The petitioner mentions in the petition that the staff of CCI Mukti Ashram requested both the police and CWC concerned in relation to the children be at high risk if physically taken out of the CCI for recording their statements under Section 164, but neither the Delhi Police nor the CWC concerned changed their view in this connection. The prayers of the petition are placed at page 134 C to 135 C, which are also reproduced hereunder for ready reference. A. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing that Statements under Section 164 CR P. C of children in need of care and protection are recorded by the LD Metropolitan Magistrates over video conferencing, and further that the children are not to be physically taken to court premises for the said purposes. B. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondent no. 1 and 2 that all proceedings by different authorities under the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 be held by audiovisual means video conferencing to keep children in need of care and protection safe from contracting the COVID-19 infection. C. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondents that no authority dealing with children in need of care and protection will pass an order requiring a child in need of care and protection to physically be taken out of the children's home, child care institution where he is housed till his/her repatriation in accordance with law. D. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondent no. 1 to take measures and propose a mechanism ensuring that a rescued child is tested for COVID-19 at the earliest on his/her rescue, preferably before the child is sent to a children's home, child care institution. E. Alternatively, issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondent no. 1 to make arrangements for COVID-19 testing of rescued children to be done at the children's home, CCI, and not by physically taking the child to a government hospital. F. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondent no. 2/5 to add section 370-374 Inferno 0278 dated the 7th of October 2020 at P. S. Gandhinagar in accordance with the SDM's order dated the 7th of September 2020. G. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing the respondent no. 5 to not take the 5 child labor rescued in the raid on the 7th of September 2020 and currently housed at the petitioner's home, Mukti Ashram to Karkarduma courts for recording of statements. H. Issue an appropriate writ order or direction directing that the directions passed herein are also applicable mutatis mutandis for children in conflict with law housed in observation homes, special homes, place of safety. I. Pass any such other further orders as may be deemed fit and proper in the facts and circumstances of the case. As per the brief facts of the petition and prayers placed above, it is observed that basically the instant petition is in relation to 2 major points. 1. Children in need of care and protection and children in conflict with law be physically not taken out of their respective CCIs for recording of statements, production, etc. 2. Their COVID-19 test be done at the respective CCI itself instead of taking them physically out to a government hospital. In relation to the allegations made against CWC Mayor Vihar by the petitioner, a report has been received from Chairperson, CWC Mayor Vihar, wherein it has been informed that the allegations made by the petitioner regarding non-cooperation from CWC is denied. The CWC only allowed continuing the stay of children at Mukti Ashram as there were only 10 inmates in the CCI and thus there was no threat to their health and social distancing norms could be maintained as such. Chairperson, CWC Mayor Vihar in her report has further stated that CWC only allowed the application moved by the I.O. concerned of P. S. Gandhinagar for recording statements under Section 164 CR. P. C. Of all the children, it is clearly a lapse on the part of said CCI, NGO, to let children be physically taken out of the institution by the police personnel for the purpose of recording of statements under Section 164 CR. PC. It is further stated here that Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD being the nodal department for CNCP, CCL. Children VDSOP dated the 16th of April 2020 has already designated separate isolation, quarantine wards for boys and girls in child care institutions for dealing with new admission and suspected cases. Children of CNCP, CCL category. Thus, the child labors rescued on raid dated the 7th of September 2020 should have been placed for care and protection at designated isolation, quarantine facility for first 14 days. And after completion of that period they might have been shifted to any other CCI. It is also important to mention here that the Department of Women and Child Development being the nodal department for implementing the provisions of Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and the NCT of Delhi keeping in view the best interest of children during this COVID-19 pandemic has issued various guidelines, advisories, SOPs for all the concerned agencies dealing with children, i.e. CCIs, CWCs, JJBs, DCPUs to prevent and control the possible spread of COVID-19. The details of guidelines, advisories, SOPs are given under. All the child care institutions have been kept open and functional during lockdown with utmost care and protective measures being implemented. Staffs attending the child care institutions and offices have been given orientation so as to ensure social distancing, use sanitization and to identify and attend the suspected cases appropriately. On dated the 3rd of April 2020 and the 17th of March 2020 advisories guidelines have been issued for all CCIs with directions to follow the protocol. Advisory to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the CCIs. Doctors and paramedical staffs posted in CCIs have been Sensitizing the staff and children on the preventive measure and social distancing. Posters of do's and don'ts have been placed in the prominent places of CCIs and protocol laid down by the Government of India is being followed. In the prevailing situation of pandemic of COVID-19 in India, a communication was issued on the 17th of March 2020 specifically to person in charge of all institutions where children in conflict with law are kept to take up matters of all children with JJBs seeking grant of parole or interim bail to children wherever possible, keeping in view their health and safety issues in the prevailing situation. Guidelines issued via order dated the 20th of March 2020 for all child welfare committees wherein they were advised to communicate with CCIs through the video conferencing and to downsize the functioning of committee by reducing the bench to 3 members at one time by way of rotation, roster of duties among the members. Committees were formed via letter dated the 31st of March 2022. Monitor the Government and NGOs run CCIs. These committees, comprising of district officer of WCD, DCPO and chairperson, member CWC in every district for visiting all institutions to see their arrangements for prevention of COVID-19. Another committee was constituted comprising the DI director at the state HQ level via letter dated the 4th of January 2020 for continuous monitoring of Government run CCIs. The inspections of all the child care institutions have been carried out and no child has been found with infection of COVID-19. Staying in any CCIs and nothing adverse have been reported so far. Cases suspected of COVID-19 if tested positive are shifted to hospitals immediately coordinating with district administration. SOP stated the 4th of August 2020 were issued to enlist operating procedure to CCIs for prevention and containment of COVID-19. A public notice on the 13th of April 2020 was published in 3 English and 3 Hind newspapers for information to general public regarding setting up of a central COVID-19 cell at DWCD HQ level to address issues related to COVID-19 and management of CCIs. This cell can be approached either by email or over the phone to Ms. Namrata Baruli, Assistant Director, ICPS, -9,910,013,417. SOP stated the 16th of April 2020 were issued by the department to all Government NGO-run child care institutions for dealing with new admission and suspected case during COVID-19 in respective children and women. The DWCD GNCTD has designated separate isolation quarantine ward for boys and girls and CCIs for dealing with new admission and suspected case children of CNCP CCL category. The advisory dated the 25th of April 2020 was issued to all juvenile justice boards and child welfare committees to mitigate fear of COVID-19 among children, juvenile and CCIs. Masks, sanitizers have been distributed to child care institutions with the help of Directorate General of Health Services. All the district child protection officers have been directed to be in regular touch with child care institutions and to ensure that every child care institutions has all necessary items and following the advisory guidelines. The DCPOs are regularly in contact with all the CCIs through video conferencing and also by visiting them to monitor the current situation. In view of the above mentioned details of the instant petition report of Chairperson CWC Mayor Vihar and the various actions already taken by the department to prevent and control spread of COVID-19 in all the CCIs, if agreed, the Government Council may be briefed accordingly for defending the stand of this department and CWC is. And when the instant petition gets listed for hearing before the Honorable High Court of Delhi, status in the matter W. P. C. 13118 2019 titled Dr. K. C. Vermani versus DWCD in ORS. The matter on this file relates to present status report in the matter W. P. C. 13118 2019 titled Dr. K. C. Vermani versus DWCD in ORS. In this regard, it is that on the first date of hearing, i.e., the 18th of December 2019, the Honorable Court stayed the order DT, the 12th of May 2019 issued by this department in R.O. transfer posting among chairperson members from one CWC to another and gave next date of hearing is the 2nd of June 2020. Copy of the order is placed at page no. 166 C 168 C. In compliance to directions contained in the order dated the 18th of December 2019, the Department of WCD GNCTD had filed its affidavit prior to the next date of hearing being the 2nd of June 2020. Copy of the affidavit filed, along with annexures, are placed at page no. 316 C 362 C4. Perusal. On the next date of hearing, i.e. the 2nd of June 2020, copy of order placed at page no. 364 C. The Honorable Court was P to order as under. The learned counsel for the petitioner submits that the counter affidavit filed by the respondent no. 1 has been received yesterday. He prays for and is granted 2 weeks to file the rejoinder list on the 2nd of March 2020. Thereafter on the 3rd of February 2020, copy of order placed at page no. 365 C. The Honorable Court directed as under. At joint request of the parties, relist on 22 April 2020 before the regular bench. Interim order, if any, to continue. It is pertinent to mention here that due to lockdown imposed in the month of March 2020 and in the wake of COVID-19, the Honorable High Court has suspended its functioning and the matters already fixed for hearing on various dates are adjourned for some another dates. In the present matter as per the public notices published from time to time on the website of High Court of Delhi regarding suspended functioning of High Court, the matter was adjourned to the 22nd of June 2020. From the 22nd of April 2020 and thereafter further adjourned to the 17th of August 2020 from the 22nd of June 2020. S for perusal and information P. Sub. Status in the matter W. P. C. 8348 2017 titled Anand Kumar Asthana versus Union of India and ANR. Matter W. P. C. 8348 2017 titled Anand Kumar Asthana versus Union of. The matter on this file relates to present status report in the India and ANR with respect to draft and framing of state rules for NCT of Delhi under the JJ Act 2015. The 20th of February 2020 placed at page no. 243, see wherein the court had adjourned. In this regard, may peruse the Honorable Court dated the matter to the 5th of November 2020. It is pertinent to mention here that due to lockdown imposed in the month of March 2020 and in the wake of COVID-19, the Honorable High Court has suspended its functioning and the matters already fixed for hearing on various dates are adjourned for some another dates. In the present matter as per the public notices published from time to time on the website of High Court of Delhi regarding suspended functioning of High Court, the matter was adjourned to the 6th of August 2020. From the 5th of November 2020, the 29th of July 2020 from the 6th of August 2020 and thereafter further adjourned to the 23rd of September 2020 from the 29th of July 2020. The department has already filed an affidavit in the present petition, stating that the department is in process of framing, drafting of state rules for NCT of Delhi under JJ Act 2015. Copy of affidavit placed at page no. 124, C to 128 C. In this regard, may peruse the Honorable Court order dated the 10th of October 2018. Placed at page no. 210, C 211, C wherein the Honorable Court viewed para 3 of the said order directed as under. In the meanwhile, the committee constituted by the GNCTD should continue to function and in case any officer have been transferred or on leave, the committee should be reconstituted by renominating the officers in place of the said officers who are not available. The details of chairperson and members of last constituted committee viewed order dated the 10th of December 2018 PG 245C followed by core agendum dated the 11th of February 2018 PG 244C is as under. 1. Director WCD Chairperson. 2. Ms. Geetanali Goel SPL Secretary DSLSA Member. 3. JT Director CPU Member. 4. Dai Director CPU Member. 5. Shish Anand KR Asthana Advocate Member. 6. Shish Rajmangal Prasad ex-chairperson CWC Member. 7. Ms. Sunita Gupta Member CWCV Member. 8. Ms. Seema Khandekar Chairperson CWCV Member. It is important to mention here that the above-mentioned committee needs to be reconstituted as Ms. Geetanali Goel Member has been transferred the position of Dai Director CPU as lying vacant and Shish Rajmangal Prasad Member has resigned. Copy of email is placed at page no. 247 C from the committee. File is S for perusal of facts as above. As desired, OOLD. Covet. Council was contacted seeking information regarding filing of rejoinder by the petitioners wherein the office staff informed that a rejoinder has been filed by the petitioners. In this regard, it is S that the copy of rejoinder filed by the petitioners have been received through a mail from Oshish Sanjoy Ghosh, Adel, Standing Counsel, GNCTD, and the copy of email along with copy of rejoinder affidavit is placed at page no. 367 C to 383 C at the correspondence side. The petitioners have filed the rejoinder affidavit in response to the affidavit filed by the department in the Honorable High Court. The copy of the affidavit along with annexures filed by the department is placed at page no. 316 C to 362 C for reference. S for perusal and information P. Payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakh each to both the amicus curiae namely Shish Anand Kumar Asthana and Ms. Bharti Ali. The issues flagged in New Delhi edition of Times of India which the Honorable Delhi High Court took suo motu cognizance of referred to an inspection of the Prayas Children's Home for Boys in Jahangirpuri and registered the writ petition, Civil 11,187 2017 titled Court on its motion versus GNCTD and ORS on the 12th of November 2017. The next date of hearing was fixed as the 1st of April 2018 by the Honorable Court PG. No. 108C 111C. Honorable Court appointed Shish Anand Kumar Asthana, advocate in. Simultaneously, viewed para 8 of the order dated the 12th of November 2017 the Ms. Bharti Ali from NGO Hawk is a Maikai Curiae in the instant matter and permitted them to visit the Prayas Children's Home, Jahangirpuri. and to submit a report thereafter. Praise Children Home for Boys, Jahangir Puri was S in the Hanbal. Then beat order dated the 1st of April 2018, a report with regard to court by the Amikai Curiae which was taken on record. Beat para 6. And 7 of the same order, the Hanbal Court directed the engineer in Chief PWD to ensure that physical inspection is carried out at observation homes in place of safety in order to verify the status of the facilities and infrastructure available in these homes, and also directed that the same inspection would be accompanied by both the amicus curiae. NDOH was fixed as the 30th of January 2018 PG. No. 112C. 114C. On the 30th of January 2018, the inspection note WRT to 2 OHBs and 1 POS along with the copy of 3 reports filed by the LD Principal Magistrates of JJBI 2 and 3 was being handed over to both the amicus curiae with directions of the Hanbal Court to examine the same. The NDOH was fixed as the 3rd of January 2018 PG. No. 115C 117C. Wherein the Hanbal Court viewed para 5 and 6 directed the Gubbit. The matter was then taken up for hearing on the 22nd of March 2018. Counsel and both the amicus curiae to jointly and severally visit the child care centers and inform the court about the status of deficiencies noted by them in their report, and also viewed para 10 of the order dated the 22nd of March 2018. Appreciate the assistance given by both the amicus curiae to the court in the instant writ petition. NDOH was the 4th of September 2018 PG. No. 118C 121C. That Mr. A. K. Aston, amicus curiae, has visited the premises of drug. Then, beat para 9 of the order dated the 4th of September 2018, it is learned. The addiction center functional at Sewa Kudir complex pursuant to last directions of the Hanbal Court and informed about the status of infrastructure available there. NDOH was the 15th of May 2018 PG. No. 122C. 125C. 40N. Directed both the amicus curiae to visit the CCIs in Delhi so as to the Hanbal Court viewed para 4 of the order dated the 31st of July 2018. Ensure that the required work in the CCIs is being undertaken. PG. No. 126C 130C. The 23rd of May 2019. Shish. H. S. Fulka, amicus curiae, senior counsel present in. Thereafter, during the course of court proceedings itself on the court for NGO Bhakpan Bachao Andolan proposed before the Hanbal Court to award honorarium of Rs. 5 lakhs each to both the amicus curiae for their tireless work. However, Mr. Rahul Mehra, standing counsel GNCTD, on being asked by the Hanbal Court S. that the same amount may be reduced, after which the Hanbal Division Bench fixed the amount of Rs. 2 lakhs each for the amicus curiae. PG. No. 133C 136C. N had already examined the proposal with regard to payment of the accounts branch DWCD viewed para 126 to 130 on page 32. Honorarium of Rs. 2 lakh each to both the amicus curiae and proposed to forward the proposal to Finance Department for administrative approval and expenditure sanction of Rs. 400,000 rupees 4 lakh only as honorarium and Rs. 2 lakh each to Shish Anand Kumar Asthana, advocate, and Ms. Bardi Ali, NGO Hawk. Worthy Director, WCD at para 165 on page 38, and, if agreed, the file. In view of the facts as above and as per the directions of may P be sent to Finance Department, GNCT of Delhi, seeking concurrence of payment of honorarium of Rs. 2 lakh each to both the amicus curiae, namely Shish Anand Kumar Asthana, advocate, and Ms. Bardi Ali, NGO Hawk. S for perusal and approval. P. 3N. Sub. Monitoring of quarantine, isolation centers designated by Department of Women and Child Development, GNCTD. Matter on this file relates to monitoring of the quarantine, isolation, as desired and directed by JT. Director, CPU, the instant. Centers designated by Department of WCD, GNCTD. WCD, GNCTD and R.O. quarantine, isolation centers as is under. The details of various SOPs, orders issued by Department of the Department viewed SOP dated the 16th of April 2020 had designated separate isolation, quarantine ward for children and women in CCIs. For dealing with new admission and suspected case children of CNCP, CCL category for all Gubbit NGO-run child care institutions. In continuation to SOP dated the 16th of April 2020, another SOP has been issued by Department on the 23rd of April 2020 for dealing with new admissions and situation of emergency during COVID-19 in respective children, boys, in conflict with law. An order was issued by the Department on the 5th of June 2020, designating one-stop center and medical care unit, Nirmal Chaya complex as isolation center, since isolation center I, Nari Niketan, was kept under quarantine as per the orders of D. M. West between the 5th of April 2020 to the 18th of May 2020. In continuation to SOP, an office order dated the 16th of April 2020 and the 5th of June 2020, an order was issued on the 18th of May 2020 designating OHBI, OHB2 and POS, SPL, Home, OHB Annex as isolation centers to operate on rotational basis in order to facilitate the process of new admissions of boys and considering the safety and security of inmates already residing in juvenile remand homes. On the 26th of June 2020, the department in supersession of earlier order, dated the 18th of May 2020, issued a modified schedule for dealing with new admission in respect of CCL boys. Another SOP for dealing with new admission and suspected case during COVID-19 in respect of children and women was issued on the 7th of January 2020. Strength, occupancy of quarantine, isolation centers are obtained. In this regard, it is asked that the daily data regarding through WhatsApp group and the same is placed in file for perusal. 5 months now since first SOP was issued designating. It is also important to mention here that it has been almost quarantine, isolation centers and afterwards another 5 SOPs orders have been issued by department in this connection. The quarantine, isolation centers already designated by the. Thus, a need is felt to strengthen the monitoring process of department, constituted for monitoring the facility's conditions of. In view of the facts as above, if agreed, a committee may PB quarantine, isolation centers and further suggest measures for improvement of the same as and when required. S for perusal and approval P. F. 61-1259 W. P. C. 1082-2018 DD CPU DWCD 2018. 14 N. Downloaded from the website of Supreme Court of India in the may peruse the case status report placed at page no. 151 C. Matter W. P. C. 1082-2018 titled Independent Thought versus Union of India and ANR. The tentative date of hearing, computer generated, is shown as the 9th of April 2020. Patty, LD, Govit. Counsel, the scanned copy of Akaladnama and writ. In this regard, it is asked that as desired by the Shish Shubhranshu petition have already been sent to him through email. Copies of the emails are placed at page no. 147 C 148 C for perusal. No. Communication has been received from O. Govit. Counsel till date. Implementation of Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006 and the instant writ petition focuses on the effective appointment of child marriage prohibition officers. Directed, a draft para-wise counter affidavit in the above matter has, in relation with the content of the petition as desired and been prepared and placed at page no. 164 C 169 C for kind perusal. S for perusal and approval P. 42 The Govit. Counsel was contacted regarding filing a review to, as directed by worthy director WCD on page 10 N at para. Directions contained at para 6 C of the judgment passed by the Honorable High Court on the 28th of July 2020 in the matter W. P. C. 4361 2020. Titled Bhakpan Bachao Andolan versus GNCT of Delhi and ORS. These are temporary arrangements till situation is normalized. P. The Govit. Counsel replied as under. State the reasons as I don't find any ground for review. P. Send a comprehensive mail at sameervishisht, asc@gmail.com. In view of the above instructions received from the Govit. Counsel, a draft email has been prepared and placed in file at page no. 240 C to 242 C for perusal and approval P. SP. Payment of professional charges in R. Oshish. Sanjoy goes. Additional Standing Counsel, Govit. Of NCT of Delhi. Charges to Shish. Sanjoy goes. Additional Standing Counsel, Govit. The matter on this file is regarding payment of professional. Of NCT of Delhi amounting to Rs. 350 2003. 150 only, in case no. W. P. C. 5011 of 2017 titled Reena Jha and ANR. Versus Union of India and ORS. Issued by the Law Department, GNCTD, Rs. 8000 per effective. In this regard, it is as that, as per the O. M dated the 12th of March 2015. Hearing in Rs. 2000 per non-effective hearing, up to 5 hearings. Had been fixed for additional standing counsel for appearance in the Honorable Court. In addition to this 10% clerkage charge subject to maximum Rs. 5000 is also allowed. Copy of the O. M is placed at page no. 31 C 35 C. Bill placed at page underscore C. S. No. Particulars. Amount. 1. Drafting and filing on the 2nd of June 2019. Status report deposed by DI. Director, WCD, Department of WCD, GNCT of Delhi. 2000. 2. MISC. Expenses towards photocopies of short affidavit and attested in the above mentioned, etc. 350. Total. 2,350. 205 C 206 C received from Dept. Of Law, Justice and Legislative. In this regard, may also peruse the PUC placed at page no. Affairs GNCTD regarding immediate clearing of bills in light of the directions passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi on the 25th of August 2020. In appeal titled Payesh Gupta versus GNCTD, wherein the Honorable Court had directed to make the outstanding payments of the professional fee, retainership fee bills of lawyers which have been received by the respondents on or before the 2nd of January 2020. Keeping in view the submissions made above, if agreed, the file may be routed through account functionaries DWCD H. Q. 4. Examining the bill and taking approval for payment of professional fees of Rs. 2,350 to Shish Sanjoy goes, additional standing. Council, GNCT of Delhi. S for perusal and approval P. May peruse the two PUCs along with enclosures placed at page no. 166, C to 168, C and 169, C to 171, C received from O the worthy. Chief Secretary, Delhi and S. O to Director, DWCD respectively. The details of both PUCs are given as under. Puck I. From O worthy Chief Secretary, Delhi is regarding a news item. The first puck placed at page no. 166, C to 168, C received. Dated the 19th of August 2020 published in the Times of India mentioning the direction of the Honorable High Court of Delhi to continue with welfare initiatives for orphan children in the NCT of Delhi including admitting them to private and public school. Action taken by the department in pursuance of the orders of the an ATR is to be sent to O worthy Chief Secretary on the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Puck 2. Of letter received from S. O to Director, DWCD which is regarding the second puck placed at page no. 169, C to 171, C is a copy. List of important references is received from OSD to Secretary. WCD, an ATR in respect of point no. 9 and 12 pertaining to this unit. Has to be sent to OSD to Secretary latest by the 9th of July 2020 by 3 p.m. About news item dated the 19th of August 2020 published in the Times of the point no. 9 of the list of important references speaks. India regarding welfare initiatives for orphan children in the NCT of Delhi including admitting them to private and public school on which an ATR is to be sent to CS office in pursuance of orders of Honorable High Court of Delhi. Passed by the Honorable High Court of Delhi while disposing of W. P. In this regard, it is S that in compliance of the directions. C 3622-2020 it's titled Harpal Singh Rana versus UOI and ORS, if agreed. The operation part of the judgment dated the 18th of August 2020 mentioned it. Para the 7th of May be circulated among all the Govt. NGO-run child care institutions for implementation of the same in letter and spirit. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed at page no. 172, C for perusal and approval. Accordingly be prepared for sending to O worthy CS and OSD2. Furthermore, upon issue of above-mentioned letter and ATR. Secretary for perusal, as directed on pre-page, the scanned copy of letter addressed to all the child care institutions functional in NCT of Delhi has been sent through email for complying with the directions of the Honorable High Court of Delhi. Copy of the email is placed at page no. 174, C4. Perusal. Furthermore, in respect of Puck I and Puck 2 as detailed on pre-page, an ATR is to be sent to O worthy Chief Secretary and R.O. News item dated the 19th of August 2020 published in TOI regarding welfare initiatives for orphan children in the NCT of Delhi including admitting them to government as well as private schools. Page no. 175, C to 176, C for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, a draft ATR is prepared and placed in file it. May peruse the puck placed at page no. 169, C 171, C received from S. O to Director, WCD on which ATR in respect of important references received from O Secretary, WCD mentioned at serial no. 9 and 12 pertaining to this unit has to be sent to OSD to Secretary. WCD under intimation to the O Director, WCD. Accordingly, a draft ATR, along with relevant enclosures, addressed to OSD to Secretary, WCD is prepared and placed alongside in file. For perusal and approval P. May peruse the puke placed at page no. 119, C 131, C received from litigation branch which is regarding CRL, MP, no, of 2020, in the matter WP, CRL, no, 232 of 2020 titled as Ramabai. Kushwaha Lali versus State of NCT of Delhi and ORS and in the matter of Ramban, is marked on Puck the next date of hearing, is the 9th of September 2020, matter WP, CRL, no, 232 of 2020 titled as Rama by Kushwaha. An application has been filed by the father of minor girl in the Lali versus State of NCT of Delhi and ORS seeking her custody. The prayers made by the applicant before the Honorable Court in his miscellaneous application are as under. But to implant the petitioner, applicant in WP, CRL, no, 232 of 2020, be kindly order for a status report from the CWC of South Delhi, where the petitioner has been put up since the 27th of January 2020. C. Kindly restore the petitioner's relation with the father. D. Kindly allow the petitioner to reunite with her family as her parental home. E. Kindly allow the father of the petitioner to take her to her father's home. F. Kindly order CWC South Delhi to release the petitioner immediately. G. Kindly quash all the proceedings, if any, against the petitioner and her family members and allow her to start a new life afresh. And H. Pass such order or further orders as this Honorable Court may deem fit and proper in the facts and circumstances of the case. The 9th of March 2020 and as per court order dated the 9th of March 2020 downloaded. The above matter was heard through video conferencing on from the website of Honorable High Court PG. No. 132, C 133, C, in. The matter WP, CRL, no. 232 of 2020 titled as Rama by Kushwaha. Ad Lawley versus State of NCT of Delhi and Ors and CRL, MA no. 12,163 2020. The Honorable Court had directed as under. 1. The hearing has been conducted through video conferencing. 2. This application is moved by father of the petitioner to be implemented as a party in the present matter. It is S by the learned counsel for the applicant. The petitioner came from Karnataka to save herself from her brother's biz. Respondents no. 8 and 9 and the petitioner was thus produced before CWC, South Delhi and Vedits. Orders. The petitioner was lodged in Critical Care Center, Dwarka, Delhi, and per last status report of March 2020, and as per the submissions of the learned ASC, the child is still residing in said children home and her age is verified to be 16 and a half years. 25 N. 3. The learned ASC for the state, however, has no objection in implementing the father as a party in the present case, hence the application is allowed. 4. The learned counsel for the applicant submits the applicant has met the petitioner herein and she is inclined to return to her family and had settled all her differences with her brothers and other family members. 5. Let this fact be verified by the state and a status report complete in all aspects be filed prior to the next date. 6. List on the 9th of October 2020. Mentioned court order, the instant matter seems pertaining to child. In this regard, it is S that as per point no. 2 of above. Welfare Committee, South District i.e. CWC 8 by whose order the minor girl was sent to a child care institution, namely Critical Care Center, Dwarka, Delhi, for further care and protection. As per point no. 5 of the court order dated the 9th of March 2020, a status report. Now, the matter is listed next for hearing on the 9th of October 2020 and complete in all aspects has to be filed prior to the next date. Thus, in view of the directions of the Honorable Court and submissions made above, if agreed, the order dated the 9th of March 2020 of the Honorable Court may be forwarded to concerned CWC with a request to submit the status report before the Honorable Court through the LD. Additional Standing Counsel, GNCTD, before the next date of hearing, i.e. the 9th of October 2020, alongside and file for perusal and approval P. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter is prepared and placed. May peruse the copy of the email along with enclosures placed at page no. 222, C to 231, C received from Govit Counsel in the matter. Suo moto writ petition, Civil 4 of 2020 in re contagion of COVID-19 virus and children protection homes. The Govit Counsel, through his email, has desired to send any further instructions in the matter. In this regard, it is S that the enclosure received along with the above mentioned email PG. No. 222, C 230, C is the scanned copy of the compiled note pertaining to Delhi prepared by LD. Amicus Curiae, which does not demand any comment. The above mentioned comments reply on the note prepared by LD. Amicus Curiae in the aforesaid matter were sent to Govit Counsel through email dated the 8th of November 2020, page no. 216, C for perusal of Amicus Curiae. Furthermore, may also peruse the court order dated the 14th of August 2020. Placed at page no. 217, C to 220, C passed by Honorable Supreme Court of India in the matter Suo moto writ petition, Civil 4 of 2020 in re contagion of COVID-19 virus and children protection homes. The relevant portion of the above court order is also reproduced below for reference. Pursuant to the order dated the 21st of July 2020, the Union of India has filed an affidavit giving particulars of the funds that are available in the states and union territories. After receiving the inputs from the states and union territories, the learned Amicus Curiae has essay note in which he has recommended uniform directions which can be given to the states and union territories. Learned Amicus Curiae is requested to compile the responses to the proposals made by him relating to the directions to be issued by this court and circulate the same within a period of 1 week. List after 2 weeks. As per Honorable Apex Court order dated the 14th of August 2020, no action is found pending on the part of this department. As per the case status downloaded from the website of Supreme Court of India, the matter is likely to be listed on the 31st of August 2020, page no. 221, C. S for perusal and information P. As per the directions of worthy director, WCD on pre-page. Following is S. 1. Prior to the last date of hearing, i.e. the 25th of August 2020, asked. Director. CPU had telephonic discussion with the Govit Counsel wherein the Govit Counsel did not desire for anything at that time for the hearing. Listed on the 25th of August 2020. Later, on the 25th of August 2020, the hearing was attended through video conferencing mode by the asked. Director, CPU. Along with Welfare Officer, CPU. 2. On the issue of release of payment to Prayas NGO, it is S that the grant and aid is released to Prayas Children Home for Boys at Jahangirpuri and Prayas Children Home for Girls at Tuklakabad. From ICPS unit, whereas the funds to OHBI delegate are released from back branch DWCDHQ. Accordingly, details of funds released pending till date in R. O. Prayas Jack Society are being sought. From concerned units. Draft letters addressed to AD, BAC, and AD. ICPS DWCD seeking details of GIA released pending till date are placed at page no. C for perusal. 3. Regarding the deficiencies and shortcomings in staff deployment at OHBI, the administration branch is being requested. DFA placed at page no. C to post following staff in priority basis in addition to those already posted at OHBI after taking over the management of OHBI from Praise Jack Society. Part-time Doctor 01. Staff Nurse 01. Welfare Officer 01. Cook 01. Furthermore, may see the court order dated the 25th of August 2020 placed at page no. C for perusal. The Honorable Court viewed its order dated the 25th of August 2020 had directed as under. This petition has been heard through video conferencing. The respondent is granted 3 weeks to file a response to the additional affidavit filed by the petitioner. Rejoinder, if any, be filed within a period of 1 week thereafter. List on the 9th of October 2020 at the end of the board. S for perusal and approval of 3 drafts as mentioned above placed at page nos. C to C. SP. As per the directions of AD, CPU, may peruse the copy of the note. Sheet of file bearing CD no. 000315189 placed alongside at page no. 250, C to 251, C in relation to the drafting of Delhi State Juvenile Justice Rules. In this regard, may refer to the para marked as X on page no. 250, C, which contains the directions of worthy director WCD dated the 9th of September 2020 which are as under. To resubmit the file within a week with draft rules based on deliberations held so far and a final meeting will be held with stakeholders thereafter. The same be marked to all committee members to ask for their comments within this week. In connection to the framing, drafting of Delhi State J rules, the file was moved on the 8th of April 2020 page 27 and 28 N stating the latest position of the rule drafting committee members of the last committee constituted beat order dated the 10th of December 2018 PG 245 C, followed by core agendum dated the 11th of February 2018 PG 244 C as presently. The position of DI, Director, CPU, member is vacant. Shish, Raj, Mangal Prasad member has resigned. PG, no, 247 C. After the transfer of Ms. Geetanali Goel, SPL, Secretary, DSLSA, member, in reply to this office letter dated the 19th of December 2019, the DSLSA beat its communication dated the 14th of January 2020 had nominated Ms. Namrata Agarwal, Adel, Secretary, DSLSA to attend the meetings regarding framing, drafting of Delhi State Juvenile Justice Rules, which she had been already attending since September 2019 PG. No. 248 C 249 C. The then director, WCD viewed directions at para 134 on page 28 N. Had directed to finalize the draft rules, then to send it for ministers' approval whereupon it will be sent to the law department for vetting. S for perusal P. Sub, transfer of scheme titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014. Titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of. The matter on this file relates to transferring of the scheme. Incarcerated Parents 2014, notified by Department of Women and Child Development GNCTD to Department of Home GNCTD. In this regard, it is S that viewed this office letter dated the 1st of June 2020 PG. No. 93 C. Home Department was informed that as per the approval provided by the Honorable DI. Chief Minister, Delhi Vied Diary No. 3212 dated the 11th of January 2019 in R.O. transferring of above mentioned scheme to Home Department GNCTD, this department does not have any objection if this scheme is taken over by Home Department for implementation, but the reply of Home Department is still awaited. Furthermore, may also peruse the copy of the letter dated the 29th of January 2020. Placed at page no. 96 C received from DI. Secretary, Home, GNCTD addressed to DG. Prisons seeking comments in R.O. transferring of scheme titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014 to Home Department. In view of above, as directed, a draft reminder seeking comments towards transferring of scheme titled Financial Sustenance, Education and Welfare of Children of Incarcerated Parents 2014 to Home Department GNCTD is prepared and placed in file at page no. 127 C for perusal and approval P. May peruse the copy of email placed at page no. 381 C received back from Govit Council in response to this office email dated the 9th of September 2020. PG. No. 380 C, viewed which the approved draft reply to the additional affidavit filed by the petitioner was sent to Govit Council for vetting. The fair copy of the affidavit is received back from Govit Council is placed alongside in file for perusal and approval P. May peruse the PUC placed at page no. 246 C 247 C placed at page no. Received from Shish Harpal Singh Rana R. OA1 Bill Katapur Delhi 36, which is regarding formulate a scheme for children residing with guardians and orphan children, same in line with the pension being given to a woman after the death of his husband. In this regard, it is S that Shish Harpal Singh Rana in his representation has stated that there are many orphan children in Delhi who live either with their relatives or guardians after the death of their parents, but there is a lack of pension scheme for them. He further states that, accordingly, a scheme based on the needs of orphan children be formulated which could help the children residing with guardians and orphan children in living a happy life. Thus, in view of the contents of the representation, as the subject matter seems more closely related to FAS branch, if agreed, the same may be forwarded to FAS branch for further necessary action. Accordingly, a draft forwarding letter is prepared and placed alongside and file at page No. 248C for perusal and approval. P. Verification of professional fee bills received from Department of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD. May peruse the 3 PUCs placed at page No. 220, C 242, C 243, C 252, C and 253, C 256, C received from Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD. The details of 3 PUCs are given under PUC I. The first PUC placed at page No. 220, C 242, C received from Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD is regarding verifying the 9 bills for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega II V. Mohana, Senior Advocate, Honorable Supreme Court of India. In this regard, it is S that the advocate has appeared before the Honorable Supreme Court of India in IW. PCRL. No. 102/2007 titled Exploitation of Children in Orphanages in the State of Tamil Nadu versus UOI and ORS on dated the 23rd of August 2016, the 27th of February 2017, the 29th of January 2018, the 20th of February 2018, the 4th of March 2018, the 4th of October 2018, and the 7th of November 2018. ESLP C. No. 20,634-20,694 2014 titled Chhatravis Chandra Arya Vidya Mandir versus Der Dept of Women and Child Development on dated the 14th of December 2018. PUC 2. The second PUC placed at page No. 243, C 252, C received from Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD is regarding verifying 1 bill for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega II Pinky Anand, ASG, Honorable Supreme Court of India. In this regard, it is S that the LD ASG has appeared before the Honorable Supreme Court of India in M. No. 2069-2018 and W. PC. No. 473/2005 titled Sampurna Barua versus UOI and ORS on the 8th of July 2018. PUC 3. The third PUC placed at page No. 253, C 256, C received from Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD is regarding verifying 1 bill for payment of professional charges to Mr. Mrs. Permega II Vikas Bansal, Advocate, Honorable Supreme Court of India. In this regard, it is S that the LD ASG has appeared before the Honorable Supreme Court of India in SLP C. No. 20,634-20,694 2014. Titled Chhatravis Chandra Arya Vidya Mandir versus Der Dept. of Women and Child Development on the 26th of March 2015. In view of all the 3 PUCs as detailed above, if agreed in approved, the bills in original may be returned back to Dept. of Law, Justice and Legislative Affairs GNCTD with a forwarding letter. Accordingly, a draft to this effect is prepared and placed in file at page 257, C for perusal and approval. P. Payment of professional charges to Shish Chirag M. Shroff AOR 4. Appearing before the Honorable Supreme Court of India Reg. May peruse the 3 PUCs along with enclosures placed at page No. 3, C4, C5, C6, C and 7, C8, C received from Shish Chirag M. Shroff AOR, Honorable Supreme Court of India and I. Director, Lit. DWCD, which is regarding memo of fees and expenses in R.O. Shish Chirag M. Shroff AOR, Honorable Supreme Court of India. The details of 3 PUCs are as under PUC I 3, C to 4, C. The first PUC placed at page No. 3, C to 4, C is received through email from O. Shish Chirag M. Shroff AOR, Honorable Supreme Court of India, which is regarding memo of fees and expenses dated the 21st of July 2020 in the matter suo moto writ petition, civil, No. 4 of 2020, in rate contagion of COVID-19 virus and children protection. Homes amounting to Rs. 136,200. The particulars of the bill are given hereunder. Senior. No. Particulars. Amount. 1. Fee for finalizing the affidavit in the matter filed on the 29th of June 2020. Done on urgent basis. Rs. 25,000. 2. Fee for filing the same on the 29th of June 2020 personally. Rs. 8,000. 3. Fee for appearance before the Supreme Court on the 6th of November 2020 court. 6. Item 2. Rs. 25,000. 4. Fee for appearance before the Supreme Court on the 7th of July 2020 court. 6. Item 1. Rs. 25,000. 5. Fee for appearance before the Supreme Court on the 15th of July 2020 court. 7. Item 1. Rs. 25,000. 6. Fee for appearance before the Supreme Court on the 21st of July 2020 court. 6. Item 1. Rs. 25,000. 7. MISC. Expenses. Rs. 3,200. Total. Rs. 136,200. Puck 2 5C to 6C. The second puck placed at page no. 5C to 6C is also received. Through email from O. Oshish. Chirag M. Shroff AOR, which is regarding memo of fees and expenses dated the 31st of July 2020 in the matter. Suo moto writ petition, civil, no. 4 of 2020, in rate contagion of COVID-19 virus and children protection homes amounting to Rs. 34,200. The particulars of the bill are given hereunder. Senior, no. Particulars. Amount. 1. Fee for finalizing the affidavit in the matter on the 29th of July 2020 done on urgent basis. Rs. 25,000. 2. Fee for filing the same on the 31st of July 2020 personally. Rs. 8,000. 7. MISC. Expenses. Rs. 1,200. Total. Rs. 34,200. Puck 3, 7, C to 8C. The third puck placed at page no. 7, C to 8C is received from DI. Direction, lit. DWCD, GNCTD, which is regarding memo of fees. 2. N. And expenses in R. Oshish. Chirag M. Shroff AOR, amounting to Rs. 59,400 for 6 appearances at Rs. 9,900 each for appearing before the Apex Court on behalf of Department of WCD, GNCTD in the matter W. P. C. No. 503 2018 titled Polami Pavini Shukla vs. Union of India and ORS. The details of appearances is mentioned in the bill or is under. Senior. No. Date of appearance. Court details. Amount at Rs. 9,900 each in the aforesaid matter. 1. The 12th of March 2018. Court R1, item 67. Rs. 9,900. 2. The 22nd of January 2019. Court R1, item 56. Rs. 9,900. 3. The 25th of February 2019. Court R1, item 64. Rs. 9,900. 4. The 4th of August 2019. Court R1, item 54. Rs. 9,900. 5. The 15th of July 2019. Court R1, item 46. Rs. 9,900. 6. The 20th of January 2020. Court 1, item 40. Rs. 9,900. Total. Rs. 59,400. The compliances to be made in a time-bound manner before the. In connection with Puck I and 2, it is S that due to urgency of Honorable Supreme Court of India prior approval of the competent authority could not be obtained in R.O. appointment of AOR Govit counsel to represent the department before the Apex Court in the matter SMWPC, no. 4 of 2020 in Ray contagion of COVID-19 virus and children protection homes. The department had approached Shish. Chirag M. Shroff AOR. Supreme Court already appearing for the department and some other matters for representing the department in the aforesaid matter in order to comply with the directions passed by the Honorable Court is, and when required, notes of Law Department GNCTD copy placed at page 1 C to 2C. Further, in connection with Puck 3, it is S that as per the department had approached Shish. Chirag M. Shroff AOR from the list available in the order notification dated the 12th of November 2015, the 1st of June 2016 issued by Law Department GNCTD copy placed at PG no 9 C13 C for appearing in the matter W. P. C. No. 503 2018 titled Polami Pavini Shukla vs. Union of India and ORS. Before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, AOR, Govit counsel who is appearing on behalf of GNCTD is made. It is important to mention here that the payment of by the Law Department GNCTD after verification received from